Yeah, it's really amazing to be here in Cologne, to be so close to the players.
To see the reaction, it's a more intense feeling.
Here it's like I'm into it and I for a team and I'm feeling with them and I see the emotions.
Everyone's screaming and shouting if there's a kill or something like that.
Everyone is astonished from the place of the teams, and it's just unbelievable.
It's a really different experience from being at home, watching it maybe with a couple of friends, but still it's a very unique thing to do.
You can meet them on the floor. It's really cool because they are just like normal other people here and you can talk to them, that's no problem.
Happy Sunday, everyone, and welcome to the final day of our first Super Week here in the League of Legends Championship Series. I'm EFU Shock supporter, hyped and ready to lead you through today's action. Yesterday, the Copenhagen Wolves beat Fnatic in an explosive matchup, but lost to SK Gaming later in the day. Fnatic also fell to a strong Gambit, who topped our standings. EG, on the other hand, lost to AAA and are anxious to get back on track. Our third Super Day kicks off with one heck of a match as Team Fnatic goes head-to-head with Against All Authority. After that, another top-notch battle with SK Gaming versus Gambit, followed by tons more action. But before we dive into AAA versus Fnatic, our lovely, sweet, and tender commentators, Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry, break down yesterday's matches. Isn't that right, guys?
Sweet and tender indeed, Shocks. You are pretty tender today, actually, Trevor. Doing well there. But yesterday was a fantastic game. We saw a couple of upsets earlier on, and we're going to break down those results.
Yeah, you're going to have a look at that. We had 6 matches, and it was just upset after upset. Game 1 of the day, Copenhagen Wolves defeated Fnatic in a very close game. It had everything. It almost killed D-Man and I here. We were running out of oxygen on the table. Following that, Against All Authority dismantled Evil Geniuses, and Gambit defeated Fnatic as well.
Yeah, great opening set of games, but of course that wasn't all. We had 3 more later on in the day, and they were just as action-packed. Dragonborns taking down the Ozone Giants, SK Gaming getting 3 wins out of 3 against Copenhagen Wolves, and Gambit taking down Against All Authority to end the day.
It was a very dramatic day, and the final game as well, you know, so many highlights. The Thresh Prince coming out of Edward, he was simply unstoppable throughout the days. Lulu in that final game, 5-0-2. There's so many posts talking about, you know, how is Genji going to support him today? And I definitely think there's a lot of people looking forward to it.
Well, after today's game, it's about time we take a look at the standings and where it leaves each team in the rankings. So, at the top, we have Gambit. They are 8-2 at the moment after winning 7 games in a row here in the European LCS, followed by Fnatic on 7-3, SK on 6-3, Evil Geniuses on 6-4.
And of course, the lower half of the table, Dragonborns 3-4, AAA 3-5, Giants 3-7, and the Copenhagen Wolves, the Cinderella story, effectively 2-10. First pentakill here in EU, scored by Bjergsen, and they played extremely solidly yesterday. You know, you cannot take anything away from them.
Yeah, even in those games that they lost, getting to that 0-9 point, they still look good. Yep. So there's definitely more to come out of the Wolves. Of course, you can check out all the match preview stats, post-match analysis, and watch every single game so far of Season 3 over on lolesports.com. And don't forget that spoiler button at the bottom. So that was yesterday. Let's move on to the action today. This is what we have coming your way. First up, we will be moving into Against All Authority versus Fnatic, SK Gaming versus Gambit, and then Dragonborns versus Evil Geniuses.
And that is, of course, only half of the games for the day because we do have an additional 3 coming up. It will be the Copenhagen Wolves taking on the Spanish Armada of the Giants. Dragonborns looking to take down SK Gaming again here in the EU LCS. And to round out the day, it will be Giants versus Evil Geniuses.
Definitely a great game, a great day of games, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of amazing ones coming your way, but we want to hear what you guys have to say about them. So here's Shocks to let you know how to get in touch with us.
You've gotten used to it. You know what you have to do. You can reach us via Twitter. And today we want to know, if you could replace one member from your favorite team, who would it be and why? An example, you might be a fan of Fnatic, but you want to replace the jungler Cyanide with Morden from the Giants. Could be possible. You can tweet all of that at LOL eSports, #LCS. And remember, you can also shoot over your questions for the casters right here in the studio, and we'll respond to them later in the show. Now, we're going into a short break, but after the break, Fnatic is going to take on Against All Authority. Against All Authority looking strong yesterday versus EG, and Fnatic on the hunt for blood. Don't go anywhere. Fnatic versus AAA coming up next.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for our first game of the day, Against All Authority versus Fnatic.
I'm definitely looking forward to this one. Let's jump straight into it. Have a look at the team sheets. If you don't know the players already, for the blue team of Against All Authority, it is Freddy122 in the top lane, Virtual, Schleyer, Nono, and Corralius.
Yeah, and of course for Fnatic, Soaz, Cyanide, Xpeke, Yellow Star, and Enrated.
And, you know, these teams have been playing really, really well. Yesterday, AAA had a very, very good victory, and we'll see if it's going to help their confidence, see if it's going to, you know, give them the boost that they need coming into this matchup. Let's actually take a look at the highlighted player from Against All Authority. It is going to be Freddy122. His Elise yesterday was simply amazing. There's no other words to put it. Surviving gank after gank, managing to secure first blood, and we want to see how he plays it. And, you know, he was actually playing the Elise in the mid, so, you know, it shows that AA aren't afraid to swap lanes if they need to.
Yeah, and their loss against Gambit late on the last game of yesterday obviously was something that they'll want to put out of their minds, because that was just a massive, massive stomp of a win for Gambit there. So let's see how they've prepared for this one against Fnatic. But let's have a look at Fnatic and their key player that we've called out in this one, Yellow Star, who's also had his strong games as well going through.
Yeah, been doing really, really well. Played a lot of misfortune. 6 games out of the team's 8 or 9 that they've already played has been on that MF. We know he's a strong Caitlyn, and we know he's a strong Cog as well, but he hasn't really been playing too many other carries. So we'll see if he's going to get MF today, or if he's going to do something a bit different, because we did see Corki yesterday.
We did, but it didn't really work out.
It didn't really give the impact that he was hoping for, unfortunately.
Well, we obviously are in a new day, so everything could change once again, as we've been seeing overnight. But with another very busy day ahead, let's see what the teams had to say coming into this matchup.
I think Fnatic got a direct opponent. Like, I think they are a big team.
They are good on timing, they are good on teamfight, they are good at one-shotting one. So, yeah, I'm scared.
They're a great team, kind of like the underdogs as well. You're not thinking they will do good, and then they surprise you by doing good moves.
The AD carry is a really strong player as well, so if you give him a lot of advantage, he might carry the team out of his own.
I don't think they practice for us, so let's see how this goes.
So some interesting comments there. We don't think that they've practiced for against all authority. So that could be really interesting. I don't think that will be necessarily the case, though.
There's some teams you can sort of say that and think maybe it's a possibility, maybe not. And, you know, Super Week, Super Weekend, there's so many games to prepare for.
Yeah.
But if any team is going to do the due diligence and make sure they have prepared for the matchups, you know, Fnatic is definitely one of them. We've seen the feature yesterday or day before about them moving into the new gaming house and, you know, sitting down, getting around the laptop, watching replays. And, you know, they said it as well. If they give Nono an advantage in that bottom lane, they are actually afraid of him.
And we actually just saw there Schleyer banning out Leona and winking at N-Rated across the row. And it's like, damn it, that Leona ban again. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's a support ban, which I'm sure that they can be happy with anyway. Lux being banned out here with Shen by Fnatic. Diana taken out for against all authority. Of course, we have been seeing how strong that Diana is.
Yes, it's actually she's shown a couple of times, especially this past weekend, both in North America and here in EU. It's just such a powerful champion. It's one of those that once they get a little bit ahead, it's so difficult to catch back up because she's mobile, versatile, has got, you know, a built-in shield, etc. Vi and Zinzao, the final 2 bans, and that's 2 champions we've seen. But Kayle insta-locked for against all authority. They didn't even hesitate on that pick.
Yeah, it's like if Shen's not in there, he's probably going to be that first pickup. If Zinzao is there, then he's going to be that guy. Vi as well at the minute. So, you know, this time it was Kayle that was left open, and against all authority, go straight in for it. No hesitation.
Now, Renekton is still available as well. It's another highly contested pick that we've seen time and time again. Soaz has been playing a lot of either Malphite or Shen. So Malphite, you know, it might be a bit early to be locking him in right now for Soaz, because it is, of course, him first picking the side. But we'll see how the team decides to go that route. N-Rated, you mentioned the ban right at the beginning, and he was actually talking about it yesterday, saying how frustrating it is for him when N-Rated gets banned out because he loves playing that champion. And then he normally falls back to either Lulu or Sona. So, you know, it's possibilities.
Well, right now, Fnatic are hovering over Jarvan, which we have, of course, seen from Cyanide in the jungle. One of his best Baron stealing champions around. And obviously, we've seen plenty of him. We saw some great Baron steals coming out yesterday as well. And there is the Misfortune as well for Fnatic.
Yeah, Misfortune. So Yellow Star's going to get the AD carry that he's been playing pretty much exclusively for the, you know, biggest portion of the matches so far. You've got a good synergy, of course, between Cataclysm and Bullet Time. It allows that entire ultimate to get channeled. If you lock people in, I'm Jarvan, I'm helping effectively.
Possibly.
Possibly. Depends on how it goes. Depends on how it gets played out. Against all authority, have got a very nice ability to put Kayle in either the mid, the top, or the jungle, depending on where they want to throw that champion around. And they've shown that they're not afraid to move players around as well as champions. So it makes Fnatic start second-guessing what they want to do. Sona being locked in for Corrales, I think, is the surprise of the tournament. Nobody would have expected that because that's his 8th time playing it in, I think, as many games.
Well, they've played 9 games, right? I think there was one game where someone took it away from him.
Banned.
Yeah.
One game it was banned, I think it was. So seven games as Sona, 1 game as Lulu, and now this is, I believe, the 9th matchup. He's getting Sona again. But interestingly, Nasus has been locked in. So Virtual may be thinking to run that jungle Nasus, which we've been seeing out of Diamond Procs over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we've also seen it in the top lane over in North America, so I guess it's another one of those picks that will leave them guessing somewhat. Fnatic right now are sat with Lee Sin. But I'm not sure that it will get locked in anyway.
I'm not 100% sure about that either. Lee Sin was actually selected by Diamond Prox in the last game of the day yesterday, and you could see he was sort of thinking, and then Rated brought it up and he was saying, it has been locked in. Okay, so Lee has been locked in. Lee Sin and Jarvan. Bruisers, the question of who's going to go top or middle or jungle is up in the air. And it's something that Fnatic have done previously. I think Pekka has actually run Jarvan in the mid, not in the LCS, but a month or 2 months ago. We know Soaz can play a very good Lee Sin as well. So they've also got that versatility. Nono is sitting on brand right now. I don't expect that to be locked in, but it would be awesome if it did.
I definitely wouldn't mind if that were the case. But Lee Sin in this top lane, which I'm kind of feeling it will be, there's going to be an interesting choice. And obviously against All Authority, they're switching stuff around this entire time, so we'll have to see how that all goes down. We've got 20 seconds to go. That brand is still there.
Yeah, and Ezreal, the champion for Nono, he has been playing as his AD carry, almost exclusively as well. I just want to pull up the number of games played. 4 games on Ezreal, 1 on Varus, 1 on Misfortune as well. So he's been around a couple of different champs. Malphite has been secured, so that's probably going to be a Malphite top lane, Kayle mid. I would expect Nasus jungle. That's my prediction on this one. But we'll see if Against Authority decide to throw a bit of a curveball. And Rated, he's looking focused. He's looking focused here.
Well, they actually said to us yesterday, if they ban out my Leona, I'm going to be going with Alistair as much as I can tomorrow, which apparently he wasn't lying. That's when the players say stuff like that, you always like...
Take it with a pinch of salt.
But it doesn't seem that way today. So that Alistair in there for Fnatic. What are they going to finish off this lineup with here, though?
It's a difficult question because Malphite is so good against those, bruiser, attack, auto-attack type champions like Jarvan, like Lee Sin, who sort of rely on being in your face. They need all of their abilities and to continually be smacking you around to, get those kills. And he removes movement speed, he removes attack speed. The Twisted Fate is a very, very good pickup for Fnatic because it allows them to start winning out their lanes once they hit level 6. The kill potential that you have with a Lee Sin, with an Alistair, or with a Jarvan setting up a gank is absolutely huge. But it's one of these, hit and miss. If you don't pull off those ganks on the first or your second ultimate, you start to fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, and it looks like Soaz will be having that Lee Sin in the top lane, and kind of makes sense as well with the slow potential they've got there coming out of the likes of Kayle, out of Nasus as well. Obviously, the Wither, super powerful. He's got that built-in mobility with his W to escape that as well. So, and we know that Soaz is a master of Lee Sin as well in this top lane. So there's something, that whole mobility thing looking for. Actually, it looks like we will be seeing a remake in this one just in the last seconds against Authority. Just having one man drop out there.
Yeah, I think it might have been a champion swap bug that does happen, from time to time. Against Authority players currently had it set up that Slayer was playing Sona and Corellius was playing Malphite. I'm pretty sure they don't want to support Malphite in that bottom lane. So we'll probably get this up and running very, very quickly again. And I still want to know where they're going to move the champions around because they still had Freddy sitting with Kayle. I don't think they're going to put a Kayle top lane against Lee Sin. The Malphite would make a slightly better choice, in my opinion. Maybe put that AP Kayle middle against Twisted Fate. He can counter-push the lane a little bit more effectively with a couple levels in his E, that Righteous Fury, because Twisted Fate is known just shove, shove, shove. Get those cards out, clear the waves, and keep you stuck under your tower.
See them, they're actually spelling out AAA and TSR.
Yeah, so the picks and bans are going through. They are trolling just a tiny bit, and they are locking in their champions. It looks like everybody is picking interesting picks. Nono is middle of the board. I think they haven't rejoined in the correct order. Yeah. So I wonder if we can have a look at that.
Well, if I jump in, I just jump on the
next. We'll see if they end up switching that one around. I guess we'll just move the scoreboard around again rather than delaying any further and getting them to remake it and get in there in that specific order. So, quick shot. We've got the 2 lineups in here. Who are you fancying for this one?
It's quite a difficult thing to pick because both teams have champions that scale fairly well in some regards, but not in others. Kayle, for example, is going to get more and more powerful the longer the game goes. Twisted Fate, split push potential, you can never forget about. But then you've got champions like Malphite and Lee Sin, who, Lee Sin's going to fall off a little bit, and eventually the damage that Malphite's going to be putting out isn't really going to be enough to burst somebody down instantly. So it's really just going to depend on these engagements, but I like the team fight potential that Fnatic have. They've got such a huge amount of protection. Jarvan, Lee Sin, and Alistair to protect the Misfortune and the Twisted Fate. There's so many abilities, knockups, knockbacks, that once Malphite jumps in there, as long as you don't die from that unstoppable force, you can just kick him away, lock him in with the Cataclysm.
Yeah, for me, Fnatic's lineup is the most amazing to watch, you know, the whole knock-up kind of thing in middle of fights is always a fun one to see. And I think that, you know, if they really manage to get things down how they're wanting it with this lineup, then against Authority, you're going to have a really tough time of things. Obviously, Fnatic yesterday, after their 2 losses, were not happy, naturally. No one is happy after losing 2 games on the bounce, but you can bet one thing, and that's Fnatic have talked about this overnight, and they'll be ready and looking to bounce straight back in today's games.
Yeah, you know, and they're one of the teams that can do that. They have the ability to step back and say, look, it was a loss. We learn from it, we adjust, and we come back tomorrow with, you know, a fresh mindset. And you even heard Enrated on the analyst desk. He was mortified. You know, look, we weren't happy. We were disappointed with ourselves. We're sorry to our fans. But now they've got a chance to redeem themselves, and they're going to have to come out guns blazing because it is a fairly scary composition from against All Authority.
Yep, totally agree with you on that one. We will get the scoreboard rearranged here in just a couple of moments as well, so that everyone is in their right position. So, level 1. Are we going to see anything?
Against an Alistar, you almost never want to invade against an Alistar. The possibility of walking into that pulverize is literally game-endingly scary. It's just you don't want to do it. So I don't think we're going to see anything from AAA in terms of that aggressive play. In addition, if Fnatic gets a good early position, maybe they might camp out some bushes. We do have just a very, very quick pause if we find out exactly why. Nona's keyboard is not working, so I'll have a quick look at that right now. You can see N-Rated there dishing out some commands and some thoughts. He's the primary shot caller for Fnatic, so he's the one saying, look, it's level 1. This is what we want to do. This is the plan, and just making sure guys are on the same page.
And Corral is saying in chat there, Nono's keys are not working, and Soa's reply was, what about his brain? Hopefully that's working better than his keyboard here at the start of this one. And actually, Freddie's saying his brain is always missing. So
just a little bit of
nice from
banter.
Freddie. But yeah, interested to see what happens here in the start of this one, because we've seen this ward a couple of times, one of which ended in a very early first blood for the red side, and he's certainly got that potential here with this lineup.
That's for sure. You know, the execution potential, the fact that you've got, you know, a knock-up, maybe even a gold card, you've got the Sonic Wave from Solways that can kill anybody, that flashes to safety, etc. They have the potential, but it just looks like at the moment they're going to play fairly defensively, although as we jump right back into the action, you can see members of Fnatic potentially coming around the corner to jump on Corralius and Nono. They are hiding in that bottom lane. If Fnatic go further aggressive, they may be able to find them out. But interestingly for me right now, Peke is set up in the bottom lane, so they might be trying to do some lane shenanigans right now if Twisted Fate decides to go for that 1v2 combo.
And they know where this ward was put down by against All Authority. Actually, Peke is going to come around to the rest of his team. Nono and Corralius sticking to their tower at this point. It doesn't look like against Authority really going to try and react to this one from the other side. There's the Mystic shot in the bush. Will reveal Jarvan, and they decide to back off.
Really good defensive play from Nono. You could actually see Soaz was coming down the river in view of the ward. It was done intentionally because the Fnatic knew that Explorer ward was there, and they were trying to bait Nono and Corralius, you know, maybe trying to bait them into a position of, look, let's fight Lee Sin or let's set up for him. But luckily, Nono lands that Mystic shot, gets the cooldown reduction on his Q, and can notice, oh, let's not pick this fight. They are going to be happy with just starting off these double golems, and then Rated and Yellow Star, they want to bully them away. They've at least delayed it. That golem will reset very, very shortly. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to pick that one up. So just a little bit of annoyance coming out of the Fnatic members.
Yeah, just putting that early pressure in there, which, you know, can sometimes open things up for you. Obviously not the case quite here, as we are going to see Cyan being helped out by Enrated. Pulverized just to knock everything up in the air, and Jarvan will secure that blue buff. So there's actually no ward down for against All Authority right now. So if Jarvan comes early in, there is the ward actually put down in the bush, but we know how Jarvan is. You know, he could go through the back of that dragon pit, and he's in there without them even knowing.
And it's something that we've seen so many times out of Jarvan's, using that EQ combo just to clear walls, get past wards, etc. While we're looking at the bottom lane, I do want to touch on the runes for both of our AD carries. Nono has opened with 15 armor penetration and then 8% on top of that, whereas Yellow Star is simply 5 and then 8%. So quite a sizable difference between these two champions, as you see Freddy and Soaz going head-to-head in this top lane.
Yeah, so I was just trying to pull him away there. Actually, Nono does have that 1% crit chance as well. So, you know, just adding that extra little bit more of a chance that you can knock that crit off and open some things up for you inside of that lane. So early on, you know, things very, very even, as we said earlier on. So as putting the pressure down, you can see here in middle lane, Peke versus Slayer. Cyanide coming in around the side from this one. This is going to be interesting. There's no vision there for Slayer, but you can see he's actually held quite far back here in the lane on that bottom side of it, as well as we are going to see Peke coming. Gold card going to land to Slayer. There is a knock-up. Nice flash away from Slayer to stay safe.
Yeah, flash is burned though, so successful gank overall. Peke uses the last tick of mana that he has just to pull that gold card. He needs to wait for a little bit to regen, get a blue card out and start stacking himself up. But we do need to remember Slayer does have summoner teleport. So in terms of dueling, in terms of kill potential, that 1v1 is going to be a little interesting, because if anybody gets a little bit low, Peke is just going to land the gold card and ghost flash to safety. The thing we need to be aware of, though, if Schley decides to set up a gank with an unstoppable force or with a crescendo in the top and the bottom lane, it's a very scary kill potential.
We actually have Nasus coming around the backside here. Wither goes down, flash from Xpeke. Will it be enough? He's pulled the gold card there just to force them away. And he was low, but Key, he stayed safe. He did use both, actually, Ghost and Flash.
It was interesting to see, because the second he got withered, he hit that Ghost immediately and then flashed. So a little bit of wasted, you know, summoner spell usage in that regard. But he does stay alive. Both of these mid laners, no summoner spells. And if Cyanide can get a good knock-up here, Slayer may be in trouble.
Yeah, Xpeke still hanging around, just trying to replenish that mana. Cyanide is still waiting on this bottom side, waiting for, you know, that 1 footstep too far from Slayer, and in the end decides, okay, I'm just going to have to back away from this one. Virtual actually right next to him there anyway, doing his Wraith camp at this point. And as I say, that Cyanide actually did stick around, and they know that Cyanide's there. They've got his position on lockdown as he is going into recall once again, and will slide away as he sees Virtual come around.
Unfortunately, just wastes a lot of time. He was hoping for Schley to step a little bit further into the lane, and it simply didn't happen. So he wasn't able to really, you know, get in a position to set up that gank. Very slow start from both of these teams right now. We've seen a little bit of pressure on that middle lane. No gank being successful, but it's good that they are trying. And of course, whichever team manages to get their mid lane snowballing harder, it's always the better position. A KL and a TF can literally carry team fights and the game. And Cyanide wants more.
Yeah, he is. They're very much focused on Schley here in that middle lane. He's going to get stunned up. There is the knock-up as well. Can this be first blood for Fnatic? Slayer super low. And there is the first blood. Cyanide picks it up.
Really well played from both Peke and Cyanide. They had no ignite, but they didn't need it. They comboed the gold card into the knock-up, literally landed every single ability that they needed to. And, you know, just textbook play, really.
Yeah, and that's this whole pressure game that Cyanide's been playing constantly on Schley. They forced that flash away from him earlier on. This time, not got that to use to escape to safety. So good little start for Fnatic. And actually, we see the Sheen already being finished off there by Xpeke. Madrid Razors coming out for Cyanide after that on also a pink ward. So maybe looking to get involved somewhere else around the map.
And something that I definitely want to touch on, especially with regards to watching AAA, is the fact that they tend to buy boots very, very late into the game. And Nono's Ezreal, it's hyper-aggressive damage in terms of his skill order. He maxes his Q and his E first and then follows it up with the W. But Soaz might be in a little bit of trouble. He's just going to walk away. The wither wasn't even used. Virtual's just like, nope, not going to be able to stop him.
And Cyanide's actually just walking straight into him there, not worried whatsoever. And you can see that's because Cyanide is actually back in the by the turret there. He was starting to move in, would have been able to get out to safety if needed, or maybe even turn it around and get themselves a kill or two. But I tell you what, Soaz doing such a fantastic job at this point with Lee Sin, 55 to 31 CS.
It's a big difference at 7 minutes in the game. I mean, if you look at the goal difference between them, 2,100 to 1,600. I mean, that's an immense value at this point in the game. He hasn't spent it yet, which he's just about to go back and you know, pick up some cash and spend that cash, rather. So it'll be interesting to see what he decides to buy. Corellius just going to take a little headbutt from the bull and just gets an extra shot from Yellow Star. I want to know how Soaz is going to build this Lee Sin, because we have not seen Lee Sin in the jungle at all in Season 3. And Enrated was telling us yesterday, Diamond Proc says he's simply just not viable at the moment. So that's from a jungler's perspective. I wonder if Soaz can make him work from this top lane perspective.
Well, we know Soaz is a very competent Lee Sin player. The blue buff going to be given over here to Schleyer for that mid lane. Obviously, the only one to die up until now in this game. He's actually coming in there with double daggers and that crystalline flask.
And of course, just being informed that Chauster did play him, but can't recall if he did very well or not. And Pekka's in trouble. Unstoppable force.
Great stuff there. Peke going super low. He's going to get finished off here. Freddy will be given the kill, and that's a brilliant play. As Karalius down in the bottom lane, falling low and rated, not super healthy himself, but looks like both will be able to stay alive.
Yeah, they do manage to survive the burst from both teams, just going back and forth, chunking their HP down. Sona is going to be able to heal up Nono over time, and of course, in Rated's triumphant roars, his heal will be there, similarly. I mean, look at that entire engagement, every single spell blown back and forth the entire time, but crucially, Exhaust and Barrier still available for Nono and Corellius. If they go aggressive again, they may have enough damage to burn through that barrier.
Not to mention the fact that Sona obviously now has that crescendo available to use, so we'll see how that all works out in the coming moments. We can see that Xpeke is actually headed south here, down through that bottom lane, so it's very possible that if they get that initiation with Enrated, that they will go in for this one. Here we go, Twisted Fate coming in around the back. There is a crescendo coming down to probably stop this one, but the headbutt, pulverized combo. Enrated has to pop his ultimate. Kale coming down into the bottom. Their focus is a little bit wonky right now, but against Authority are winning the numbers game. Yellow Star going to be finished off by Virtual. Stun card comes in onto Schleyer. Can they finish off? Here comes Nono. He will pick up the kill on Peke. Soaz is here as well. He's going to kick one back. The Cyanide will lock Schleyer up inside the Cataclysm. Where's the finisher? They're chasing him down. He's burning from the Ignite. Soaz will finish it off, but now they're not finished. We see that Jarvan flashing over to get the knock up onto Virtual. Soaz going to come in, and Virtual fighting a losing battle here. He's trying desperately to run away, but Soaz gets the kill.
Yeah, they do make the best of a bad situation, diving in there. Corellius' crescendo was literally perfect timing. He completely locked up Pekka the moment he was there, and the rest of Against All Authority just responded in an instant. The teleport from Schleyer allowing them to get the early advantage, and they continued chasing. They had no idea that Soaz was there. It was so, quick to being in that position. And of course, because of that response time, it allowed Fnatic to pick 2 up. But a questionable decision. They went very deep on that, and they lost the initial trade. It was only because of the support of the rest of the team members that they got the kills back and managed to secure that dragon.
One thing that is good for them, though, is Soaz moving to 2-0s. We see him come into that middle lane. Got those double buffs on here as well as Schleyer. Just dodging that Q. He's got the full workings, pretty much, of
Sunfire Cape.
Of that Sunfire Cape, indeed. Also still got that red elixir as well, which didn't even need to use earlier on. I mean, in his lane, he certainly had no problems either.
I still think the health potion that he's got sitting there as well, is the same one that he had from the initial buy. I don't think he purchased any more health potions on his recall back, so doing really, really well. That CS advantage has dissipated. It's now a lot smaller because he spends so much time out of that lane, but Yellowstar was there covering it, picking up some of the CS while they picked up that Drake. So Always is going to go back, spend some of that cash and upgrade the items.
Against All Authority here, just trying to put down as much damage as they can onto this bottom tower. Peke's Destiny will be up here in just a little while as well, so we can expect him to be getting more involved around that map. But as you said, Corellius, we kind of talked a lot about him in the game the other day, where we pinpointed first of all his crescendos that were just completely off target. I mean, he probably couldn't have placed them any worse than they were. They were directly between 2 players a couple of times, but the ones that he did hit were so crucial in that victory for them.
In this particular setup as well, it's a nice crescendo to land, but it's coming in. You have all the signs, Twisted Fate is going to land, where he's going to land, and it's just a matter of timing it. And it was very well done. Corellius is going to need to make sure he gets those 2, 3, 4-man crescendos once we get to these team fights, because the amount of disruption that Alistair, Jarvan, and Lee Sin are going to put in a team fight, Corellius is the one responsible for locking them down. And if you can combo that, on top of that Spirit Fire from Nasus, his E, it's going to be shredding their armor, it's going to be damage over time. Then you've got the splash damage from Slayer. There's so much great synergy if they can time it all and get it to land correctly.
Soaz now has spent a bit of time back in that lane, got himself back up to a 20 CS lead. Obviously, Freddy does have the chain vest in there as well. Actually picked up a Doran shield earlier on. That was after he was being harassed so heavily in that lane by Soaz, who, as you can see, just zipping in and out, being the typical annoyance that Lee Sin is always hard to be tracking down.
And it does look like he's just going to keep jumping in there with the fact that he's got the Sunfire Cape and such a big lead in that lane. He's not even afraid of taking those tower hits. He's got 4 points into his W, so the sustain is going to be up there, you know, very, very quick. Just get his HP back topped up, and it's just a lost lane right now for Freddy, and he's going to be relying on his team and that unstoppable force to help keep his teamfight presence relevant.
And Rated and Yellowstar just moving into turret range there, getting a couple of auto attacks off from Yellowstar. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Nasus is actually coming around here, but can they lock Lee Sin down? He is Lee Sin at the end of the day, and he's already half a lane away as Corellius here being engaged upon in that bottom lane. They couldn't quite finish off, but no, taking big chunks of damage here as well. I'm not sure that they should be staying at this tower right now, as we see them putting the damage onto the tower, and Rated also hitting it as well, so he's not going to go directly in and try and get another combo, which he does actually have off cooldown right now, as we are going to see the True Shot barrage come through, but that's not going to be enough. That tower just about goes down in the end.
First tower down at 14 minutes. It does go to Fnatic, and Yellowstar just really, just brute forcing the 2 against the Authority players out of that lane, continue landing auto attack after auto attack. Interestingly as well, he's actually maxing his impure shots, the W for Misfortune, which just is the on-hit damage, and of course it does scale a little bit more as you continually attack. And very, very important, which so many people forget about, is the healing reduction that it applies. And against a Sona, that sustained lane, if you can reduce the effectiveness for even half the time, it costs more mana to keep HP up. It just keeps things in your favor as far as the duels and the fights go, and you can hear Nasus throwing a little bit of taunting around.
Yeah, and the Wither comes down, and Soaz just doesn't care.
Not at all.
He just doesn't care whatsoever. I mean, look at this. How much turret damage is already done here. He lands a Q, gonna zip himself in, and gets withered underneath the turret once again. As I said, doesn't care.
No, it doesn't phase him at all. He's just going to be able to just jump to those minions and get to safety. Freddy has decided he wants to apply some pressure in the middle lane, because it looks like Soaz should be able to take that tower down on the next wave. And it's just a slow-paced game, but it does look like Virtual's been caught out.
Yeah, and there is Cyanide coming in. There's a Cataclysm to lock Virtual in. He's got no flash, of course, and he will be finished off. Soaz goes 3-0.
Yeah, very, very good kill. They just comboed their abilities, lock them in place. Tower goes down. Fnatic have now got a 6,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. It's a very one-sided affair thus far in the matchup. The Lich Bane has been completed for Xpeki as well, so that additional movement speed and just the ability to run around and set up Destiny ganks is all the more powerful once you have that item. I'm quite interested to see Soaz picking up the Cutlass, the Bilgewater Cutlass, so that's possibly going to become a Blade of the Ruined King, and that is actually going to synergize so well with Lee Sin. The HP-based damage, the fact the lifesteal is there, the on-hit burst spell effectively, a couple hundred damage and the life back. I think it's an awesome pickup, and cooldown reduction is always going to work well with Lee Sin.
AD carriers right now both have a Bloodthirster. Difference being at this stage, the Berserker Greaves that are on Misfortune. I'm saying, yes, there's really even only a 5 difference at this point, as the Dragon is going to spawn against all Authority, already headed in position to take this one, but Fnatic are not far away either. All 5 men are in reach of this Dragon. Let's see what they can do from this one. Malphite back into it. They say unstoppable force coming out, and Rated will ulti. In comes the crescendo over the top. Cyanide went pretty low. Slayer actually uses the ultimate on himself there as he gets kicked back, but Soaz is going through. He's going to kick No through into the Dragon Pit again. Dragon, by the way, is still being taken down there by Cyanide in the back as Yellowstar gets focused. They've got the Dragon, and what a move coming out of Fnatic.
It was quite a sloppy fight from everybody there. They just split up all over the place. Against all Authority said go, but they dove onto, Alistair and Jarvan with the unstoppable force that knocked them up. It was followed up with the crescendo, which was fairly good in that it slowed down the Fnatic members, but it didn't really allow them to completely stomp it out. Freddy has been caught by Soaz. It's just going to take some, punches in the face before Soaz backs away. Sonic Wave goes out once again. just annoying, just being frustrating at the moment. Fnatic pick up the Dragon, and, they did kill Nono, and that was a key point to winning that fight, because Yellowstar was way out of position. He was left completely by Fnatic, and he was forced to flash into the red pit just to get to safety.
In the end, turned out really nice for him as well. The fact that Cyanide had backed away Dragon was still being hit, so it hadn't reset yet. And he's like, oh, well, everyone's moved off. I'll just finish off this Dragon then for us. And that leaves Fnatic now 28,000 to 21.7 thousand gold up. We've not even hit the 20-minute mark just yet, and they're already bringing this out. Yeah, let's have a look at that gold. 6,800 to 4,300, the difference between the top laners, to almost 1,000 gold between the AD carries as well.
It's such a huge difference. Jungler's about 1,000 difference. Support's about 1,300 difference. So, you know, on a couple of characters, the goal difference is huge, and there's another fight in this middle lane.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Freddy taking a lot of damage. There goes a Cataclysm. It's perfectly placed. Peke waiting to get that gold card out. Unstoppable Force will come in. There's the ultimate from Kayle, which will keep Freddy alive for now. They change their focus around. There's Peke trying to get the stun out onto Slayer. They disengage there from that one.
Slayer completely saving both of his teammates. The teleport in plus the intervention not only saved them, but allowed them to get back safely. Fnatic were low. They used a lot of their ability to try set that up, but because of that, they may be able to get themselves a turret if Slayer doesn't interrupt them, which he does. Perfect fashion.
So right now, actually, Soaz is pushing this bottom lane. That No finally went there to actually do something. To be honest, he can probably just kill No there, even under the turret as well. In the end, decides probably not wise to go that deep at this point. You know, 4-0-0, let's not waste it. Let's not get over cocky.
Yeah, especially when you consider the very first gank that they did was them going very, very deep. The middle tower does get taken down, as Against All Authority were just nowhere to be seen. Slayer went up to the top lane to farm it up, and that just says to Fnatic, well, thank you very much, he's not there, we can take that quickly. And, you know, because of that Twisted Fate almost failed gank, Fnatic will be a little bit more cautious in their decision-making, and I expect that with the Dragon fight being a little bit sloppy as well, that both teams will be saying, all right, well, this is what we did wrong in that fight. You know, let's only use the abilities if there's 3 or 4 groups together, and Fnatic will be saying, well, let's not ignore Yellowstar and leave him unprotected because, you know, he deals quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, certainly does. Got that pickaxe now added in on top of his Bloodthirster from earlier on. The Blade of the Ruined King is finished for Soaz, and the Boots of Mobility as well, just to be even more annoying.
A 50 CS advantage and 4 kills. He's definitely the, you know, the hard carry right now for Fnatic. And that Blade of the Ruined King, you know, it's just such a powerful item. Plus 45 damage, 10% lifesteal. It's just really, really great with everything that Lee Sin can do. If anybody starts stacking HP, you know, any of those Warmogs or, you know, Giant's Belt items, which you can see in Malphite's back pocket, if he has full health, it's just going to be hitting even harder.
Yeah, and also, yeah, that's the thing about the Blade of the Ruined King right now, which, you know, it's starting to finally get more play. I think on live, it's been buffed a little bit.
Yes, the attack, there's an attack speed increase as well on live, and there's a lot of discussion about that. To be politically correct. But Fnatic at the moment, they're extending their goal to nearly 10,000. And, you know, the Blade has been picked up a lot over in the States. We've been seeing so many different AD carries picking it up. And on anybody that continually needs to right-click for most of the damage and doesn't necessarily scale too heavily off attack damage, it works very well. A champion like Tristana in particular, who it's primarily attack speed and damage that works, but Fnatic are going to split push this bottom and top lane. You can see Soaz and Yellowstar's going to try to defend.
Oh wow, we see the Unstoppable Force coming around. Corralius picking up the kill there. Yellowstar destroyed. Twisted Fate though is still pushing here. And Against All Authority are finally going to take the outer turret. Are they going to keep going with this one? We've got Lee Sin pushing top, Twisted Fate pushing the bottom lane. Kayle has obviously gone back to try and deal with that one, and it looks like Against All Authority will get the middle inner turret as well for the pleasure of that one. Let's have a quick look towards the top lane there, where we see Soaz actually pushing. He's going to get that kill as Twisted Fate going to pop his ultimate. Just wants to see exactly where everyone is. And look at this, he's going up there to help Soaz. They may well have this inhibitor turret as well.
It is dropping so low. That's down to 50%. Slayer's doing the best he can to react, but by the time he gets here, the tower will be dropped to below 500 hit points. It is down. They trade 3 towers for 2. There is now an exposed inhibitor in the top lane, and Fnatic are starting to group up. Corralius is being so brave. He's about to walk into a job, and the spidey senses kick in and say, no, Corralius, do not go further. And luckily he backs away just in time.
Yeah, but that for Fnatic, I mean, inhibitor turret taken down in the top lane. Obviously, they took the inner turret in that bottom lane. They've lost their inner turret in the middle. I mean, that's surely worth it anyway.
Yeah, you've definitely got to think so because of the fact that they still have both of their outer turrets in the top and bottom lane, and Freddy's about to walk into 2.
Here we go. They're going to get in there. The stun card drops. Jarvan gets the knock-up. Kicked back as well by Lee Sin at the same time. I think the knock-up actually missed because of that. But Fnatic 3-on-1 shut down the Malphite.
And the fact that Malphite's not there, there's 4 members of Fnatic grouped up. They're just going to brute force their way into this inhibitor. Nono and Schleyer are not available. The True Shot Barrage gets flung from halfway across the map. It's not going to do anything but tickle that Xpeke, and they're going to take this inhibitor for free. Freddy going up just to try pick up some CS to try keep himself in this game, and they lose their inhibitor.
Yeah, nicely done there from Fnatic, making AAA think that they backed away completely. We saw Freddy just say, right, then I'm going to go get CS since they've gone. And they were all just waiting, as we are going to see Nono Yellow start going 1 versus 1 here in that middle lane. Nono actually has the red buff from this as he flashes in behind. Intervention coming out there after it had all been finished. He's like, I got you, bro. I got you. You're safe, don't worry.
But Cyanide just going to use that EQ to get to safety, and I think that intervention had been cast, and he simply didn't interrupt it. As in, let me just, press R, click my target, allow Kayle to do the work. Cooldown has been blown. It is not the longest of cooldowns. It is currently ranked 2, so it's only a minute. But nonetheless, if the next 30 seconds of fight engages, he's definitely going to regret that choice.
But at least Nono survived.
At least No did manage to survive. 6-6 in kills, but it does not paint an equal story. 10,000 gold difference, 6 towers to 2. The inhibitor is down in the top lane. Once some more map control has been gained with those super minions pushing down the lane, you can expect Fnatic to start applying pressure on Baron, and you can tell that by the wards. They started to ward up the blue buff, and you can see so many defensive wards coming out from AAA. The gold numbers on your screen, 6,000 to, let's just call it 10,000. A 4K difference in the top lane alone. So of the 9,000 lead that Fnatic has, Soaz personally has about 50% of that.
And that obviously puts him so far ahead here. I mean, Soaz has had a beast of a game as well. He's showing us that he can play he's so versatile in terms of his picks in that top lane. And bringing a Lee Sin out here, we've seen so much from him. Obviously, Blitzcrank is one that has been played in that top lane, as well as Fnatic going to add to that gold lead by taking down the Dragon. That puts them exactly 10,000 gold up in this game.
Yeah, and it's now their game to lose. It's something that we keep saying time and time again. Once you've gotten this far ahead and you're in a position where you have the item advantage, you have the map advantage, you have the vision advantage, it's just how do you decide to close this game out? And Fnatic are generally fairly methodical in this regard. They do tend to take a Baron, then take towers. Once they've got 2 inhibitors or 3 inhibitors down, then they'll go for that final Nexus kill. It does look like going to steal away this blue buff. There's a lot of vision on this side of the map for AAA, so they know what's happening, and they're thinking about picking an engagement, and AAA are very split up if this is going to work.
And there we see Twisted Fate ultimate is going to come down. Is he going to be making a move around? Actually, he is. He's going to the middle lane as Freddy and Virtual going in on Cyanide and Yellow Star, and Rated is there for the crowd control. Bullet Time comes across them, not doing too much damage as they're chasing Yellow Star down. They're going to die here, or he's going to die, at least one of them. Cyanide now being focused in the whole time. Twisted Fate and Lee Sin were doing damage onto the turret as a double kill comes down for Kayle. Fnatic now getting involved, and Fnatic will see Soaz go very, very low. The Wither slowing him right down, but he backs away, and against all authority there, picking up 2 kills, almost having Soaz and Cyanide away
There's
in the
super
process.
minions on the Nexus turrets, though. They're bashing it away. The first turret will potentially go down. This is what Soaz and Cyanide are buying time for. They are just trying to interrupt against all authority to allow the minions to do the work for them. I think Cyanide pulled aggro of Baron just so Baron could shoot Slayer once and annoy him, delay that recall again. Nono and Virtual are trying to look for blood. You are losing Nexus turrets. Corellius has respawned and is busy defending that, but Fnatic, that was a fairly messy engagement again. They caught a number of members of Against All Authority out. Peke decided to teleport middle to Soaz to try pick up a tower. They did get the kill, but it meant that the 4 members of AAA could just surround the 3 members of Fnatic near that Baron, and they technically lost the fight. You know, in terms of champions versus champions, they lost that engagement, but because they did get a Nexus turret thanks to those super minions, I think you'll be happy with that at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, that's the great thing from Fnatic's side. As you said, he was if you analyze the fight just as a fight there, it was horrible for them. But what they achieved with that is, again, all right, we're going to lose kills here, but it's all about those global objectives, and they've managed to get that Nexus turret down, like you said. Now they're doing Baron here against Authority, trying to come across. Baron down to only 700 HP. It's going to be picked up there by Soaz. Peke will get blown up by the unstoppable force. There's a knock-up coming in as well from Alistair. Soaz going very low as he tries to weave his way out. Gets shot down in the end by Corralius, who secures the kill for against Authority.
And this is exactly what AAA need to do if they want to try pull themselves back in there. A perfect use of that teleport, joining the party, managing to pick up some kills after the Fnatic had secured the Baron. The pressure is now on them though, because they want to try take this middle inhibitor down. They're missing Malphite, he's in the bottom lane. The rest of Fnatic are going to slowly respawn in the next 10 or 15 seconds. Turret should go down easily. I wonder if Fnatic can interrupt this inhibitor.
We'll have to see about that on Cyanide and Alistair both there. So they've got that crowd control to come out from both of them, but the inhibitor is going to be taken away. And now you start to wonder, is it worth it? Was that whole thing worth it in the end?
It's a bit of sloppy play. Fnatic are now trying to set up a fight here, and they keep getting caught out. They keep losing the battles because the circumstances are a little strange. They went onto that Baron. I think there was only 4 of them on the Baron. Peke went so low. When members of AAA came in, he stayed there. He popped the Shurelias to try and survive, and as soon as the Shurelias wore off, Unstoppable Force just said, thank you very much, I'll easily pick up that kill. Now Fnatic, they do have the pressure of the bottom lane creeps. They still have a decent wave up in that top lane, and they're just going to try and force the way through the middle. But it's the last 2 super minions in the top lane for Fnatic because that inhibitor has respawned. So once they go down, it's just going to be normal creeps for them.
Now they're trying to siege up here in that middle lane. And again, just one fight here could probably win or lose in the game on the other side as well. But they're certainly piling on the pressure against Authority. Corralius does have that crescendo, which is going to be a massive thing for them if they're to hold on here as that inner turret goes down.
Especially with the gold difference between these teams, 10,000 gold, and the fact that it actually equates to 10,000 gold worth of items. Nobody is sitting on a lot of money, so the strength, the statistics is all there in favor of Fnatic. You can see they're just putting some wards down for some vision, and Corralius needs to get a good crescendo. There's the flash crescendo.
They come in, and Rater going to pop his ultimate instantly. Where's that Cataclysm? There it is. It's going to lock Virtual up as they focus in towards Corralius, but they realize they need to peel off there. Help Yellow Star stay on top of this one. Freddy taking a lot of damage. Will Unstoppable force his way out of the fight, but Virtual will die. That's what they were looking for as Jarvan comes in. Corralius goes down. Double kill. Here comes Peke. He's going to get no just about. Actually, it was the red card that was pulled, and now they turn around, do a lot of damage onto him, but the rest of Fnatic in the meantime have taken down that inhibitor.
Yeah, inhibitor is down. Fnatic are now just going to decide to back away, try to counter push the rest of the lanes. The middle lane is now pushing, against their favor, which isn't good, but Slayer is hitting so hard. They do get a little bit of wild cards on, and they got to be careful because the damage that went into Peke as soon as that home guard, Slayer came running in was really, really high. Peke does have his hourglass though, so they'll buy him a couple seconds of extra life if he does get collapsed upon. But the Cataclysm, it was good in that fight. It completely split up members of AAA. Oh, Nono might be in trouble though.
Yep, so I was actually going to come in and he slightly mistimed it then.
I think he just missed the Q. It hit Nono instead of the minion, the red buff's lizard. So he wasn't able to steal that one away. And, I think wise of him not to pick that fight. Bloodthirster Blade, I think it would have hit very hard, but against the Warmog Sunfire, Soaz probably could have won the fight. Instead, though, they're going to just decide to back away and take yet another dragon.
And you see the timing there from Fnatic. In the mix of all this chaos, they still had that dragon timer down, which just gives them that edge again. It's now 11,000. Let's call it 12,000 because it's about to tick over here to 53,000 gold to 41.4. Overall, 12.5k gold on Soaz right now. Compare that to the 8,000 that Malphite's sitting on. That is a huge difference. Middle lane, 2,000 gold difference. Between the 280 carries, 11,100 to 9,500 on Ezreal. So overall, Fnatic, as you said earlier on, this is really their game to lose, but against Authority have shown some promising signs and are certainly not giving up without a fight.
Yeah, they're definitely holding themselves in this. Every time, these fights kick off, and it's a versus 3 or it's versus 4, Against All Authority are doing it well. They're picking the right targets. They're using the intervention for the most part fairly well in the fights, and I think the teleport from Schleyer has been very, very instrumental in a couple of those engagements, that he's joined the party, teleporting onto a ward and helped his team, pick up the victory. So they're going to need to keep doing that if they want to hold themselves in this, but they've just got no map presence right now. You can see the vision. They've got a couple of wards on their side of the map, but they know nothing of what's going on past the river. And until that inhibitor respawns, they're not safe enough to push out the hourglass. Wow.
That micro there from Peke, the timing perfectly. Are they going to go for the fight? Peke taking a lot of damage. There goes Enrated sliding in. Cyanide will go in there as well. What are they going to go for with this one? Bullet Time comes out of the brush from Yellow Star. Schleyer had the ultimate on himself, but he's been chipped away. Finally finished off as Twisted Fate ulti comes in. What a move from Enrated. 3 men caught in the pulverize. Corralius is very low. Freddy is super low in there as well. This is just a matter of finishing them off. Corralius does go down. Freddy is trying his best to get away. The Q from Soaz actually was walked into in the end there, as No is now in trouble as well. Enrated super low. Finished off, but you're not going to escape this Jarvan, surely. But look at the lifesteal actually coming out there. Xpeke comes in for the side, gets the kill. Virtual still being chased down. Ace for Fnatic.
That fight went so well in the beginning for Fnatic, but No stayed alive forever. He out-dueled Yellow Star, defeated him 1v1, then got into an engagement there against Soaz and Cyanide's Jarvan. Actually managed to deal enough damage to... No, so it was Enrated. Managed to deal enough damage to Alistair to actually secure the kill and survive for ages. But Fnatic take yet another tower. They get a next inhibitor, and with enough super minions here, they may decide to go for it. Corralius and Schleyer... No, Schleyer just respawned, so... Going to play this safely, going to defend and walk away. Super minions in the bottom lane. We're going to see Baron up in 44 seconds, and I think that's going to be the next objective for Fnatic.
Yeah, and they're now pressuring this middle lane. Inhibitor turret, of course, the last one standing here for Against All Authority, down to very little. Soaz was really looking for that one, but didn't quite have the balls, let's say, to stay there and go for that one to finish it off, which I think, again, is a wise move. Fnatic really doing this one by the book.
And he's so tanky right now. Warmog's armor completed, Sunfire Cape, a Chain Vest, and a Negatron Cloak. So that's a Lee Sin with 3,800 hit points, 194 armor, and 135 magic resist. I see he's just completed that Chain Vest into a Guardian Angel. There is nothing you can do against the Blind Monk right now. He is super, super strong.
And it's Freddy. And his shield popped by the wild cards coming out of Twisted Fate. He's got that haunting guys in there, Glacial Shroud, Sunfire Cape, so makes it tanky and also having that damage output as well. As we see, Soaz is just tankier and he's got more damage and just overall better than him, that's for sure. But let's see what Fnatic do about this one. Baron is now up and available for the taking. Twisted Fate over that side as Soaz again just taking a couple of hits from Fred that you don't really notice touching his health bar whatsoever. There's the Destiny pop just to give vision of everyone. And Xpeke is actually coming down here. He's going in for it Against All Authority, trying to have the fight as a crescendo comes across. Bullet Time as the knockups come out from Enrated as well. But Xpeke is still in the base here. Soaz could go and join him as we are going to see him take down the inhibitor. He's actually on the Nexus turrets right now. Let's have a look down towards that base. How far gone is that inhibitor? In fact, it's onto the Nexus here already. Against All Authority picking up the kills, but Peke with that backdoor action wins the game for Fnatic.
Who would have guessed that Xpeke was going to do it again? I think that's the 3rd or 4th time this weekend that play has been pulled, and it worked. Against All Authority simply continued the fight, carried on picking the battle, and they won the fights. 10k gold down, they were winning the fights. But Fnatic, they got the Nexus, and that's what counts.
Yeah, and you saw this sort of no real celebrations from that one. I mean, it's, as we said, doing it by the book. The win here was important for them to bounce back after those losses yesterday. But Against All Authority, going to be disappointed nonetheless. Either way, that's it for us here at the caster desk. We're going to go over to Demon, Jason, and Aranea to break down that first match.
Yes, thank you very much. And well, another crazy backdoor action from Peke. Who would have thought it? He did it again.
Yeah, he pretty much is like this weekend he tried twice against Copenhagen Wolves. It didn't work out, but today it worked out against AA. Just like split pushing every time.
I mean, let's be fair. Even without that backdoor, Fnatic were looking like they were going to win that game. Because, I mean, we'll go straight to the replay. We'll get things out of the way because it all started from this one moment. This was really how the game turned around. And it's a tricky situation to be in. It's a really hard tactical call.
Yeah, it was like they were trying to get a team fight, AA, but Fnatic was trying to dodge a team fight and just split push every time they could. And this is what it happened. Like Beck and Lee Sin just split pushing all the game.
All right, well, let's give you some context before you get the replay on your screen. It is 4-5 in favor of Fnatic with a 33.6 thousand gold lead to 25.3 thousand gold. And let's get this on your screen and just show you exactly what Arne and Demon are talking about and why it was such a hard decision to make and really what caused the game to snowball out of their favor.
So we have a team fight where AA were trying to get Yellow Star. I think they one-shot Yellow Star with every ultimate. It was Malphite ultimate, Sona ultimate, and every ultimate on Yellow Star. They destroy him, but meanwhile, in the bottom side, we have TF getting another tower, and Lee Sin in top lane getting another tower. So they were just split pushing and getting more and more towers all game long.
Yeah, let's go ahead and show you exactly what happens here. And it's a hard call to make because, yeah, you can pick up a kill or two, but you're losing your base at the same time. And because of this push, they end up getting that inhibitor open on the top side.
I think it was in the bottom side, the inhibitor, or in the top side? In the top. Okay.
Yeah, we actually, we'll speed it up a little bit just to show you exactly how that kind of developed as they take a second middle turret here. And as we had, Schleia back up and try to, defend this, but you see Xpeke, he just teleports into the top side and is like, hey, Soaz, I got your back, let's push that tower down, and just opened up the entire base of Against All Authority.
So it was just a strategical win by Fnatic that they didn't try to get a single team fight against a Malphite, against Sona. It was possible the AA comp was a team fight comp, but Fnatic were just trying to split push and they played perfectly. And
I want to point this out, and I honestly mean no disrespect by it in any way, but we were watching the Malphite and Sona ultimates of that game, and they just didn't seem to be in the places they need to be.
Yeah, actually, we saw a Malphite ultimate on the Twisted Fate using Sonia's. We also saw
on Alistar and Jarvan as well.
And also Malphite ultimate on Jarvan, Alistar, on Jarvan again. So it wasn't work out so good for that combo.
Yeah, I mean, there was also, we noticed the Nasus was a very different build to what we saw Diamond Prox running yesterday.
Yeah, actually, it was quite interesting that you mentioned now, Nasus go to max Q, and he went for completely offensive item with the Lizard of Elder
Spirit of the Elder Lizard.
Okay, and instead of the tankiness Nasus we're used to see on Diamond Prox. So it was quite interesting that, and also it was interesting the goal difference between Lee Sin and Malphite.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the game, it was more than 6k gold difference. We had Lee Sin with 14k gold and Malphite almost 9k gold or 8k gold. So that difference was pretty much the game.
And to be fair, he's done it again. Everybody's saying Lee Sin, you can't play him right now, but Soaz goes and does it again, pulls out Lee Sin top lane, absolutely dominates, MVP of the game as well, because frankly, he was just amazing. 8-1-5 again, and like you mentioned, that farm difference, 6k gold over his opposing farm lane, I guess you could say, but really, really dominating stuff. Is there anyone this guy can't play?
Yeah, I'm expecting to see that. I'm expecting to see, I don't know, if Karma.
Do you think he's going to start playing support top? Like,
he did
done it before, didn't he?
He did with Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank said
well,
super.
yeah, he did do.
So he already did it.
Yeah. So, I mean, this guy, he's been incredible so far. We're going to go over to the main stage, though, with Shox to find out who from Fnatic she is stood with.
Yes, I'm here at Xpeke now with the MVP, so as what he did really good as well. Comparing picks, you went for Twisted Fate. You had that Lee Sin was your main goal to split push.
Yeah, it was like they're a strong. Lee Sin is a really strong hero one-on-one. You can put him to split push and I help him, or I can split push and my team just do what. That's what we did pretty much. Like Lee Sin a split push top, no one can one-on-one him. I split push bottom. If someone come, I just teleport away and then we win the fight. And that's what we did to take all the advantage.
You got to a 10k gold lead, but then you almost threw it there around Baron. What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. The Baron call was like, they had no vision, or we think they had no vision, and we just started doing it. It was really, really close, but we had no smite, so we should have just stopped it instantly, but we kind of agreed for it, like, let's just finish it, and it was a bad decision, but we got lucky.
And in the end, oops, he did it again. You went for that backdoor again. What happens if you can't do that?
I don't know. They just let me. It was perfect. They were 5 mid, and the creeps kept going. I was like, just wait a bit more, and then it was. They couldn't do anything once I just teleport. They were too outside of their base.
You needed this victory because it hasn't been going that well. What was up with the atmosphere in the team? Because really bad timing for dropping off a little with CB coming up with the super weekend here in LCS.
It was fine. Like we played good, but we did kind of some throws, like against Gambit and Copenhagen Walls. We lost it pretty much in one fight, both games, where Casa didn't go quadra kill in both games. and in both games we lost because of that. Like, we were playing really good until that team fight we fell.
Thank you very much, Xpeke. That was the first match of the day. Hope you're feeling warmed up because we have a lot more matches to come. When we come back, the Russian overlords Gambit take on Ocelot and his squad, SK Gaming. SK Gaming versus Gambit coming up next.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me, of course, is Jason Kapling and Aranea, our special guest from Team Alternate. Well, we just had some interesting games. We are waiting, obviously, for the players to sort themselves out on the main stage. Of course, coming up next, the next match, I'll tell you what, I can't even remember who it is. It's SK Gaming versus Gambit. How the hell would I forget that? Because it's a pretty huge deal. You were in SK Gaming, you know, obviously as a team, but it's a multilingual team. You guys, you know, we talked about it briefly yesterday, but how is it to go into these teams? I mean, I've mentioned it before, and I've had this argument with the Americans, you know, saying, how the hell are you guys not beating the hell out of everyone in Europe because everybody speaks the same language? You have 260 million people to choose from, whereas in Europe, we've got about 50-odd countries that all speak different languages, and yet still we pull together, make these teams. Everybody universally accepts that they sometimes have to speak English, and everybody sort of mans up and does it. And actually, ironically, I think you were touched on it yesterday. Peke definitely talked about it. Ocelot's definitely talked about it. The fact that they actually learn English from playing games.
Well, I think I'm the only one not in only learning English from video games. I learn English from a school and from university and from my family. But still, I think it's a huge factor, the communication we have and the difference between like America and Europe. But I don't know. I think like just Europe has a lot more of motivation than America. It's probably like another key factor from that difference on level.
And do you think it's the fact that obviously we have the multiple countries? Sometimes it's kind of a national pride thing that's close by, whereas America, there's not really a national pride thing. There's a states thing, but I don't even think they really do that. They do obviously the collegiate stuff. But still, obviously you have the Spanish teams and the German teams and the French teams, and I would say English teams, but there isn't any. Sorry, guys. We don't challenge in League of Legends, unfortunately. And then you normally have the Scandinavian mixed teams, and there's kind of that national pride that everybody kind of levels each other up.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. I think like many teams from I don't think right now it's the same, but at the start of League of Legends it was pretty much only like Spanish teams, like French teams, like German teams. I was going to say Britain team, but they are not anything like that. Maybe some Swedish teams, and we pretty much like learn about from each other a lot. We played a lot and we train a lot from each other, so it's something really interesting to see.
One thing I actually really like that you just mentioned and brought up is that, having a Spanish team, a Russian team, and a whole nation can get behind that. If you're Spanish, you're going to root for your team. It's the same thing with sports as well. Like if you're from that area where it's from, you can, root them on and you're a big fan of them. But in the U.S., there's no team that's from a certain state, and you're not really going to have people in that state rooting for them because everyone's just cross-country at that point. And it kind of makes it more fun to watch, I guess, and also more fun to participate into, the trash talk. Obviously, it's not really supposed to be hateful, but it kind of gets you pumped. It gets you hyped for the game.
A little bit of national pride kicks in. But, how have you found it going across the teams? Obviously, you were in SK Gaming, you were in Wizards, which was obviously the current Giants guys, so it was all Spanish. So you went from Spanish to, I guess, English in SK would have been, although despite the fact, obviously, Ocelot was in there. I think there was 3 Spaniards at one point in SK, was there?
At the start of SK, we were all a Spanish team because we were in a Spanish organization. Yes. And then we get Enrated, and we get Rasasi, a Swedish guy, and SK take us. And we were like pretty much like 4 Spanish guys. Also, wasn't playing at that time. It was like Kimbadios, a Spanish old guy, and Kilarsino, me, Rasasi, and Enrated playing. And then I started getting like more European people, and then we get like only Ocelot and me from Spain, and all like European people. Like Linek was with us, Althor was with us, Rasasi and Raiden and some other guys.
And how is it? How do you find it? When you're obviously playing League of Legends, you pick these guys up from what you've seen in solo queue, what you've seen other teams playing. How do you find it? So, certainly when you can see like a guy that's, I don't know, I'm trying to think of someone that's maybe on the solo ladder that's amazing out there, but simply can't communicate with the team. You know what? You play with the king. You are playing with the king, the Elo king that is Lord, and a lot of people level that kind of thing towards him as well.
I actually am playing with the 2 kings.
The 2 kings, because like you have the top lane Kerp as well.
Kerp is 2K9, Forlor was 3K, and actually they communicate really fine. Yeah. Sometimes you can see that they are solo queue people, and they are like just pushing one lane, and we are like, please just go out, stop pushing top because they are all going to you. Doesn't matter, I'm just like pushing and getting towers. Yeah. And then he died and they get a burn, and I'm like, we told you that was going to happen. And he was like, no, it's fine, I'm just pushing. And you're like, wow. But still, it's fine. Like,
it's okay, we only lose 12 Elo. Oh, wait. We just lost the game. Is there any sort of players out there that you think, would be amazing, but simply can't communicate with the team that you see in solo queue?
I guess there are a lot of players like that. Even there's something interesting that if Alexits didn't get this Gambit, this Russian team, I would like to see what happened with people like Edward or Genya. Because Genya, I remember he was, I don't know if it was season 1 or season 2, he climbed up in the solo queue ladder to like top 1 with 50 games, only playing Ashe.
Ashe, yeah.
And it was Ashe with Flash and Revive. I was really curious, the Revive on Ashe.
Yeah, and he did it a lot. Yeah. And it was interesting. I remember when we did the first game, it was against SK Gaming, oddly enough, for the Kiev qualifiers. Yeah. We were like, he's playing Revive? What the hell?
I remember he was like till level 5, 6. He was just farming. Then he went to Golems. he suicide to golems, revive, and go bottom with the extra HP from revive.
Yeah.
And he was like just destroying everyone alone. He didn't even care about the support.
It's funny that you mentioned Genja because wasn't it Diamond Prox who was like 1800 or something like that? He wasn't like a really high level jungler, but because he knew Alex, like they just kind of grew from there.
He knew Edward, not Alex.
Oh,
It was like Edward getting Diamond Prox in the team, but he was talking about like solo queue top people that can communicate at all. And Genja is like the perfect example for that because he has no knowledge of English. He can speak English, but still he was like top 1 in solo queue and he was like amazing solo queue player. And he's now in a team and we are showing how good he is in a team as well. And without like Alex pulling this team out, he can maybe like still in solo queue, just playing solo queue. Genja. It's something like it helps him.
Well, we've discussed the language barrier teams encounter many times here in the Championship League Series. And well, let's hear what the players have to do to deal with it.
It's all about communication, basically. So when it comes to languages, there are barriers.
There's definitely a difference between speaking English and Danish. As I've said, it's our native language, and there's like a small language barrier when we speak English. There's a few words that like don't come out right and stuff like that. Our top laner, Godbro, talks a bit less when we talk English, so it's gonna strengthen us and strengthen our communication that we are now talking Danish again.
And it can really be a disadvantage if people can't understand each other, and that's the risk of multinational lineups. So some teams might suffer from it. Typically the French players are harder to understand in English, some of them at least. So that might be some factor playing in with AAA because they're also a very international lineup. So it might be affecting them a little more than it affects us.
I think to understand it's easy. The more complicated thing is to communicate. Sometimes you know what you want to say, but you don't know how to say it. It's strange.
It's really good to have the whole team one nationality because it's like you're thinking in the same language and it's much easier to flame your teammates.
I think like at the moment the communication is our weak side because all of us are actually like the silent type players, so we don't speak much. But during the games on the scene, sometimes we actually speak too much.
Pues en lo que es en torneos, en la LCS en concreto, sí que en los partidos nos comunicamos mucho, todo lo que podemos. Consideramos los 5 que la comunicación es la clave para poder conseguir cosas positivas.
Good communication is a must-have because without good communication in a team, you can basically start struggling in team fights. For example, focus calls are probably the most important calls in the game.
Most communication issues arise if somebody's not speaking clear enough. Like Wicked sometimes tends to mumble, but that's about it. Other than that, we have really not many issues on a language base. It's more how you want to communicate in team fights or in the game in general.
We need to get mid, guys. Follow the calls. It's not needed to go solo and for 1 kill, man. We need objectives, that's all.
We need to get objective, that's all. It's actually funny that because Enrated said when he saw that video, he realized how loud he is as the communicator in the game. I think a prime example of this whole communication thing is probably the Copenhagen Wolves. You know, they're back together. They're all talking Danish. They're back in the national language. And with Bjergsen back in there, and suddenly they're clicking. They're winning games. They beat Fnatic in a absolutely mental game. And I think that sort of game, you know, with so much that happened, God, there was Baron fights, backdoors, base race, everything was in that game. Inhibitors going down both sides. If things like that, you know, split decisions that had to be made, if someone possibly had to suddenly go, what's the English word for this? I need to say this. It's obviously going to delay you. And that split-second delay could definitely be a problem for the team.
Yeah, it is. Indeed it is. I mean, if they were like with Kota, even though Kota is a great player, they probably lose that game because that delay you were talking about, you have to like think really fast. You have to say and communicate with your team really fast. Like, we have to do this, we have to go there, we have to teleport here. Probably with a non-full Danish team, it would probably end in a lose.
And I remember saying, I think it was Deficio that was saying in a video we've had probably about 2-3 weeks ago when Bjergsen had come back, it was saying that Godbro actually, you know, his English isn't great and he tends to be quiet when they're talking English, but once they're in Danish, he's comfortable again. Which actually is like kind of like, you know, Zuna's situation, I guess, with Psycho Sid in
Vulcan.
Why is my brain gone? Yeah, Vulcan. In Vulcan, you know, he was comfortable once he had his buddy back in the team. Like before Psycho Sid joined the team, he was really quiet. Psycho Sid comes in, suddenly he's
You can
screaming
hear him
like
from the
crazy, and you can hear him from the other room. Yeah, it's. But you were talking just off air, just as you made a great point about the North American teams.
Yeah, it's something that's kind of really it's bothered me a little bit, and you've seen a lot with CLG in particular. And I'm not trying to call them out, but it's always been the fact of if someone plays bad, they've kind of seemed to bench that player kind of thing, and they always have someone backup, like we can get someone else from solo queue, someone really high rated. We even had. I can't remember the team, but they were saying there's this 180 carry that was like number one on the ladder, and they wanted him as their sub kind of thing. And then over in Europe, it's a little bit different, where you're not really focused on your ELO. It's focused around team play. It's focused on working as a team, because it really is a different game between solo queue and 5v5. I mean, you can probably attest to that.
Yeah, it's a really good example of that was Dota Pro. Now called Creton is the 80 from Millennium, and when he joined Curse, he get his support Super Ace, who wasn't quite good in solo queue. He was like probably...
I think he was like 1500 rated.
Yeah, he was really low. But he was his all body from Dota.
You say really
and he
low.
wanted to have it.
You hurt me, man. You hurt me. There's many, many thousands of people that are at that level. You just say, he's really low. That's harsh.
But it doesn't matter. Like, at the end, if you can work with some guys, we can work in a team, it's perfect. You don't need to have, like, high elo.
Yeah. He just needs somebody he can trust in that lane to help him out in that lane. Is there anyone out there that you also see that, you think, actually that guy has never really been that good, but god damn, he seems to work really well in that team?
Actually, I don't have any example. We talked already about Diamond Proct, who was like 18 before joining M5, but I don't know any more examples right now.
And what gets me is... the main thing I remember, the live qualifiers was prime example was the North American scene, because a lot of the teams there had kind of forged themselves together just for that qualification series. Obviously, that's what live ladders was for. That's why everybody suddenly played the 5v5s. And all the teams that got there, they were 2,400 elos, the high elos. But they said, it's all well and good being a high elo, but we just don't have that team knit that these pro guys teams have. And you just saw... obviously, Curse in the North American scene absolutely destroying everyone.
Yeah, actually, I remember two examples now. One is the Physio, the super from Copenhagen.
Yeah, he used to be the manager.
When he joined the team, he was really low elo. But it works better with the AD, with the test. It works better with the Physio than with Excel Winner.
Yeah.
So they decided, like, okay, let's keep the Physio on the team for that. And also, like, another example I can put is on my team. We have pretty much everyone is like Diamond or like Challenger, and then we have our AD carry Metalx. He's still on Platinum 1. He just doesn't really like to play solo queue, but still it works out with him on the team. So why replace him?
Well, it's a completely different game as well. I mean, you really have to say that, because solo queue is all about winning your lane and then kind of trying to carry your team. But in the 5v5s, you're trying to work together to kind of accomplish the same goal, and it really brings a lot more of a dynamic to the entire game.
Yeah. Well, we have the next game coming up. It's a big one. It's SK Gaming versus Gambit. We saw yesterday, I think it was Alex Ich was playing the Kazakhs, getting the kill jump.
Let's see if he can kill jump.
Edward is talking to me secretly. He said we're going to see some jumping. I think they're trolling the analysis desk. Damn you players.
I have to say something funny, that when I was in SK, and I remember I was talking with Ocelot, and he tried to say the Gambit AD carry. He always called him Genja.
Yeah.
No.
Genya.
No. Jenga. It was Jenga. It was like the opposite. Not Genja. It was the opposite.
Look, he's got the book out. He's got the book out. I'd love to know what
writing. He's writing like Demon, I love you, something like that. He will show it now.
He's gonna show it with a big heart.
or he's like creating a plan to get back at you for telling these secrets.
Maybe he's making notes about the Alex Ich love story that's just hit Reddit as well with his lovely wife. But as it is, this is the two teams. You can see them pretty much ready themselves out. They're sorting themselves out on the screen, and you just got a glimpse of our two beautiful casters correcting themselves and getting ready for the show. So let's get over to them as they seem to be ready now. It's Joe Miller and Quickshot.
Thank you for that one. Well, it is going to be SK Gaming facing off against Gambit. This is the first time that they will have met here in the LCS. And after watching LCS yesterday, they did such a great job. I'm definitely looking forward to this match.
Yeah, and at least we weren't stuffing our faces as we saw from Demon last time. I'm getting into that pass-through between the games. So let's have a look then at the head-to-head and break down these two lineups that we're going to be seeing here. SK Gaming versus Gambit. First time that they've met here in the European LCS, but for SK we have on the blue side Kevin, Hercubot, Ocelot, Candy Panda, and Nif.
And of course, for Gambit, it is Darian, Diamond Prox, Alexish, Genjit, and Edward. Bottom lane talking about who's going to be the AD carry and who's going to be the support. That is definitely a talking point.
Edward has played 2 games with Lulu. He has a 22
KDA.
That's just wrong, isn't it?
What more can you say? What more can you say there?
But and they were mostly kills.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing coming in there as well. So who knows what they're going to ban out against him here today. I'd imagine that there might be a Thresh ban in there, you know, the Thresh Prince. I have to give credit to someone whose name I've forgotten on Reddit for that great picture, by the way, of him catching all the EG guys. So that was a good one. But let's have a look a bit more in depth here, SK, and point out some crucial parts of the game. And this time around, we've taken Kevin, who, you know, we've seen him playing a couple of Irelias in the last couple of play days, and he's looked so good.
It's definitely true. He's played 3 games with Aurelia, 2 games with Olaf, a couple games with Shen as well. So sticking to almost the Season 2 champions, if I can use that term, you know, fairly loosely. But his Aurelia has been very, very good. An average KDA of 12.5 on a champion that many have been talking about and saying, you know, maybe just doesn't really fit Season 3, but Kevin's making it work. He just builds super, ultra, mega tanky, becomes unkillable, and, you know, just blade surges and stuns the first person that he wants to. So he's making it work.
Well, let's have a look at Gambit, and their key player in this one that we've pulled out, surprisingly enough, is Edward, the man who carried his team to victory yesterday. We've seen him play brilliantly with Thresh, with that Lulu as well. Also, actually won 2 out of 3 games with Sona. So, you know, he's got a lot to offer in this lineup.
Yeah, and it's one of the players that his champion pool is game-changing champion pools. The crescendos that he lands are spot on. The hooks that he lands with Thresh are spot on. There's never a moment where he's not in a position to give his teammates kills, and that's why he's so scary. Almost every single champion he plays has an average KDA of 9 or above. Okay, so this is a support player with a kill-death assist ratio of 9 or above on every champion he's played thus far. I mean, I know we're talking him up, but you have to.
Yeah, because he is a game-changing support. There's no doubt about that one. We're going to be getting in here to champion selects in just a second. We saw yesterday in the final games of the day that Alexish, we had to have a pause for him because he was feeling ill. Apparently, he is still not feeling top of his game right now. So we'll see if that actually affects Gambit's game at all.
It's so difficult. The amount of traveling that he has to deal with, the fact that his home life, he's just got a newborn there as well. So I imagine his sleep schedule is somewhat
what sleep
different.
Schedule?
Exactly, you know, and it really takes its toll on you, you know, the amount of flights back and forth, time zones, work, and then the pressure of being in the LCS. So he is a little under the weather. Let's hope it doesn't affect him. Immediately out the gate, SK Gaming have said, nope, we do not want any of that Will Smith, Thresh, Prince of Bel-Air nonsense. Ban him out, and followed up very quickly by Kale, Nasus, and Graves. And Graves is banned for one reason. Candy Panda's KDA on Graves is 28. So it's been his go-to carry in these big games, and Gambit just said, nope, we want to make you uncomfortable and play somebody else.
Yeah, 2 wins out of 2 that he actually has up till now with Graves. Obviously, we've seen Varus out of him. We've also seen Twitch earlier on, actually, in the play days. That's what, like the first couple of weeks, that's when he was really playing that Twitch, which was also banned out against him there as well. A Z ban here as well for SK.
That's definitely targeting Alexish. We've seen him running Zed a couple times before. Just goes all-out damage, Brutalizer into Bloodthirster and Black Cleaver. And the amount of single target damage, the assassination potential that he has is huge. Also, the fact that he's a ninja, relies on energy instead of mana, just allows him to spam his abilities, can stay in lane almost forever, as long as he's got the HP to do so, and they're just taking that away. Gambit have decided to ban out Shen because, of course, SK are in the blue corner for this matchup, and Kevin has had a very good performance on Shen already in the LCS.
Yeah, interested to see what Kevin ends up with this time around. Obviously, going to be depending a lot on what SK want to achieve with that composition. But what do we have open here? Let's think about that one.
Okay, well, one of the big picks you have to think about right now is the fact that Kha'Zix is still there. And the reason I bring it out is we've seen Gambit Alex running it time and time again.
Yeah.
Cassidy is still available for Ocelot, and we've been seeing Ocelot fall back to his Cassidy play a number of times. Sona was still available. It's a safe pick, and it has been locked in. Nif has also had a good number of matches on Sona. 4 picks, 4 wins out of 4. and has been playing very well. And it's one of those positions where you pick the support, you don't reveal your hand. You don't give away what your plan is. Gambit are no strangers to picking their jungle first or second. And with Xin Zhao there, it does look like that's where they're going to go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Xin Zhao is open. Obviously, SK not wanting to go for that one first. They said, let's take the Sona. We know that Nif has been hitting the crescendos left, right, and centre, playing really amazing with Sona up until now. But that offers Gambit now a few more options.
Well,
so I'm guessing he's going to be locked in here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Xin, Jarvan, or Volibear, one of those three. And if one of them's picked up by Gambit, I expect one of the others to be picked up by SK Gaming. So that's probably going to be the jungle position. It does look like Misfortune has been locked in, and Diamond all smiles at the moment. Seems very happy about whatever's happening in the team talk. But Misfortune, AD carry has been secured, and there's a number of options. You've seen they were sitting on Blitzcrank for a second thinking, do we want Blitz? Do we want an Envy going, no, let's just take Misfortune away, lock ourselves that champion, and we'll pick a support later on.
So SK Gaming here then, back over to them for these next two picks. Obviously, no Misfortune or Xin available. What are they going to go in there with that Sona? Graves banned out. That's going straight in, obviously,
Twitch
towards
is still
Canada.
available.
Yeah, Twitch is up there. But now, his success rate with Twitch is not really what they're going to be looking for. 3 games played, 1 game won.
It is true. Varus is available as well, so we could see something like the Varus Sona combination, which he's done a number of times. And I think the jungle is probably going to be the next pickup here. I think that's going to be what they're going to be looking at. And Hercubot has played Jarvan and has played Volibear already leading up to this. So 10 seconds on the clock, SK really making use of their time here. And Vi, how could we forget about Vi? Wasn't banned or picked to this particular matchup. Evil Geniuses have been running Vi in the jungle for the entirety of their weekend's games thus far, and that's probably going to be played by Hercubot. He single-handedly destroyed Copenhagen Wolves with it, if I remember correctly. No.
Tryndamere, Gangplank, and Garen.
Let's wait for it to get to locked in. Let's wait for it to get locked in. We are on
smiles coming out here. Like,
we are on patch 3.02, so AP Tryndamere is still very, very, very powerful with, I think it's a 1.5 AP ratio. We've seen Voyboy doing it over in NA, and I believe a couple of players have been practicing it, but it doesn't look like it's going to get locked in. 25 seconds on the clock. Kha'Zix, it is one of the champions that Alex has used time and time again, and also against the Wolves last night, he was able to get a lot of kills with that champion.
Well, it is going to be Kha'Zix. That will be locked in here by Alexich. Still on this Garen, though. We've seen one Garen up until now.
We've seen Garen.
It wasn't that good, was it?
It wasn't. It didn't have much of an impact in the game. It does look like, last second swapped that to Taric. Last second swapped that to Taric. So I was getting excited for a second. But it's usually Edward that does all the trolling instead. They're going to move that one away. And yeah, Garen, we have seen it once. It was Samux from Giants who ran it. He did okay, but didn't really offer much in the way of teamfight presence. Every time he tried to get his ultimate down, it was just blocked by Kale ultimate. I think it was against Fnatic, if I remember. And it just didn't have the impact that they needed. Candy Panda sitting on Elise right now, so they still haven't picked the AD carry, and they still haven't picked their solo top.
Yeah, and that at least definitely a very viable option in this one. I mean, we've seen how strong Kevin's, just generally how strong Kevin has been, number one. But we know that he can play a big variety in his top lane. There's a Kog'Maw as well. Obviously, they need to pick up that AD carry. That's going to come in this round of the picks.
It's going to be interesting if they do take Kog'Maw instead of somebody like an Ezreal or a Caitlyn, because with Xin Zhao and with Kha'Zix, that's 2 divers already that are going to be jumping on top of you, and there's no escape from Kog. So it has been locked in. SK are feeling fairly brave with their pick right now. I don't know how this is going to play out. We've seen Darius being used by Kevin time and time again, but Renekton is still available, and that's exactly what it is sitting on right now. With knowing that you're going to be coming up against a Darius, I think Darian will know what he's in for. And it's a matchup that can go either way. We'll see who he does decide to lock in, but I think Darian's Renekton has been terrifying, the entirety of the last 2 or 3 months, and it wouldn't surprise me if they lock that in.
Yeah, same from my side as well. I mean, Taric not going to be as easy to get those kills for Edward this time around. Obviously not going to have that put, but the fact that they can lock someone down so quickly in that early level Misfortune aggression, especially if you're at level 2, before the AD carry in that lane, if they end up, obviously, in dual lane versus dual lane. That can be pretty terrifying.
I'm very scared for Candy Panda in this matchup. The amount of pressure that Renekton, Xin Zhao, and Kha'Zix is going to be putting onto him and Sona in that back line, it's very, very scary. Darius and Vi, they don't offer a lot of protection in that sort of protect the cog comp, something that we've seen from CLG NA, and they ran an Alistar, they ran a Cho'Gath, and it was just all of those knockbacks, knockups. I think they had an Orianna in there as well for a shield, you know, the movement speed, etc. And this isn't that sort of composition. So if SK fall behind against this hyper-aggressive dive combo, and I mean, that's a dive trio, it's not even dive buddies, they're going to be in a difficult position.
Yeah, and obviously, Gambit are looking hot right now. 7-game win streak they have at this point, which is now for SK to take away at this stage. I mean, this is the first time that they've met up, so you know, one of those top half of the table, big clashes, I would say here, that we're seeing for the first time in this one. And that on your screen, of course, will be Alex, as we mentioned earlier on, feeling a little bit ill today, so hopefully that's not going to affect him. Seems as, well, as concentrated as ever, I think we can safely say.
I think his focus is on the game right now. He knows his job, he knows what he's got to do, and the job ahead of him. And I think the fact that they've got a fairly squishy enemy lineup ahead of, in front of them, it actually bodes well for the Gambit gaming composition. I like some of the pressure they can have in the early game. If they do get ahead, they may be able to hold it because they've got such great assassination and dive potential. But if they don't get ahead, the amount of damage that Kassadin and Cog are going to be putting down and the tankiness that Kevin builds when he builds his Darius is going to be very difficult to overcome.
So what do we think here then at level 1, quick shot? Are we going to see any action?
I'm not 100% sure, and if we do see any action, it would come out of Gambit because they've got that dazzle from Taric. It's, you know, guaranteed stun. You can follow it up with the W from Renekton, the Ruthless Predator. That'll be, you know, you can chain the CC together. So if they catch somebody, they could set it up. But neither team has an incredibly powerful level 1, so you can just see some defensive wards and players almost playing vision wards themselves. What we do see, though, is a lane swap. Darien has moved towards that bottom lane with his Renekton, and they've sent Diamond Prox and Edward, Genja and Edward towards the top lane. So it's going to be, you know, mirrored 2v1 for both teams.
Let's have a look at some of the starting items here, because that's another great thing about Season 3 is we are seeing a lot more variety in the starting items. It's not the standard stuff that we saw back in Season 2. And again, we are seeing Kevin starting with that red elixir, which is time and time again proved a massive deal in these early levels.
Yeah, it's so true. At, you know, level 1, you know, between 120 and 230 odd hit points is based on your level, what you get back instantly. It just gives you that HP because it's added to your total health. It's not affected by healing reduction or anything like that. That's a very, very powerful get out of jail free card. Kevin is just camping out in the top lane. He's going to be going against Taric and Misfortune. So what you're going to end up seeing is a lot of damage coming down in bursts. It'll dazzle, shatter, take some auto attacks, and then immediately, you know, back away. So we'll see who can last hit better under the towers. What I'm interested about here is Ocelot's opening buy. 2 wards and 9 potions. He is terrified about this early game. He does not want Diamond jumping onto him and picking up any early kills.
We'll see there SK trying to get a bit of an edge with that bottom lane. Obviously picking up the golems there right at the start. Hercubot going to be doing the blue buff, getting a little bit of a helping hand as well there from Darius, and we see Diamond having the same from Darien over on the other side of the map by the blue.
And this is something that we see out of this Renekton 2 versus 1 lane, getting either the wolves. Sometimes they'll even, you know, donate a blue buff away. What I'm interested to see is if SK decide to go for the 3.5-minute gank. They did it in their very first game on Friday with the Jarvan Taric combo and managed to pick up first blood. When we spoke to Ocelot about it, it wasn't actually part of the game plan. It wasn't written in, hey, we're going to do it. They just seen the opportunity and they, you know, went in for the commitment. And Vi is a very, very good early game jungler. Edward just completely zoning Kevin out right now.
And we see already the pressure coming down from Alex. Ocelot going to silence him, but to be honest, the auto attacks are enough at this point to force Ocelot to already start drinking down those potions. As we mentioned, going 9 pots to wards at the start of this game. We'll see how that one all works out for him going forward. But Alex Ich, we know how strong his Kha'Zix is, but maybe a bit of overconfidence could cost him. Hercubot just coming around the side there, realizing, no, he can't get in.
Yeah, Ocelot still hasn't put any wards down. He has both of them in his inventory. And you know, if he had one down in that top bush, he would have known that Diamond Prox was around. This time, though, he is going to be okay. He's using that Q just to farm, and it's something you never really want to do as a Kassadin. purely because it's so mana intensive and is very, very difficult to deal, to continue farming in that way.
And we see Diamond actually inside of the SK jungle, and it looks like he's going to come around here for the gang onto Ocelot from this backside. What are they going to do with this one? Ocelot forced to flash. Diamond will flash in. Here comes Alex as well. First blood Gambit.
Yeah, level 4 tower dive at 3.5 minutes. It was the early gank we were talking about, but it was not the lane that we were talking about. And it went onto the best character possible, onto Kha'Zix. If he can get into a position where he can assassinate Kassadin, it's just going to be such an easy lane for him. You can see Diamond Proc still wants more blood, though, because he's moving to the top lane.
Yep, Kevin probably should just back away from this one. Diamond is going to start to get involved here. That's going to force Kevin completely out of lane. Diamond actually going to push in here, keep that damage coming in. I mean, he's got the double buff as well, which means that Kevin already will have a few problems with it. Edward is coming down there as well, but that's freed up a lot of time to put damage down onto this turret. Diamond actually just about getting out of range. Edward still hanging by that tribush. He may end up getting caught out here. Hercubot going to be coming in from the side. There is a stun. Hercubot actually will just vault breaker away.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't, ends up dissipating that action. Talking about the damage that was going down in the top lane, we see out of Genja, he's running 17 armor penetration and then 8%, and he's also got 6% lifesteal. So he's running those lifesteal quintessences, which we've seen him doing yesterday. And on his on his Misfortune, he was building Avarice Blade very early and followed that up with 2 Bloodthirsters. So we'll see if he decides to go for that super defensive build, which is how we've coined it.
Well, he has to support Edward after all, so why not? Although I'm not sure he can carry so well with that Taric.
I must admit, you mentioned earlier it's a little bit more difficult to kill steal with Taric. If you time your shatter correctly and use it at the end of a fight instead of a beginning, you can actually kill Secure relatively easily. But Candy Pan are going to pick up the first tower of the game, 5.5 minutes. Very, very good tower pressure actually coming out of them, using that Bioarcane Barrage damage to just chunk it down from range, relative safety. And the top lane tower for Gambit for SK is still relatively healthy, 1,700 hit points out of its total 2,500.
Yeah, and also Kog'Maw here got a decent CS lead as well, 44 to 37. The one place that I'm really fearing for SK at this stage is that middle lane. Kassadin obviously went down Ocelot for that first blood, but not just that, he's 23 CS behind at this such an early stage, 6 minutes in. I mean, it's never easy to farm with Kassadin in a lane like that anyway, but that could be bad news as SK here, 6 minutes, 10 seconds in, are already doing the Dragon with Hercubot and Nif, and I tell you what, Gambit have got absolutely no idea that this is going down.
They have no wards, they have no vision. SK just pulling off a very, very good play here in the early game. They have timing for when it's going to respawn. They get that gold advantage on top of the tower advantage to help make up the loss of CS, because not only is their mid lane 30 CS behind, their top lane is 15 CS behind. And you've got to be a bit scared about that engagement, because Renekton, without farm and items, still can deal damage and is tanky because of his ultimate. He just turns that on, gets a massive chunk of HP, and deals a surprising amount of magic damage over time. Darius, on the other hand, if he is unable to get those dunks in concession, he's not super tanky. He can go down relatively quickly because his HP pool and his defensive stats just aren't going to be there.
Let's have a look at some early items coming out here then. Alexic going to be working his way back to lane with a Brutalizer and that tier as well. So Ocelot got that bit more to fear. Obviously went in there for that mana crystal because he was having to really farm at range using that Q. That extra mana really helps him out.
And there's something that's going to definitely trigger some alarm bells here for Gambit. You can see a Giant's Belt has been picked up by Kevin. He only has 7 CS on the board. So Gambit going to start going, well, we've lost a tower, but a tower plus 7 CS and passive gold gain, that doesn't equal Giant's Belt. It just looks a bit funny. So we'll see if they are going to, move around, get vision on that dragon and realize that it has been taken. They have still yet to ward it up. But at the moment, this early lane farming, Gambit are definitely ahead, because even without the tower and the Drake, they are actually ahead 300 gold.
Yeah, that's a bit of a crazy situation to be in, as we are obviously we're looking at Kog'Maw. At least he just backed away a little bit. Berserker Grease, Vamp Scepter, single Doran's Blade for him, comparing that over to Genja's single Doran's Blade, but he's going to have a good chunk of gold to be spending the next time, or the first time we should really say, that he does decide to head in home. Renekton also got that Giant's Belt in there now as well with the cloth armor. We see a couple of flasks here dotted around, one for Xinjiao, one for Kha'Zix as well. As the pings come down, they just spotted Renekton coming in there. That ward put down for him to give them vision of anyone moving around that SK jungle.
And of course, Darren, having walked past that Dragon Pit, is going to be well aware that that has been taken, so he'll be letting the rest of his teams know that that's up. Ocelot using that Rift Walk very, very well in the middle lane. He actually jumped away from the first Void Spikes that was coming out of Alexic, and then, just dodging the second one. Gets caught by that one going a bit aggressive to pick up the CS, but when you're 40 creeps down, you need to start getting yourself some items. I would have liked to have seen maybe a KG's Lucky pick out of him, and he gets collapsed on.
Yeah, and look at that. That's all Alex needs to do. Jump in there, Void Spikes, and auto attack. Like, that is just so much damage coming out there. Ocelot really can't contend with that at this point, and he's going to have to hope that he can get that farm to get going forward. Has now finished off that Catalyst, the Protector. Obviously working up towards Rod of Ages as Hercubot is also hanging around this top lane there. Edward actually coming down the backside, wanted to get that ward down, and he was actually lucky that he did come when he came there, because 10 seconds, or even 4 seconds, 5 seconds earlier, he could have actually been caught out.
Even more, if he had had another ward, he may have wanted to go towards that bush, toward it, up to, on the top side of the river, but luckily that wasn't the case, and Alex may go aggressive here onto Ocelot. He definitely has the damage for it.
He definitely does, with that Bloodthirster in there, that's for sure. Hercubot comes across, Alex just walks off towards a bush and then in towards his own turret. Hercubot has to go about his way, and Hercubot has been impressive, the vibes that we've seen from him so far, but this game has not really had the ability to get in and have much chance to do anything to Gambit.
To be fair as well, Hercubot hasn't actually moved into lane. So he's just been farming it up. 48 CS to the Zin's 47. Of course, Zinzar was involved in that first blood, so has got an assist on the board. But we've just not seen anything. Up in that top lane, he was trying to get on, into range of Genja. You could see there is that ward, which is about to just time out. And, with his ultimate up, you can lock somebody down, follow it up with the likes of a Crescendo and have some good damage. But at the moment, it's just a farm session. Genja, though, he has not picked up the Avarice Blade, which is what we've been seeing him do time and time again in previous matches. It looks like he's going to go straight for that Bloodthirster.
Yeah, go straight up to that level. What are we going to see at this top lane? Hercubot is waiting. Diamond actually waiting here in the middle. So we are going to see Alex dive in on towards Ocelot. And he can't do anything to survive that one. Rift walking away. Actually did get hit by the Ignite. That's what the final ticks were to get the kill. But Alex is bossing this middle lane.
Yeah, completely. 62 CS to 108. His tier has, slowly started to stack up. 4,200 gold is the total earnings for Alexic compared to the 3,000 for Ocelot's Cassidy. He stuck around in that lane for way too long, though, because he was very, very low on HP. He was just sticking to try to get some more CS and experience, and ended up costing him yet another day.
Hello? Middle turret?
Not responding to it.
Yeah, I mean, Hercubot had gone back to base after that one. Alex is just like, well, no one's even here, so I'm just going to keep pushing that one. He's almost taking it down with that push. Ocelot finally going to be coming back here into that lane. Obviously, just picking himself up those boots, although against Alex right now, I'm not sure that that's really going to help him out in the grand scheme. Darius just getting the big workings of the Sunfire Cape there with that chain vest and the Giant's belt from earlier on. 12
minutes into the game, and SK haven't really done much. They had a very, very good play on the Dragon at 6 minutes. It has just respawned or will be in about 10 seconds time. But other than that, they haven't really tried to make ganks. They haven't really tried to make plays, and they're just falling further and further and further behind. The middle lane tower is a perfect example of it. Alex was left alone for a minute and a half, just bashing away on that tower. So they're going to need to make, step it up a little bit more, put some more pressure on the map and their opponents if they want to pull themselves back into this matchup. 15.1k to 17.3k. It's a very, very slow start on Super Weekend Sunday. But for the time being, Gambit, relatively happy.
Yeah, Dragon is there as we see Edward actually going with the pink ward. He's going to clear out the SK vision and let him take it once, but, well, you can't fool Gambit twice, that's for sure. They're going to be in there with that timing down. And let's see how that affects this one now, as Alex and Diamond are both there. SK, as we said, had their vision totally removed out. Darian going to join in as well. Ocelot is actually off towards the side. He doesn't have a ward to put down, so it'd mean Rift walking in there and probably certain death just to check that one. In the end, SK say, we can't do anything about that. Let's let it go.
Yeah, they had absolutely no vision there. They had no knowledge that it was going on. They didn't even position to try and go for it. We do see the Ocelot in the middle lane. He's going to be able to Rift walk to safety, but Diamond Proc is just such an ever-present threat right now. If he jumps onto you with that charge of his E, The slow is there, and the burst from Alexic with his Brutalizer, Vamp Scepter. I think he could pretty much one-shot Ocelot if the two of them got their full combo down.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If he can get that knock-up in there, that's sure death. Which, Ocelot might not even get out of it. Alex is going to dive in there once again. Reduced to just a third of his HP. Alex going to walk in and say, oh, there's the turret finisher that I was looking for. Hercubot came into the side, but he can't 1v1 him.
No, decided against that entirely. He immediately went, oh, no, hang on. Not only is there a 2-level deficit, just the Void Spikes alone are hitting so hard. Alex is going to go up to the top lane, though, because you can see a big engagement going down.
Yeah, Crescendo coming in. Candy Panda is going very low from this one. He will flash away, but Nif's not going to be able to escape that. Genji getting actually the Dazzle KO. Just almost secured the kill there. Here comes Kha'Zix jumping over the wall, and he jumps back away. No problem. In and out like a flash.
Level 11 in that mid lane with 140 CS to a level 9 Ocelot. He's just hit level 10 with only 90 CS. Kha'Zix is an absolute terror. He's going to jump onto Ocelot here, and she gets silenced up, so can't get that taste of fear out.
Yeah, and there's not a lot that Ocelot can really do about that one, to be honest. I mean, he's got the flask in there as well. He's got that Vamp Scepter as well, so it's like, well, you've damaged me, but those creeps are coming my way, and I'm full HP again. And he just keeps going back, doing the same again, pushing out, as we are going to see Kevin here getting stunned up by Darian in this bottom lane.
And the Apprehend missed.
Yeah.
The Apprehend completely missed it, like point-blank range. You cannot afford to do that, but a flash from Diamond Prox is afraid of being jumped on by 3 members of SK Gaming.
And look at this, Alex is sniffing around here in the jungle, trying to catch someone out. And, well, Sona's the last person that can be getting caught out here, because Alex really will just blow her off the face of the map without any second thoughts of that one. Let's have a look at the CS here between Darian and Kevin, because they've been 1v1 in this lane for a good while now. 121 to 79 CS. That's 3.7 thousand gold to 4.7. Middle lane, 171 to 98 as the silence comes in as Alexic jumps away. He is 6.6 to 4,000 gold in the lead. It's just massive right now for Gambit, every single bit of it.
Yeah, a 6,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. I mean, the numbers are just immense, and Candy Panda might find himself in trouble.
Yeah, got to get stunned down here. How's he going to be able to escape from Alexic? The answer is he's not going to be able to escape from Alexic, who jumps away over the top of the wall. Diamond actually, Edward managing to almost dodge all the damage coming out there of Cogmore anyway, and that will be a 4-0 Alexic. Racking him up like nobody's business.
Alex is on a rampage right now. We've seen him using Kha'Zix yesterday and doing the exact same thing, just diving everywhere, picking up kill after kill after kill. He's now completed his Bloodthirster as Darian has just been left completely unattended in this bottom lane turret. He continues to bash it away, and we'll have a look at the HP very soon. He gets the turret as well. 3 turrets to 1. Gambit is just, they're being left alone to do what they want, and, they take the kills they want, they take the towers they want. See hero, kill hero, see tower, take tower.
That was a great impression. Great impression for that one.
I won't do that again, my bad.
Thanks for that. Yeah, but as you said, it almost looks as if SK aren't really involved in this game. Like they seem to be a bit of a non-starter right now. They're kind of like the 3-legged horse in this horse race right now. They're just not involved in it whatsoever.
No, not at all. Edward has just gone double GP10, just trying to save up as much cash as he can. And we see, look at the damage onto Candy Panda.
Yeah, there comes a Crescendo. They're going to try and finish off him here as the Assault and Battery comes down onto Alexic, but he turns around, tries to take out Candy Panda. They finally kill Alexic, but not before he's almost killed 2 of them all alone.
Had to use absolutely everything there. Cleanse came out of Candy Panda, Crescendo to lock him down. Assault and Battery from Hercubot, but very, very important is he did go down. Hercubot's the one that picked up the gold, and Ocelot maybe a little bit out of position.
Yeah, but Diamond exactly not perfect either, as Hercubot going to come around the side. They are going to go in. Knockup comes around as Misfortune comes in from the side. Bullet time goes down. He actually gets exhausted as well. Going to miss. They're not going to be able to get any kills just yet, but they're going to keep chasing here as the stun comes onto Hercubot. Kevin runs back around. Ocelot jumps back in. That could mean a sticky end for Ocelot, but Genji decides not to follow up.
This is a good fight for SK Gaming. They caught Gambit out of position because we are still extremely early in this game. At 18 minutes, Gambit are roaming around. Ocelot just stepped on a ward. He gets caught by Kuldomik. The Ignite is down. Ocelot's HP bar is dropping. Will the Ignite get him, though? He just survives with 20 health. 20 HP.
Yeah, and luckily he was actually watching what was going on there as he was going back, because, well, if he'd have had the shop open, not that he's got much money to spend, by the way, the way that this one's going, but if he'd have had the shop open there, that would have been sure death. And really nice ward placement to start that one off. But here we see Gambit starting to take away those jungle creeps. We are going to see the teleport coming down. The ward that was there, stopping that one from happening. And actually, he's going to cancel the teleport. And Darren's like, well, fancy that. I'll come in and we'll have you blue.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to just steal this one away.
Oh, nice
I think
from
he smites
Hercubot.
yeah, he does manage to smite steal. It was Hercubot that actually got the killing spree bonus from Alexic, so he had that extra 500 gold to spend on his last time back. It looks like Gambit have started an extremely early Baron. It's only been alive for 4 minutes, and this might be the earliest Baron in EU LCS.
Well, if they can finish it.
Very
but
good point.
SK don't have
the vision.
Any vision whatsoever. None, zip, zero. They don't have anything here to figure out that this Baron's been done. The only thing that could stop Gambit, I feel, is losing health at this stage. But, you know, they're going to be tanking now between them. Genja coming in now as well. It's 4 men. SK not even wondering, where have they all gone? You know, Dragon's there. We've got a ward. They're not going to Dragon. They're all missing. Where are they by now? They're at Baron. It's a 19 minutes, 40-second Baron coming out of Gambit Gaming, as if things weren't bad enough for SK at this stage.
And they just put a pink ward down so they could see the members of Gambit moving in. They're well aware that their Baron has now been taken, and Gambit are just going to say, well, thank you again. You know, we take the kills we want. We take the towers we want. Now we take the map objectives like Nasha, and there's just absolutely no reply coming out of SK. The few stragglers that they've caught from Gambit behind enemy lines, they've been able to pick off. But as long as Gambit aren't, you know, hanging around where they shouldn't be, they're not going to be, you know, shut down. This is a 10,000 gold lead before the statistics on Baron Nash is pulled into account.
And then we see the one ward that SK had around this Dragon times out just as Gambit decide to go down there and take that as well. So that vision that they had didn't really offer them anything whatsoever. 35.2 to 25.1, 10k gold lead being breached, 5-2 in kills, which is not a massive lead by any means, but the gold just speaks for itself there. It's a 4,000 gold lead in the middle lane. The AD carries his 3,000 gold lead almost. I mean, Gambit, this is their game to throw away, and I didn't think I'd be saying that after less than 25 minutes.
No, that's for sure. Take a look at the CS. You know, we've looked at the numbers, look at the gold. 239, 240 CS for Alexic to 120 for Ocelot's Kassadin. Bottom lane, 220 to 150. I mean, it's just, they're just so far ahead right now. As long as Gambit decide to just group up and push, they're going to be in trouble. Ocelot gets stunned by that dazzle.
Yeah, but can SK hold on to him here? I mean, it's a Baroned up team after all. It's going to be hard to stop this happening. Nif Crescendo going to have to be perfect if they're going to get anything from this one. Pink wards going down from Edward, as Alex just going to throw those voids back through the wall. Not doing too much damage onto Kevin now, that he obviously does have. Well, he's got the Ninja Tabby in there. He's got a Sunfire Cape and another Cloth Armor, so plenty of armor coming out for him. But will they be able to keep going? There was another pink ward down by Edward as they keep just chipping away on this turret. Candy Panda, you can see, is starting to hurt a little bit, but Misfortune hurts a lot more with that Bloodthirst, the Last Whisper combo, compared to not really anything finished here for Candy Panda.
No, absolutely nothing. He's trying to work towards that Infinity Edge, but he simply does not have it completed yet. And at 22 minutes, not having a major BF sword item completed, it's absolutely terrifying for your AD carry. Alex is just going forward and trying to zone up, but the fight has started.
Yeah, Kevin's going to get blown up in this one. He's going to get finished off here. Surely actually survived a little bit longer than I expected as Alex jumps in once again. Flashes coming left, right, and center, but Alex will get the kill. Jumps out of that one. Kassadin will actually rift walk away towards safety, but they're gonna lose an inhib turret. That was a 3 for 0. He hardly even saw Nif because he got blown on that fast as they get the stunning on towards Ocelot. They dive right on top of him. Genja on the killing spree. They go back towards the inhibitor, and they could probably finish this game off right here, right now. The minions starting to come in. Looks like they want to go towards top. No, they're not. They're gonna go for the finisher here. First Nexus turret is gonna be going down. Diamond finishes that one off. Nif and Hercubot come back alive from that fountain. Second Nexus turret goes down. They have to do something right now if they're to save this game from ending at this point, and it is going to be Hercubot going in. Diamonds is actually hammering away as Darian tries to zone them out. Kevin moving in. Edward gets pulled in towards them. They're not hitting the Nexus, and actually Gambit going to be forced to run away from this one. Darian will flash away. Alex jumps out, and they hold on just about.
9-2. They have no turrets left on the Nexus. Gambit are just so insanely strong and powerful right now. The damage they put down is huge. The HP they have is huge. There's simply nothing that SK can do because they're not farmed enough. They don't have enough CS. Alex wants more blood. He's waiting behind enemy lines, but they know he's there.
That was nicely done here. He's going to jump away from that one. And guess what? He manages to escape as Genja getting very cocky around the side, taking Canyon Panda almost to death. Canyon Panda has to back right off from that one, and SK are all going to have to go back to base.
Absolutely zero damage coming down there from the members of SK Gaming, and another apprehend misses from Kevin. We've seen it again, in the bottom lane he didn't land it, in the jungle there he didn't land it, and he's going to need to rely on that initiation to actually get somebody killed. We see that Candy Panda is going to move back and hasn't spent the cash that he's earned just yet to finish that IE. But with the super creeps coming into the mid lane, it's going to allow them to at least farm up some more CS because the super minions will be there. It'll be in their lane the entire time. I think it's too far back, though. I think they're too far down to do anything to pull us back. Gambit, they've just got to pick the right time to jump in there and finish this.
Right now, Alex is 130 CS ahead of Ocelot at 263 to 132. 5-1-1 in kills. Bloodthirster, Warmogs, Brutalizer, second Giant's Belt coming out there. You just can't kill this guy. He can kill you.
Gambit Gaming with the hot streak, and everyone's heard about the belt. There was an amazing comment yesterday on Reddit, which I have to quote. It should be renamed to the Gambit belt, not the Giants belt. And with Darian 102, the rest of the team in such a power position, I think we can donate that for this match.
Yeah, when Darian's like, all right, I've got Warmogs. What do I need next, guys? 2 Giants belts. Why not? All the health's coming out. But Gambit here still putting that pressure down. Baron is going to be up in 1 minute and 20 seconds as Alex again throws those void spikes over the wall. But Gambit are actually moving in down that middle lane right now. We finally got that Infinity Edge out for Cogmore, but is it going to be enough to do anything for me as they dive in towards Nif? Good crescendo. Actually will land onto 3 of them, but it's going to be defensive because SK are trying to run away. Alex is finally going to get out of the exhaust. Comes in. Bullet time comes across. Kill coming out for Alex. Kill for Genja. They're going to turn around. They're going to be focusing in on that Nexus. Kevin, Ocelot, and Hercubot to try and save the day, but against 5 from Gambit, surely they'll be able to finish this one off. Sinjao going at it, they turn around, focusing on Kevin. He gets blown to pieces, and there is the Nexus going down, and Gambit gonna take down SK Gaming.
All too easy for Gambit. They got a lead early, and it was exactly what we said. The leaps, the dives, the chasing, time and time again. They simply shut down the members of SK. Gambit, I think they have a flawless weekend this weekend, and they are looking terrifying.
They certainly are. Ocelot not going to have to dye his hair this time around. I wonder what was in that book there for this game against Gambit, because it certainly didn't work out for them this time around. But that's enough from us here at the commentary desk. We'll be back a little bit later on, but for now, we're going to go over to Demon, Jason, and Aranea to break down the matchup.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What another fantastic performance from Gambit. They are unstoppable this weekend, and they really just swept everyone aside in the Jin Zhao Crescent sweep.
Yeah, pretty much. I think like the most curious point of this game was Edward got 0 kills.
Yeah,
I think it's the first time he got no kills.
We were all disappointed with his performance there. I mean, we were expecting at least 5.
Genja, the support, get all the kills to Edward. I don't know why.
I like the fact that Edward actually told us before this game, we're going to play Ocelot, so we're going to kill Yump. And sure enough, they picked Kha'Zix, and it's exactly what they did.
It was amazing performance by Kha'Zix. Pretty much like carrying along with that Diamond early gang that gives Kha'Zix that advantage he needs on lane, and he just destroyed Kassadin.
Yeah, I mean, we can break down the game, but it just comes down to Alex alone. I mean, just what he did in mid lane. I mean, he pushed that first tower down. He got a kill on Ocelot before that. He went for the second one, wasn't even bothered, just got it down to about 100 health and just kept pushing away at that mid lane. No one could go up against him, even the tankiest member from SK, Kevin. I mean, that's just the story of the game, basically.
It was funny because when he was pushing the second tower, Joe Miller looked at me and he was like, asking me what happened. Like, he's getting a second free tower. He got the first tower, he killed Ocelot, and he kept going, pushing, and no one to stop him. No one could just stop him.
Yeah. Well, we do have a replay if we want to show you guys, and it's after Gambit picked up that first Baron, and then we're gonna have that big major fight at that mid turret or the mid inhibitor turret, and we'll give you some context. It's 36.7 thousand gold to 26.2 thousand. It's 5-2 in kills and 4-1 in turrets, and the CS difference. I mean, I'm gonna go into the numbers are just like that. I don't know if you can see that all the way, but it was just insane. Like, the lead Gambit had, it was their game to throw, as Joe was saying, and obviously they didn't. But let's go and get the replay on your screen and just kind of show you what happens in this fight. And Arne, you can walk us through it slowly because, I mean, they just got demolished. I mean, Kevin, you'll see in the beginning of the fight, he just dies instantly. Yeah, the goal difference is really huge, and we have to point that it was the first team fight in the game. Because before that, it was just Alexis destroying one-on-one every of them. And then we see, like, Xin Zhao, perfect ultimate, just letting Kevin alone, and they just kill Kevin, and now Kha'Zix got that reset to go the jump, right? The famous Ocelot jumping. And he could just destroy everyone. It was pretty much Darian and Kha'Zix just jumping to all the SK people and just killing them. They were too tanky, they were too far ahead that SK couldn't do anything against that. Yeah, and looking at this game, I kind of want to mention, what could have SK done a little bit differently? I mean, we heard Joe and Quickshot talking about how we didn't really see Herkybot do much. He was just farming away as much as possible. He didn't really get any ganks off. And then we saw Diamond on the other side. He really got Alex rolling. Actually, I thought like with Kassadin, we saw Ocelot playing Kassadin a lot of times. And we even saw Herkybot playing Seiko with Kassadin. And people were like, why Seiko? But Seiko gives a lot of ganks, a lot of early games. I was like, what champion? Seiko? Yeah, I thought I caught on to it. Sorry. Saco is, well, in Spanish we say Saco. Yeah, that's good. It's all good. We all know what you mean. Okay. So it was like the camping on mid lane by every jungler to Kassadin. It's really nice because Kassadin has silence. No one can flash away, and he even can like slow them. So it's really easy to gank that lane. But in this game, it was the opposite. It was like Diamond Procs camping the Kha'Zix lane, and they just destroy Ocelot by that 2v1 early, and then Kassadin has nothing to do against a Kha'Zix with an early kill and with that farm. And at the end of the game, Kha'Zix had exactly the double goal over Ocelot. He did indeed, and of course the man of the match is going to be Alex Ich, and as you just mentioned, 12.2k gold to 6.1k gold. Massive, massive advantage. So obviously that is why we're going to give him the MVP, because he just frankly dominated that mid lane. As it is, I mean, you mentioned Herkybot, he actually went 1-0-1. If I look at it, so he played a good game, but the stats do not mean everything. But I question the Kassadin pick. The third pick. That was one of the main things for me, and I'll also question the bans. And you mentioned it at the very start. There's NASA's ban you weren't sure about. I mean, we know now Diamond Procs has played it quite regularly, but do you not think Xin Zhao was maybe a stronger ban and NASA's you can control? I really think like at this point, Diamond has to always take something new, because at Season 2, he could not play Sivana Listen. He had to play something else. And now he can't play Xin Zhao at all. Volibear, Xin Zhao, Nessus, he's got all sorts. He's always banned. So, yeah, he just let him. Xin Zhao, he's probably his best pick right now. And he just like pretty much destroy the early game of SK with that gang on mid lane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get over to the main stage. Of course, Shox is standing by with a winner from Gambit.
Thank you, and I'm standing here, in fact, with the MVP, Alex the Bans. They banned Trash, Nasus, and Zed. They were afraid of every lane, it seems.
I think it's like every team will ban Trash now against Edward, because if you don't ban Trash, it will be painful. And other two champs, it's like I was going for Zed, I think. That's why we banned Graves. We knew that he will pick something like Ogmo, Varus, Misfortune, so I will just kill him. Maybe they thought about that too, so they banned Zed. But I don't think that Nasus ban is really good, because Diamond got a lot of heroes, and all heroes are scary. That's why we don't target jungle bans anymore, because every jungler plays a lot of heroes, and all heroes are equally good in current meta.
Okay, now they banned out Trash. They first picked Sona. How important is Edward for your team?
Edward doesn't like Sona at all. It's like if he plays Sona, then it's like we forcing him, because he says that she was nerfed a lot. he didn't want to play Tyric 2, but it went good. And we kind of knew that they will first pick Sona because we want Shen and Kayle. They're other first picks. And so we knew that.
Okay. In that mid lane, absolutely dominated Ocelot in CS. Did you know you had that matchup from the moment you saw he picked Kassadin?
It's like that Kha'Zix, and I think that were the heroes I was thinking about, like countering Kassadin, because I knew that Ocelot will pick it, otherwise I will pick it, maybe. So I didn't expect that matchup is so bad for Kassadin, because when I played it was a bit better. But yeah, it's really hard matchup for Kassadin. He needed a lot of jungle help, but he didn't have one, and after I got the first kill, I could snowball the lane really hard.
Just before the game ended, I saw you guys bursting out laughing. What happened there?
We could finish the game earlier, but Candy Panda respawned, and we knew that he's at the first play at KDA ratio, and the second and third is Edward and Diamond Procs. So we wanted them to get to the first place. So instead of killing Nexus, we were going for Candy Panda, and then like in the last fight, we were just rushing for him again.
Thank you, Alex. That KDA focus. Okay, before we go into a break, I'd like to remind you of our Twitter question. Today, we want to know if you could replace one member from your favorite team, who would it be and why, and with who would you replace him? You can tweet that at @LolEsports, #LCS. If you have a question for us in the studio or Aranea at the analyst desk, be sure to tweet us at @LolEsports. Now we're going into a short break, but when we come back, the Dragonborns are going to take on Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses very much looking for a victory after yesterday's event, and the Dragonborns, of course, strong performances all around. Dragonborns versus Evil Geniuses up next.
Days of flying by.
everyone. I'm here with the manager, the player manager for SK Gaming, Minsik. Minsik, what went wrong there for the team versus Gambit?
I mean, we had a strategy at the beginning. I mean, we know that Alex is most likely going to pick Kha'Zix, and the idea was actually for Carlos was when he picked Kha'Zix, that after 6 he can catch up. But after giving first blood, I mean, at the tower, when he got dived at the tower, it pushed him back way too far. And from there on, everything went wrong, actually.
Everything went wrong. You seem to know a lot about the game. Do you help make up strategies for the team, or is that not your task?
Actually, when we talk about strategies, we sit together. And I mean, my part in SK is not just League of Legends. I take care of all the players in SK. But if I talk with the team, we talk about strategies, about picks and bans. But I'm not the key role.
You've been around for the LoL team for a long time. Can you share your insights about Season 2 developments, then the finals not going perfectly, and now actually doing really well in the LCS?
So, well, we were one of the first pro gaming teams with a League of Legends team. And, I mean, we had a lot of roster changes. And Season 2 was like, I mean, after Gamescom, when we qualified for Season 2 finals, we fared really well with the team, and the chemistry was really nice, but things changed within the team and the performance. So, and after Season 2 finals, when we got kind of crushed in our group, we realized that we have to change something to compete in Season 3.
You talk about those switches in the team. A lot of people always say it's Ocelot that always kicked the players and got them back on. Now in the LCS system, that's not a possibility. Has that affected the team?
No, I mean, for Season 3, before we began, we got Candy Panda back, we got John Hercubot, and it's a team decision at the end. It's like a lot of people are blaming Carlos that he's like kicking players or whatever, but I mean, it's a team decision. It's not like that one person can decide from out of 5 players that they don't want to play with that guy. It's more a team decision, and at the end, everyone respects it. Like, it's not like that we're going to kick someone out just without no reasons or whatever.
Talking about Candy Panda and Hercubot, Candy Panda said in an interview with me here, well, I was just lazy the last time around. So what made him change his attitude?
So the reason why Candy Panda actually left SK was like there was some communication problems within the team, and I mean, Candy Panda is still very young, and he did a few mistakes in the past, but I mean, we gave him a huge chance to play LCS Season 3 with us, and I think he improved a lot. He's playing really good lately, and he said himself that he wanted to change and that he wanted to focus on gaming, so I think we gave him the chance. Like, we're still giving him the chance to improve and to show himself.
Similar question for Hercubot. What do you think it is that he fits better in the team than Aranea did?
I mean, Ivar did a really nice job at Gamescom for us. Like, I mean, he's one of the reasons why we won against EG, I would say. But after Gamescom, I mean, Ivar is still studying, and he put a lot of effort into studying, and we played Season 2 finals, we played Tales of the Lanes with him, and most of the games, like, he couldn't catch up with the other junglers, and that was one of our problems. And at the end, we had to say, like, we have to replace him.
Final question. Ocelot is always the one who's like the main focus when we talk about SK Gaming. People have said in the past, well, he focuses more on building himself as a brand than he does on his team performance. What's your view on that?
I mean, it's just amazing. If you see Carlos from when he started in SK almost 3 years back, 2.5 years back, he was not very well known. I mean, he has a history in World of Warcraft, but then how he built himself up is kind of amazing. And I mean, obviously he has his own ego, but I mean, that's what every team needs. And I think he's doing a good job within the team. But he's a good captain. He's doing an amazing job. He communicates with the team, and that's what matters at the end.
Thank you very much, Minsik. Now, D-Man and Jason, Ocelot, a key element to SK Gaming.
Yes, thank you very much, Sox. And well, talking about a former member of SK Gaming, obviously you know Minsik very well there. Was he telling the truth?
Yeah, he was telling the truth.
He was
actually telling the truth. It wasn't only like my performance, because he was talking about that. I think, for example, in particular in the World Finals, I think it was like team training performance. more than my performance. I think in Tales of the Lane was pretty much my performance, but before that, like in the World CS, it was like team training performance. But yeah, I agree completely with him.
Just not getting prepared enough for effectively what was the biggest tournament of the year.
I think we prepared like Gamescom so really good, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks of boot camping and training hard, and then we came to Gamescom with everything planned. We knew like exactly what the team was going to play. We knew exactly how to play against every single team, and we just like saw it at Gamescom.
But it just... What happened for the Worlds? Because I remember at the Ocelot was saying himself, even before the games even started, it's like, we're not prepared for this. I don't know what's happened.
I mean, I was trying to do like my own preparation, like writing like about the teams, writing like strategies and writing stuff. But it was just pretty much we didn't have enough time to prepare for it because Yellow Star started university. I started as well, but I say like, hey, I'm gonna skip like the first weeks of university to go to do like a boot camp of probably like 2 weeks, 3 weeks boot camp. But they didn't want to do that. It was like so many times people was like, no, I need to be with the family, or like I need to go to the university. So at the end it was like some kind of messy if we didn't train at all. And when we were like at our houses, we could not train. I don't know why. Like it wasn't like not enough focus. People were like doing other stuff at his home.
Yeah.
So it didn't work out so far the training. And then like at the boot camp, we did like 5 days boot camp, and we were doing so much stuff around like sponsors and around stuff, and we didn't train enough. I don't know. It was like really disappointing for not only for me, also for the whole team and for the sponsor, for SK. It was disappointing our performance.
And that shows really the dedication that's actually required to be at the very best, because you can bet your boots the likes of Taipei Assassins and World Elite that when they went to these events, you know, and you can talk about the American teams as well, they're starting to talk about how much they're dedicating themselves. Obviously, Team Curse right now, they've been talking how much their training regime has completely changed around. Dignitas certainly seem to have stepped up massively in the last few weeks. And these teams have really just, do you think they're just having to change their focus now that it's basically their jobs?
Yeah. It's, for example, for these teams like the Ascent team, that they are all living in a gaming house and they are training like, not 24, but I will say like 16 or 12.
But do you think that's too much, though? I mean, surely because burnout's a big thing.
Yeah, actually, I remember that in another game, there is a Chinese team, EG team, playing, I think it was Dota 2. They train for the Invitational 2 16 hours per day or 18 hours per day.
Jeez.
If you think about that, it's like, what?
You wake up and play the whole day.
Yeah. Non-stop. It's like non-stop. And yeah,
how do you switch your brain off after that?
I don't know. You can switch the brain. It's like you're going to sleep and you're probably like dreaming in what you're going to play and what your pick's going to be and so on. It's like
and I actually think it's counterproductive because surely you need to not just play all the time. You actually have to analyze what and where went wrong. Well, I mean, or is that, do they count that as part of it? I think
like 16 hours is not 16 hours playing. I will say like probably 8 hours playing, 8 hours just watching like replays and watching like other teams and analyzing that kind of stuff. And in the opposite side, like for example, now in my team, Alternate, we have like 2 guys who are still studying, and they say like, if we qualify for LCS, we are not moving to a gaming house because we will keep studying till we end this, and after this, we'll decide. It's pretty much what happened with me. I mean, I could move to a gaming house, but I have to be clear with the team and with Riot that these weeks I will miss them because I have to go to do exams still in the university. I will end my studies, and when I end my studies, I can do whatever I want. But still, I want to end my career, and after that, I will decide what I do.
Well, I mean, we have the highs and lows of how that's working out between the teams. Obviously, Gambit are flying in. They have no choice. We have a couple of teams that have set themselves down. Fnatic definitely settled down lately. SK settled down. EG have settled down here. Copenhagen Wolves are looking at it. Against All Authorities are staying here, but they're not in a house yet. I think I know they're looking for one at the moment because they've been doing it in a desk behind me throughout the week. As well as who else am I thinking? Giants. Giants have been trying to settle themselves here. So there's a number of teams that have obviously chosen to do that way. How would you do it, approach? I mean, I know Joe's been pretty vocal about the fact that he thinks he should make this as a job. You know, you can live in your own place or whatever around Cologne, 1-bed apartment, but hire an office and go there as an office. Make it as a work. Whereas obviously you look at EG, they've gone with 2 houses. Fnatic, I think, have got like a whole big house. We saw it cooking with Peke earlier on yesterday. What would be your favorite approach, really?
Well, I really like the kind of like gaming house and training like full time, but you have to decide. Because in a future, you're not going to be a pro gamer like the end of your life. Maybe like people from the players from EG, maybe like Ocelot, another players like from America, they are having huge fan base in his back, and they are having like a lot of sponsors contacting with him, and they probably get another jobs in the future. But the non-world teams like AAA, like Giants, like Dragonborn, well, Susie actually is famous, but the other guys, what are they going to do after like ending these careers pro gamer? You have to have something in your back that keep making money and keep living with it. Because being a pro gamer is not something you can be like the rest of your life.
Well, who knows? Maybe esports will change, but
I hope so.
We can only hope. We did have a Twitter question, of course, for you guys. It was a pretty harsh one that we set for you this week, of course. I actually set it as well. If you could replace one player from your favourite team, who would it be and why? Which, in itself, I thought was going to be a bit cruel. You said it. Yes, you said as soon as I did the question, you were like, "Oh, that's really harsh. That's really. We're going to get some horrible answers." But let's go through some of the answers we have had. The first man is Gurkenbaum Leet. I think it's safe to say. Gambit should change Genjit for Crepo. Just imagine the kill secures with Crepo and Edward together.
It will be really funny to see that banana last hit of Creepo with
Flash banana
of Creepo, and that Edward getting all the kills.
Is either one of them going to play 80 carries or just both playing support and outplaying you? How do you ever gank that lane when you have two supports putting wards down?
What would you do? Thresh and Lulu, maybe?
Or Thresh and Leona.
Thresh and
Blitzcrank?
Yeah,
Thresh and could be really funny lane to play.
Full-on lengthy hooks.
Oh, well, we have another response from I'm going to say Unichard. It might be Card.
Unichard.
Okay, Unichard. We'll go with that. He says EG with Dyrus because Dyrus is the best. What do you think about that?
What can I say about that?
What do you think about him as a top laner?
I actually think he's really strong, and I really love the performance from TSM when he joined the team. After the Rayman left the team, Dyrus joined the team, and the performance from TSM was like they start winning everything in America. Not at the moment, but they were like winning everything. So I really like him, and he's really good top laner. And actually, I played a lot of times against him in Europe as well, because he's like one of the only American top players that has an European account.
Okay.
But would you rate him above Wicked? I mean, that's what he's saying.
Depends. I think like Wicked is perfect for the EG strategy, like EG playstyle. But Dyrus is probably better, I will say. Probably.
Well, okay. Interesting thoughts there. But we have one from Enslans. I would replace Najaki, Saint, Cop, and Elements with 4 Voyboy clones. It seems a very popular decision.
Yeah, we heard it yesterday as well.
Yeah, we did. Voyboy. And I think they had one supporting there, and I think it might have been Patoy. I'm not sure.
Just think of the synergy with all 5 Voyboys playing together. They know exactly what they're thinking. They know exactly what they want to do. It'd be insane.
And the thing is, what sickens me about Voyboy is the guy is really clever. I mean, he was doing all that work when he was at Dignitas, and then he went to CLG. He was only 16, and he was getting the very best grades at school. He's qualified for the very top schools in America. For when he finishes his LCS career, he can go, what? I've got a choice of schools I want to go to now. He's a really clever guy, which is kind of infuriating as an old man.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a clever guy. But of course, coming up next is going to be Dragonborns versus Evil Geniuses. Big game. Could be a crazy messy one. We've seen Dragonborns in the past really taking it to the top teams. Evil Geniuses, of course, lost to Against All Authorities. How do they approach this one? Because both teams, effectively Dragonborn coming off a win, Evil Genius coming off a loss.
I think it's like completely different styles, because Dragonborn is completely aggressive, offensive, getting like 20 kills in 5 minutes. And at the opposite is EG, the passive style, the 1 hour games. It's a completely different style. And we're going to probably see really crazy early aggressions from Dragonborns. And I was also thinking about who is going to pay Vi. Because we saw like Vi played by Snoopy yesterday, 2 days ago I think it was. But Dragonborn is famous for his Vi, for Susie's Vi in mid lane. So it's going to be really interesting to see the picks of Dragonborns, because I really expect them to pick something really new.
So what are you saying is that Dragonborns, I mean, if they want to win it, they're probably going to have to do it early. Do you think they have that focus, that strength to let the game last and still play at their 100%?
Yes, they can. They completely can. I mean, they have some really aggressive people. Like even Spontex in the top lane is really aggressive compared to Wicked. So we're gonna see a really crazy early game from Dragonborns.
Well, we are going to go over to our commentators and see how crazy this game is going to be. They are on your screens. They are ready to go. It's going to be Joe Miller and Quickshot.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Quickshot, Dragonborn's games, they've proved to be some of the most entertaining so far, and hopefully that's going to be the case here.
I hope so too. Unfortunately, the last time these two teams met, it was not the case. It was a 15 or 16-minute farm fest in the beginning of the game. Let's pull up those two team sheets and do a quick run through. This is the second time the teams have met, so this time around, Dragonborns will be blue side, Spontex, Maluno, Shushe, Hosan, and Moovat.
Yep, and of course for EG, Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
And again, you know, the previous time these two teams met, Renekton was the champion of choice for Wicked. He went super aggressive in that top lane. He did not die. The entirety of the match, he did not go down once. There was an unkillable alligator. And how are the Dragonborns going to respond?
Yeah, it was one of his games where afterwards he was being called Bricked by the community because he was looking very, very strong. Well, let's have a little bit more of an in-depth look at Dragonborns here, first of all. And we've singled out Maluno. Yesterday we saw him stealing a Baron away.
And he's the player we've highlighted because the pressure is on him. The previous time they played, his Shen performance left a lot to be desired. And his Amumu in the last few weeks has been, you know, leaps and bounds better. So if he can get those ganks underway, put some pressure on the lanes, maybe that's going to help Dragonborns to get that early victory that Aranea was talking about.
Well, to look a little bit closer here at EG as well, we singled out this time around Yellow Pete, the AD carry.
Now, Yellow Pete, he's going to have a lot of pressure on him because Hosan has been tearing apart bottom lanes. Hosan and Moovat with the Draven Taric or the Varus Sona combinations have been doing extremely well and putting a lot of pressure on any team they've faced. So, Yellow Pete, he's not exactly the most aggressive. He's very solid, but he's going to just survive the pressure that Hosan's going to put on him.
Well, before they get this heavyweight battle underway, let's see how the players measure up to one another.
First game we played against EG, we did a mistaken pick.
The strength is aggressive wicked play.
First of all, we're gonna try to focus in the pick phase, pick our strongest combination that we feel strong.
Their weakness might be that the bot lane is so passive. If you just go really aggressive, it might be a point where you can win.
If it goes right, I think we should beat EG this time.
Some interesting statements. Once again, I really love these little interview videos and the bits in between as well that we've been bringing up some really interesting points from the players. But before we get the bans and picks underway, before we see anything flashing on the screen, what are you expecting from this one, Quickshot?
I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on Snoopy in this particular matchup based on the fact that his Vi performances have not exactly been as explosive as some of the other champions that he's played. In the opening weeks, he showed that he can play Kayle. He ran, Maokai as well, which is an old staple. And wow, picks and bans are flying through here. Anivia, Lux, and Renekton for Dragonborns.
Yeah, and Xinjiao, Vi, and Kayle. The three, you'd expect to be in the bans there somewhere, and especially against Dragonborns, who have played all three brilliantly up until this point. But first pick, we have Shen open.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Shen is available, so is Sona. Jarvan as well is a jungler that Snoopy has run once or twice in terms of streaming. We've also seen, I think, Shushe running Jarvan. I don't know in the LCS season. It has been LCS. I thought so. I'm like, doubt myself. But Bricked, if he gets Shen, it's going to be scary. It was his Shen performance against Gambit that really steamrolled him to victory in week 1. And you just know how solid Wicked is in that top lane.
Well, it was kind of obvious that the Shen will be there somewhere along the line. And it looks like EG going to secure that one here for that top lane. And, we've seen how effective it's been. The Darian Shen, which had 4,600 million hit points by the end of that last game. Like, you just couldn't kill the guy. Yeah. And, obviously with his ultimate in there, the ability to split push, overall just an amazing champion. And there is a Draven pickup.
Now, Draven was played by Evil Geniuses yesterday. Yellow Pete picked it up, ran it, and tried to put a lot of pressure down with it, and did very well, especially in the early game. But if anybody's going to know how to deal with the Draven, it is going to be Hosan. He was the first big name in EU to really use Draven. Needly and Kha'Zix have been picked up. The terror of Alexish yesterday. Can Shushe channel his inner, Alex to get a similar performance?
It's definitely possible, isn't it? I mean, Shushe has been impressive so far. He likes his high mobility champions. We'll see him being present in the lanes as well, no doubt. So let's have a look what EG are going to go for here. And I was wondering, they've not banned Draven out here, EG, and well, that's why, because they had the plans themselves to go head-to-head with Hosan.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them take something like a Taric for the support, just because of the early pressure. It is so immense. You'll notice that the Dragonborns have not picked their bottom lane yet. So we'll see how that decides to get played out. I also am questioning myself as to who is going to play Kha'Zix and who's going to play Nidalee, because if they want to go for that AP spear-throwing Nidalee, it's the Nidalee is what you normally need to usually see. But after last week's performances, Shushe was quite vocal, saying, well, we don't want Spontex and Ka because he didn't dive in as quickly as I wanted him to. He wasn't as aggressive as I was. So that's why my first instinct is there. But again, those lanes could swap. They could go anyway.
So EG choosing here to pair Sona up with Draven and also selecting the Zed. First one of the day.
Yeah, first one of the day. And again, Zed, we talked about in the previous matchup. It was Alex that used him very, very well, tearing people's faces apart. The damage is great, single target focus, great mobility. He's going to be able to use that living shadow of his to get over walls, etc. And we've seen Elise being locked in. So there's no carry unless Nidalee is going to be the carry here for Dragonborns, because this has just blown everything wide open. With Elise and Soraka being locked in, that makes me assume that Nidalee is going to be the AD carry with Soraka in the bottom lane and Jarvan in the jungle?
Bananas.
I mean, I have no idea about this composition because it's not traditional at all. And if the Dragonborns have done a lot of preparation for this matchup, you can even see Crepa's face. I mean,
WTF, mate?
Yeah, how do you respond to this? Who's going where? There's going to be about a minute on the clock that the teams will have to swap champions, swap runes, swap mastery pages, and evil geniuses are going to have to do their absolute best guesswork here as to what's going to happen. Because any one of those 4 champions has the ability to deal damage, to poke, to, it's an awesome composition if they're going to go with it.
Well, let's see what EG are going to finish up with. It seems to be a difficult choice for them, but in the end, they're going to settle in with that Twisted Fate. So that's going to be Froggen having the Twisted Fate, obviously, in the middle lane, Yellow Pete with Draven, the Sona with Crepo, and I'm guessing that the Shen is going to be in that top lane, or is Snoopy going to have it in the jungle?
That's what I was thinking about. It's one or two different ways. The ninjas can go in either position, and I would think that Snoopy would take Shen because he does tend to play those utility type of junglers a little bit more. So it does look like Wicked's going to take Zed. It's going to be the first time we're seeing him on Zed, and I'm extremely happy about that because he's played ninjas and crocodiles. I stand to be corrected, but the majority of this entire LCS, 4 games on Renekton, 2 on Akali, 2 on Shen, and his team has played 11 games, so I don't think the math adds up there. There's a couple missing. But yeah, energy-based, it's just ninja the entire time. It's going to be a Elise Soraka bottom lane. It's going to be Nidalee, and Spontex is getting Kha'Zix. So I have no idea what Dragonborns are doing at this comp.
Well, I'm excited to see it. And actually, they've got a last-minute switch. It's going to be an AD Nidalee in that bottom lane. So this is going to be very, very interesting. I mean, we saw that Hosan brought that Draven to the table.
Last-second swap. At the last second, Nidalee going to the bottom lane.
I did say that.
Yeah, sorry. I was asking Aranea about the composition and the kill lane and how it was going to work out. Do you see it working?
Well, in theory, sure. In practice, not so sure.
Now, one of the things they do have, which is great, is the range of Nidalee when she throws a javelin, tosses out. You're going to get the mana from Soraka, which is just going to be, keeping her topped up as long as Soraka manages her mana correctly. And I'm going to take a very quick look at the runes and masteries here for Hosan. He's opted to go for spell penetration 14 and then 8%. So he's obviously going to be, scaling ability power. He started with 34 AP.
Well, I mean, you've got Spontex in that top. I mean, that's the good thing about Nidalee, technically, that you can farm from range with her. You've got those spears in there as well. I mean, this can really work out for Dragonborns. Once that Nidalee, I mean, it's going to get a lot of farm anyway in this bottom lane. If they end up going in the bottom lane, we have to really talk about that as well, because we've seen it from other teams that just because someone in a different lane's playing a champion that you normally see in another lane doesn't mean that they're going to play in their usual lane.
Yes, 100% true. They can decide to swap it up and move around. And something else that we need to look at with the composition, Needley's got to heal. Soraka's got to heal. So any damage that Draven and Sona are going to put at these early levels with the poke, with the spinning axes and power chords, it's just going to get healed off very, very quickly. And they're not exactly a massive burst combo. It's not like an Ezreal, a Taric, or a Taric Graves lane where you can just get dropped 100-0 with a full combo.
Yeah, and obviously it means that you've got double AP at the same time. I mean, you've got the AD coming out of Kha'Zix, out of Jarvan as well. So, no, it's a bit of a different role, just having that Nidalee in there in the position which you'd normally say is reserved for the AD carry. So we'll have to see how this one all works out. It looks like Hosan and Movet may be thinking about doing golems here, or even going up to that top side of the jungle to help Jarvan out a little bit on his start from that.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need just that little bit of HP just to help him out on the red buff, maybe take his smite list, allow him to move up to the blue buff and get that quicker. It does not look like there's going to be any lane swaps at the moment, so it is going to be the Nidalee and Soraka bottom lane, and itemization is going to be so important here, because if Maluno or Spontex fall a little bit behind, the physical damage that they're going to be putting down is going to be quite lacking, and that's really where the pressure is going to come from. A Nidalee Spear is always going to hurt. Once you get those Sorcerer's Boots and, you know, some additional ability power, the later the game goes, the harder they hit.
Well, Hosan and Movet now moving down into this bottom lane. And you can see that Hosan obviously feeling comfortable as Wicked going to get dove on here by Spontex. The Ignite burning away. Spontex not quite got the damage there, though.
And Spontex, he picked that fight before he was level 2. He's just hit level 2 now. So he's got a point into his leap. If he had waited just a tiny bit longer, with the leap and Taste of Fear, he may have actually been able to pick up first blood.
That was a very aggressive play out of Spontex. I think he was hoping to hit level 2 kind of during that whole thing, which didn't really work out for him, but he's done a good job of keeping Wicked away from that farm up until now. Obviously, he does have the range there with Zed to get in. Spontex was just hoping that that minion would take his down, but Wicked is still managing to get those creeps on his side. But Spontex going to hit level 3 there. Is he going to go aggressive in? We are seeing Maluno here off to the side, so there is an option for that gank to come around. Spontex, though, I'm not sure he'll be able to bait him out. And we see Jarvan actually headed up now in towards the brush. So he's going to come straight through this lane. Will Wicked be aggressive enough there?
It depends, because Wicked's not only got Flash available, he also has his Living Shadow, which is going to be another, mini blink effectively. Just put distance between yourself and your enemies. One thing that's so good for Wicked, though, is because he uses energy instead of mana, he can just spam his abilities all day long. That Razor Shuriken as well, the Q, it deals consistent damage after hitting the first target. So you can also farm more accurately on it than you can on some of the other abilities, which, get weaker and weaker as they go.
Maluno is still waiting here in that brush. Wicked up to level 3 now, obviously. Does have that slight disadvantage there. He finally hits level 4. We're not going to see Maluno going. There's the jump over. Can they get the finisher? Maluno backs off.
And once again, Wicked face-checking the bush. He needed to just go in there and see. He did get away with the use of his flash, though. But if he gets caught out again, he will probably give up first blood. Spontex is a very happy camper in that lane. Props to Wicked, though. He's not falling behind in CS. He is still keeping up, albeit with this recall. It'll put him a little bit behind.
Yeah, got to keep himself calm in that situation, not let it kind of get to you that you are being pressured so heavily. In this bottom lane, Krepo has taken a good couple of hits. Obviously, those spears going to be flying out from Hosan, and EG are going to have to try and dodge them as Krepo does take another one. Good catch.
Yeah, and what a great combo in this bottom lane. If Hosan gets another hit, it might be enough. Krepo's going to be able to just sidestep that one, though. The amount of counter pressure that you have from a Soraka and a Nidalee, you see they're just going to keep healing one another. They're going to farm from range, continue to throw those spears out. Whether they're on their turret or at the enemy turret, they're so safe. And as soon as they hit level 6, the Wish, the heals, and the Cougar form, you're not going to catch Nidalee and pin her down.
Very interesting setup to the start of this one. Quite a passive first few minutes here as well. We're down to the 5.5 minute mark, which we're used to seeing Dragonborns having a couple of kills at least under their belt by this stage. But as you mentioned, the first time that these two teams met, it was quite a passive game anyway.
It definitely was, and it was a thing that actually worked against the Dragonborns, because they allowed Evil Geniuses to farm themselves into a power position, and then just the team fight superiority that Evil Geniuses had won them in the mid to late game. So Dragonborns have had a couple of weeks. You know, we're approaching halfway through the season. We're in week 4 of, I think it's 10 in total. And the Dragonborns are going from strength to strength. And if this new cheese composition, if I dare say that, works, then, you know, they're even theory crafting better than their opponents now as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think about it, in theory, it's a great thing. Both can heal each other. You got the mana feeding into Nidalee constantly through this one. So, in theory, it's a great thing, as I said before. But in practice, we've seen time and time again that theory crafting is only one part of really having a good setup in there. In terms of farm, 36 to 45, Draven got that advantage there. He's got Doran's Blade and a longsword in there as well. As you see those spears just knocking them a little bit low. And once Hosang goes back after this for his first buy and comes back with a bit more AP, then gonna be dangerous.
I definitely want to see how he's going to decide to itemize, because it's very apparent that Destiny comes in.
Here comes Twisted Fate. Hosang only level 5. They get the slowdown. No stun card pulled by Froggen, but he's going to have that up here in a minute. And they knock him off to the side. There is the stun card. Is Hosang going to survive this one? The heal, the barrier. First blood picked up by Scumbag Crepo.
Scumbag Crepo is on the way out. The bananas carry on landing, but it took so long to pick up that kill. Exhaust and heals and barrier and flash. Everything was used, and I mean that was a 10, 12, 15 seconds of continued auto attacks to get the kill. We do see the Sorcerer's Shoes have been picked up for Hosang, so once he gets back into the lane, the additional movement speed will help him survive those next ganks. And we say it time and time again, if your Twisted Fate picks up a gank with his first use to Destiny, I think it's looking good for you.
Yeah, certainly is. If he can keep going that way, and they're going to be pushing on in this game. I mean, that's going to allow the Sight Stone to be picked up, as well as a Pink Ward. Health Pot coming in as well there for Crepo after getting that first blood picked up. And we already talked a little bit about this one earlier on, and we then rated as well that, okay, you might want those first bloods going onto your AD carry, your AP carry, but in the end of the day, even if it goes to the support, it's still beneficial for the entire team as a whole.
And take a look at the decision here from Crepo. Because he got that first blood and the additional gold, instead of going for a GP10 now, which is going to help you in the mid to long game, he picked up a Sight Stone immediately. So not only has he got, you know, that additional HP out of the Sight Stone, the vision it's going to give him for the time when Shusha's Elise comes down, when Jarvan comes down, when Spontex comes and says, hi guys, I'm still here, it's going to allow them to stay safe in lane. So a really smart decision, not just blindly going, I need more money because I don't get CS.
Yeah, and one other thing that we didn't really mention, we mentioned it, I think, last week when we saw that Draven in the middle lane. Was that last week or was that Friday? It's been a long weekend. Super week. It was, yeah.
Maybe it's Saturday.
So, so basically, it's sometime in the past. Yes. It's all melded into one this Super Week, but for the good reasons that we've had some amazing games. But we mentioned that, you know, Nidalee has technically got an easy shot onto Draven when he's going to catch those axes.
Yeah, it's so true. It allows you to predict that very well, and it just means Yellow Pete's decision making has to be on point. Maluno is level 6. Cataclysm is available. Can they stick onto Zed though?
Well, Wicked gonna get slowed up. Here we go. Knockup gonna come into action. Wicked is gonna get himself away, but how far? The Cataclysm gets locked in. Shen actually will come up there, and they don't manage to pick it up. What was used in that one? Cataclysm was used. We saw the Ignite used out of Spontex as well. Wicked using his flash ulti.
Maluno and Spontex deserve mega noddy badges because they waited patiently until the Living Shadow was used. The second that Wicked pressed W on Zed, they went, let's go in now. He had no escape outside of his flash. They jumped in and collapsed on him, and the timing could not have been better. Unfortunate for Wicked to, you know, get collapsed on, but he survives. And even with the pressure that Maluno's putting top, he is out-farming Spontex right now.
Yeah, doing a really amazing job here. Here's Wicked, got that pickaxe, BF sword, long sword in there until now. As I was talking earlier on about Yellow Pete, obviously got the assist from that first blood. He has got that Vamp Scepter, double Doran's Blade, and the boots as well. That mobility going to be a big factor for him in dodging those spears.
Yeah, so true. Hosang now, he's taken a couple of those spinning axes from Yellow Pete and starting to lose a little bit of HP. But just look how quickly he gets back up to health. Muvat Soraka has got 3 points into her W, the Astral Blessing, and it's on a fairly high cooldown right now. It's still sitting around 17 seconds as Spontex goes aggressive.
Yeah, Wicked trying to escape the repel, gonna come down. Have they got the damage to finish this one off? The problem that they have is Twisted Fate just popped his ultimate there. Actually, he's gonna turn around here and go in towards Maluno. How smart can a man be? That was great from Froggen.
Yeah, really, really
Maluno
well
had
played.
no idea what just happened.
No, absolutely no clue where he'd went, but he also managed to save them up in the top lane, but Maluno hasn't had enough.
Yep, comes back in there, but Froggen just walking away from that. Maluno really was confused by what happened there. Really cool move coming out of Froggen. In that top lane, Elise was still there. As we hear the low health pings, which we can probably get used to hearing at this stage, because that's Nidalee managing to land stuff onto Crepo.
Yeah, spear after spear. Haunting Guys has been completed for Shushae's Elise on that previous buy, so the amount of burst, the penetration coming down from the boots and that little mask is going to be very, very good. And one of those spinning axes actually not hitting Move at all too quite as hard as you'd actually expect at this low level. Yeah. It's not the burst that we were seeing, earlier in the week when it was going against the likes of a Zyra, etc. So extra 56 armor on Movet. He's obviously ruined fairly heavily down that path.
Yeah, good to be defensive and knowing that before Nidalee really gets that AP up with the spears. Yeah, they still hurt, of course, but they're not going to be that much of a threat to really force Yellow Pete off when he's going to go aggressive on that one as well. So let's have a look at the overall picture. 13.8 thousand gold to 15,500 in favor of EG. Obviously, no turrets taken down yet. Just the one single kill, as we are going to see Wicked going in aggressive there onto Spontex. Half of his health taken away, but that's all.
Now, in terms of the gold, in terms of how it all works out, a team with Twisted Fate is always going to be in the lead for gold, all right? Because part of his passive, you gain an additional 2 for every CS you pick up. And if you look down the board, you can see 100, 100, 100. Just that alone, you're talking about 600 gold from the passive. The more they allow Evil Geniuses to farm, Shushae wants blood.
Yeah, actually was going in there. The cocoon misses, but look at the damage coming out. Barrier used by Froggen. That will keep him alive. The Ignite was ticking, but, well, without the barrier, he would have been dead there.
That volatile Spiderling absolutely destroyed Froggen's HP bar. It was comboed with the Neurotoxin Poison as well, so, the two bangs together managed to chunk his HP. If that cocoon had landed, it definitely would have been a reply kill. Evil Geniuses has started the Dragon, but the Dragonborns want to defend their kin.
Yeah, down to less than half HP. Maluno off to the side. We saw him stealing Barons yesterday. We are going to see Crescendo. Froggen coming in on the backside. Gets a stun onto Shushae. Has to move away from that one as Maluno's ultimate did go down there. The Cataclysm failing to hold him in as they get the cocoon on towards Snoopy. Can they get the finisher? Yes, they can. And Maluno's got in over the other side. Draven goes down. Froggen is actually really low here right now. Needs to be careful. They got the stun card on to stop them pushing him further, but that's 2 kills for Dragonborns.
That is a great set of kills. They put some more pressure now onto this middle lane with Spontex and Hosan chunking down the tower. It's not going to survive long. Spontex goes super aggressive, diving forward. Can he catch Froggen?
Oh, the spear comes in from the side. Spontex going to get around, cleans up House, and that is 3 kills. I mean, Wicked did actually start pushing. He's going to take that tower in the top lane, but 3 kills and a dragon for Dragonborns. Brilliant play.
And they get the middle tower down to about 500 hit points as soon as they apply. As soon as they apply a tiny bit more pressure, that is going to go down. Dragonborn saying, it's something you come to expect. They are going to dive. They're going to fight. They are going to go, go, go. And the presence of mind from Spontex to jump into that Wraith camp and go, well, I think someone's close by.
I hear Wicked's health being pinged away because Hosan did connect with the spear. The second one not too far away from landing either, and that is because the needlessly large rod now with Nidalee, and that just offers it gives such a big difference to those spears. We saw how low it took Froggen, allowed Spontex to get in there to clean up, and we've got to kill pretty much a pieces down in this bottom lane. Yellow Pete going to be pressured by Shushae. He's actually going to force Shushae to back away there as he saw Crepo coming in.
Yeah, as soon as Crepo was there and he realized just how many minions there was, Shushae doesn't really want to take on, an army of the red team's minions. So he does decide to back away, but he landed the cocoon from the side, catching Yellow Pete just a tiny bit out, not being aware of that cocoon shot coming in, and the volatile Spiderling just cleaning house as far as the CS is concerned. We haven't taken a look at the CS for a tiny bit, and it's pretty much even across the board. There's no real point going into 10 CS difference in the bottom lane. Take a look at the gold and how it's matching up. Thanks to the dragon and the towers plus some kills, it's fairly close across the board.
Yeah, there's definitely not a massive difference at this stage. And also back and forth there in terms of who's really got the lead. But EG here looking for their second tower of the game. This outer bottom turret is the cocoon just flashing by Crepo there. That could have been dangerous. Movement was coming in on the side. Jarvan's actually coming in here. They're going to try and collapse around EG, but not sure they've quite got the pace. But look at the two coming in from the Tribush. Hosan and Spontex both coming in. They saw the spear coming out. Ultimate going to be put down by Twisted Fate. Will he join the party? Snoopy takes a big hit. Spontex would be able to jump away from that one if needed. And as a Twisted Fate ulti times out, Dragonborn's not messing around. Another spear comes around. Actually connects onto Snoopy. The void spikes will be avoided with a shadow dash.
And he hits Yellow Beat again. The damage is just so high. Look at Hosan's position. He does not afraid anything and just carries on pushing spear after spear. And if they connect, someone's going to go down.
Yeah, but look at this. Froggen that entire time pushing straight down the middle lane, doing exactly what they needed to do. They've lost that outer turret in the bottom lane, but they've taken a middle outer turret for the Pleasure. We do have right now the Fiendish Codex plus that Sheen in there for Froggen on Twisted Fate. Bloodthirst to finish for Draven at this point. Haunting, I can't even get my words out today. Haunting guys, blasting one sock shoes for Elise. And as you said earlier on, the damage coming out of those volatile spiralings is actually pretty high already.
Yeah, it's really able to clear waves very quickly. You can see that blade on Zed. It's obviously just going to synergize so well with every single ability in his kit, allowing him to survive a little bit more in lane. His tower is still up. He was able to push down Spontex's tower during the last of these pushes, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Frog in this matchup because Twisted Fate's going to be responsible for defending and pushing the towers as and when Dragonborns decide to group up. Evil Geniuses pretty much just take a free turret as DB are not anywhere to defend it, but it looks like Spontex may take the top tower.
Here we go then. Actually, stun card failed there by Froggen. He actually hit the minion. Pretty sure that was meant to be clicked on Spontex, but he will say, well, I guess I was a little bit lucky there to get away with that one. But will he keep going? Yellow Pete losing a ton of health there. The spear coming in, and he's running at a pretty predictable path here. As another spear comes around, that one not quite landing on its target. But running the elixir right now as well, Hosan. He wants that boost at this point.
Yeah, 119 CS, Rabadon's death cap, as well as those sorcerer shoes completed, so he's hitting extremely hard. 266 ability power at 18 minutes. The Cocoon lands onto Wicked. Are they going to go aggressive, though? That's the question. He does manage to get very good wave clear using that little spinning slash of his. It is the ability he's maxed first, and it's going to give him, really safe clear from a distance, which is going to help against Nidalee.
And Hosan is not afraid to just keep spamming those spears. And, well, with Mover in there on Soraka, he can just keep doing so all day long.
It was one of the things that we noticed, when Ocelot was playing Nidalee, they denied him the blue buff. Dragonborns, look at that, one spear into Wicked, below half health. The rest of Dragonborns continue focusing the tower.
Here we go then. Are they going to be able to get in? Cocoon does actually miss its target. We see the Spiderling doing good damage. Spontex at the side here. Froggen actually he's going to get the stun down onto Spontex, and they're going to go in for him. In the end, the ultimate coming out off Soraka to keep him healed.
That was a little bit questionable from Mover. He threw the wish down in the anticipation that Spontex may have been jumped on by more members of Evil Geniuses, but they didn't spend anything more than the gold card, so it was a bit of a waste of a cooldown. So well played by EG to at least get that out of him. And for the next sort of 2 or so minutes, that's not going to be available for a big fight. I imagine that the Dragonborns are going to slow the pace down now, wait for that to come back, because it's such a game changer in the middle of a fight to give that several hundred HP to every single member of your team. Dragon will be up in 30 seconds.
200 or maybe just 150 or so gold difference right now. It's super, super close, tied on turrets. Dragonborns got that kill advantage. I mean, it's with Kha'Zix, with Jarvan, one with Nidalee as well. It's a good spread across the board. The single kill for EG on Crepo. He secured that first blood earlier on in the game. Now has Chalice in there, that null magic mantle. Against this setup that we've got from Dragonborns, what do you expect to come out item-wise from EG?
Okay, well, take a look at this. You can see, first and foremost, Froggen's doing something very interesting. Against the amount of magic damage that's coming down and against, the pressure that he's feeling, he's actually gone aggressive. He's picked up a Deathfire Grass first, instead of going for something like a Zonya's or the Lichbane. He has the Sheen for that. So they're anticipating the aggression, and I think the call from EG is to just say, look, blow somebody up when they jump in. When Jarvan and Kha'Zix comes in here, they're playing aggressive, so pick up a kill as quickly as possible and then collapse around the rest of your team. They desperately need to rush the Aegis of the Legion because the amount of magic damage is very high, and Dragonborns, are they going to get caught out?
Yeah, Dragonborns do team kill the dragon once again.
A joke will never get old.
It will never, ever get old.
For the rest of this season, that is what it's going to be. And I was talking about a moment or two ago how important Froggen's going to be with his Destiny to split push and, keep the Dragonborns at bay. Dragonborns want to fight. Dragonborns want to be in your face as a champion. And they do have, pretty good wave clear coming out of Elisa's Spiderlings, the volatile ones, and the Void Spikes from Carr. But, Jarvan, he can do it with his EQ, etc. If Shen and Twisted Fate can keep the map pushed and keep the map in control, Evil Geniuses are going to be in a very happy place. Snoopy just walks in casually and says, Hosan, you don't have smite. Thank you very much.
Yeah, manages to get that smite in there. Nicely done from Snoopy to prevent that going over to Nidalee. As we are going to see Twisted Fate actually ulting down here. Maluno taking instant action when he sees that coming in. Throws down the flag, slides away and says, not today, Froggen.
Yeah, he manages to get to safety. Very versatile champion in terms of escapes. Just can just go over walls if needed. Destiny has been used, but it's not the end of the world because with some additional cooldown reduction from that Deathfire Grasp as well as the blue buff, Froggen will have that ultimate up very soon, and Shushay is about to catch out Wicked.
Yeah, he's going to catch Wicked out here, but can they finish off? Maybe now that Maluno is here as well. We are going to see Shen joining the party, and Dragonborns may have bitten off a bit more than they can chew in this one. Crepo comes down. Crescendo lands on Maluno. It's still alive here as he goes over to the turret. They flash in to make sure that kill is going to be finished off, but in the meantime, they're pushing in this top lane. They're already onto that inhibitor turret. Are EG going to stay around and keep pushing themselves? No, they're going to be recalling from this one. Well, Dragonborns are going to have that inhibitor away. Inhibitor itself may just be safe now when they call it. Those recalls have come down. They're not stopping for now, but I think Crepo and Yellow Peak might be enough to stop this one happening. Meanwhile, in the jungle down the bottom side, Shushay got picked off by Froggen.
Yeah, exactly. Members of Dragonborns were trying to stop Evil Geniuses from recalling, trying to interrupt them as quickly as possible, buying time for Hosan and Spontex to try and get that inhibitor down. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it happen, so they end up losing Shushay. Spontex is going to get revealed by Destiny, and Froggen, where has he gone? He's decided not to just use it. He was trying to get to safety. He's going to catch out Hosan.
He's coming in here on towards Hosan and will just put the damage down right where Froggen comes in, forces him away. There's the spear from Hosan. So well played.
Hosan's timing was insanely good. The second that Froggen appeared, you've seen those claws of the cougar form just tearing apart Froggen's face, and I cannot get over how incredible his timing was on that play. It literally allowed him to pick up the kill. He didn't even use barrier. Against Froggen. I want to take us all the way back to the beginning of that fight because a combo came out that is very, very good for Evil Geniuses here. The Deathfire Grasp into the Deathmark combo of Froggen and Wicked with the Twisted Fate and the Zed is literally going to melt any squishy on the team. If Nidalee, Elise, or Kha'Zix get caught, they will go down because the amount of burst is insanely high.
Well, right now, Dragonborn's pushing through towards that middle inner turret. Draven ulti comes back to get rid of the wave, but the Cocoon has landed on towards Crepo. Yellow Pete's damage enough to force them back for the kill, but Dragonborns have got the turret.
So they take a turret lead now 7-4. They continue applying pressure with that inhibitor exposed in the top lane. If they decide to group up and try and brute force their way through it, they may be able to secure that inhib. It's a quick stock of the items right now. As you can see, Hosan and the rest of Dragonborns pushing the bottom lane. Brutalizer and Giant's Belt collected for Snoopy, and Yellow Pete's been caught.
Oh, this is bad news for EG. He's going to flash away, but the repel coming in. Is he going to get the kill? Sand United comes down, and Shushay going to die there to Wicked. Yellow Pete just about survives it, and Dragonborn's forced to back away. They're going to be throwing spears through that entire time, but that was a great reaction coming out of Snoopy.
Yeah, exactly, but the Stand United is now down, so if anybody gets caught by a Cocoon or a spear, the potential is there to go on Crepo. 2 spears down to a third of his life. Going to start backing further and further away. Again, spears going Crepo so close there. And we do see another engagement in the middle lane.
Yeah, Spontex just taking damage from Froggen. They are both at the same level at this point. And actually, we've got the Manamoon plus the Black Cleaver at this point with a Giant's Belt as well and Spontex. So he probably feels decently strong going up against Froggen at that point. But either way, Dragonborns are still pushing here on towards that bottom lane as we see the heals coming down. Hosan will have to pounce away.
And this is the game plan that Evil Geniuses have to play. Froggen is not there because he cannot afford to be. He needs to be pushing the lanes, needs to be pushing minions in his favor elsewhere on the map and use that Destiny when it's really, really necessary. Dragonborns are staying grouped up as 4, and this is the Destiny we're talking about. Look at Snoopy from the side.
Yep, coming in from the side of this one. Will Froggen decide to go in there? No, he's not gonna. He's just gonna have the vision, and that'll be fine for him by now. We can see that Elise forced away onto that top lane just to push those minions back that Froggen had already been causing problems with earlier on as the spears come across. Actually, that would have killed the blue buff if it didn't actually...
Body block.
Yeah, body block. I don't think Snoopy really meant to block that one.
But nevertheless, it worked out for the best at the end of the day. Good positional play from Shushay, because as soon as they seen Froggen was in the top lane, he actually recalled relatively quickly. And as Froggen decided to use the Destiny for vision and to try set up a gank on Dragonborns, Shushay was already clearing the wave out and the Dragonborns were retreating. The Dragonborns are making the right decisions right now in this stage of the game. The longer it goes, the more power the Shen and the Twisted Fate split pushing will have. And that's when it's going to be so key. One poor team fight of a 4v4 or a 4v3, which will become a 4v5 with Stand United and Destiny, could literally turn the entire tide of this battle. But on the same token, if Dragonborns, they secure the dragon here, if they pick up a good team fight win, they've got an exposed inhibitor, they can be on the Nexus turrets within minutes.
And with that dragon going over, it'll bring the gold lead to 40,000 to 37.5. Nice lead that Dragonborns have got right now. See the Chalice, Fiendish Codex coming out there, moving up towards that Athene's here is Hosan as he keeps throwing those spears over. Cocoons as well. I mean, with the Void Spikes, with the Dragon Strike, they've got good poke in this lineup. And EG are probably going to struggle to hold on to this. The later the game goes on, the more all that stuff's going to hurt.
And not only do they have such great poke, they got such sustain as well. Needly and Soraka with the heals. The damage onto Froggen, he cannot stay hang around for these fights because the Dragon Ball is just going to keep chunking down the turret. It is going to be hard for them to take turrets though, because Jarvan and Spontex are their attack damage champions who are melee. They don't have an Ezreal, a Caitlyn, a Draven to continually take damage. And you see how strong they are? They're not dealing damage to the turrets.
But one thing they do have in their favor, which some poke comps like this can often have problems, as we are going to see Shushay coming in, flashing from Froggen. Hosan taking a lot of damage, but he's still alive. They kill Snoopy. Hosan finally will drop as a repel comes down from Elise. Froggen will have Wicked flashing in towards him, but actually Spontex was right up in there. Yellow Peak going to come out. Will he get caught out? He gets knocked up here. He is going to go down to Shushay. That's a 3-for-1 for Dragonborns.
Dragonborns are going to be so happy with that. The healing coming out of Soraka is just so immense. The Wish literally saving their lives in the middle of that fight. They're going to get this turret down, and with 15 seconds on the clock before Shen and Crepa are back, Dragonborns are going to happily walk away, and this is such great play from them. They're not sticking around longer than they need to. They're taking the objective that they are happy with, they are moving back, and they're just going to carry on applying the pressure now that inhibitors are revealed.
Really great stuff coming out of Dragonborns. And my point was that when we see this kind of the AP in Italy, we always comment about if that blue buff's not there, she has a real problem to, keeping those spears coming the entire time. But when you've got the Soraka there, it's like, well, I got a mobile blue buff with a heal as well. So they can just sit at those towers the entire time and throw in. We even saw there when EG engaged, they still came out 3-for-1.
Yeah, because the heals were just so immense. Spontex as well, he dove to the back line. So it was 4 members of Dragonborns facing off against 2 of EG, and Spontex just terrorizing everybody from the back. He's got a decent chunk of HP with that Giant's Belt. His Mirror Mana has just been completed, along with his Last Whisper and Black Cleaver. And talking about the mana, you've got Hosan sitting with an Athene's Unholy Grail.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's always going to help. So not only has he got the mobile blue buff with him, his Athene's is going to be so powerful as well. Dem bananas.
Yeah, they've also got the Shurellias in there. I really like that addition, so that if EG do come running at them, they're able to run away from it. Or, even get the fast engage if they land a good spear or two onto the right people. And with that Cocoon in there, the Cataclysm to lock them up, really get a great set of abilities that the Dragonborns have, as Froggen will pop his ultimate. He's actually going to come in, but I'm not sure his positioning is the best in this one. Cataclysm comes down. Froggen is somehow still alive in this, right in the middle. Finally picked up by Maluno. Wicked going very low. That's a 1-for-0. That's Spontex comes in, gets the first jump over. Maluno comes in crescendo. Too late for Crepo. The jump over the top. Is this going to be the ace? The spear comes in, but Kha'Zix gets the kill. Triple kill for Shushay. And an ace for Dragonborns. 40 seconds. They can win this game right here and right now. This is not looking good for Evil Geniuses. They start off the first Nexus turret. The heals coming in. They can tank them up all day long with the Nidalee Soraka heals. First Nexus turret goes down. Second one's going to follow. There's 20 seconds until the first people start getting back into the game. Dragonborn's going to take the Nexus and beat Evil Geniuses.
I cannot get over how well they played that comp. It was a new composition, something we don't see. Double AD with sort of an AD jungler and top lane. They played it to perfection. Evil Geniuses tried to make that fight work, and it just did not work out for them.
You see Wicked shaking hands with the team, and it's never a nice feeling to lose a game like that. But I tell you what, they've got to give the props, to be honest, over to Dragonborns, because they have been so good. Coming out, innovative composition there coming in, and it worked like a treat.
Yeah, there's literally no other way to say it. They played it to perfection. They picked the engages that they needed. They backed away when they needed to. And I think the analysis desk will have so much to talk about after this game.
Yeah, and we shouldn't delay them any further in that one. So let's go over to Jason, Demon, and Aranea to break everything up.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And wow, what a game! A meta change from Dragonborns. And well, the innovator down that bottom lane. And, you know, Joe touched on it, really, as the fact that, you know, with Nidalee, you need the mana, but he's got a mobile mana fountain following him.
It was funny because in the picks and bans, I got Quick Boy asking me if Elise Soraka was going to work in bottom, but then it was the last second change for the Nidalee and Soraka in bottom. And AP Nidalee, we were expecting the 89 Nidalee, but it was like AP1. And it was a really interesting game to watch.
First thing we did when we looked at it, we were like, he's got a Doran's ring. He is going full AP down that bot lane, and we were furiously checking stats and trying to find someone to see what rune pages they got. It was brilliant. So really nice to see Dragonborns coming out with something different.
Yep, completely true. The only thing I don't like at all in this match was EG. They were trying somehow to counter the aggressive style of Dragonborns, and in the past, EG never tried to counter. They said, okay, this is our own style. This is Anivia. We're going to play Anivia. You know we're going to play Anivia, but we're going to play it and we're going to stomp you. We're going to play Maokai and we're going to stomp you. And we're going to play our own style. And now they were picking like Draven to counter Hossen. They picked that early mobility with TF and Sen, and that's set in top lane. And that's completely opposite to what we always see on EG. They were trying to counter the enemy, and I think it didn't quite work out. In this matchup, at least.
It is completely opposite, but, you know, to me, it's like a breath of fresh air. It's nice to see a team try new things. You know, EG, we're used to them going for the long, drawn-out games, and then now they're starting to play these, you know, aggressive pre-60-minute games that, you know, is very unusual to them. It's just really, it's kind of, I don't know, to me, it's just kind of really nice to see. And what they were doing with their composition as well, I mean, we were talking about items, Quickshot touched on it, you know, the Zed ultimate stacked with the DFG. If it's even a tanky character, you're going to kill them automatically because of that damage amplification you get for each champion.
But you're thinking that you're going to try to kill someone, but in that setup, if they try to kill anyone, it has Soraka heal, it has Soraka ultimate, it has probably Soraka exhaust, and then you have Nidalee, AP Nidalee heal. So it's so much heal to one champion that he's not going to die at the end.
And the strange thing, I mean, or not so much strange thing, the great thing I thought for me with Dragonborns was the fact that if that cocoon landed, they were dead. There was no way you were going to get away. You send the Spiderling in, the Spear's going to follow, Kha'Zix is going to jump on you, Cataclysm's going to come in. If you are caught, you are dead. And that was the danger that Evil Genius had throughout the whole game. Once the siege mode started, that we're going to highlight here, there was nothing they could do.
Yep, completely agree. I really like the DB comp you were talking about with the cocoon. If that hits, it's going to be all the poke going in. With Kha'Zix, W, Nidalee, Spear,
and you're going to get silenced as well, which is the real kicker. You can't even flash out of it. It's like... Zip.
That's the sound it makes, ladies and gentlemen, when you get blown up.
I tell you what, if I was casting that game, then you would have definitely had some Kha'Zix noises, because I was almost doing it sat here watching the replay. I was like, he's jumping. Every time like... But let's get into the replay that we had here, because this is really... I mean... I think before this, already we thought Dragonborns had got this one, but it showed their siege power, how much power they had in that combo.
Yep. Yeah, very true. Okay, so this is when they're, you know, pushing up, like we were saying, into the mid inhibitor turret. They had the top inhibitor available to take, which we were talking about. You know, it's a little interesting why they didn't go for that, but as we see here, just you were mentioning, RNA, just if you do catch someone, you have the Soraka heal, the Nidalee heal, and you have a lot of protection. It's really hard to kill them. So this replay, as you're going to get it on your screen, just shows that as well, and also the damage that Dragonborns can put out even if you do get in their face.
Yeah, so they're trying to seize the tower. They are just poking every time, and Snoopy flash really aggressive to get Hosan. They get Hosan, but in that exactly time he has barrier, he has the heal of Hosan, and they all go to Froggen and Creeper. It was the 2 focus, I think, from Dragonborn. We get ultimate in Susei, but it wasn't quite effective because it was the only one going low was Hosan, and no one focused on Hosan. Now we see Wicked has to flash to get him, W to get him, but still, like, all the team fight was perfect to Dragonborns.
Because
we have
show this.
the Cathix doing the and jumping to everyone, just killing everyone. And I think we got a 3-for-1, right?
Yeah, I believe it was, yeah.
And just destroying Froggen on turret there as well. And the damage that came out, I mean, that's obviously the beauty of Kha'Zix. The irony is that last week, when I was talking to Dragonborns, Shushe said, we're not going to allow Spontex to play Kha'Zix anymore because he wasn't following me in on Vi. But now we see him leaping into that backline freely. It's nice to see that, you know, within a week, they've adjusted their strategy, adjusted the tactic, clearly talked it out, and said, okay, we're going to change. This is how we're going to do it. I mean, that was a full combo. So is this a problem that Dragonborns have obviously strategized so heavily for this? They've obviously worked for this one against Evil Geniuses. This is what we're going to do. We've got the blue side. This is how it's going to work. Have Evil Geniuses focused on it? Or like you mentioned, they were just trying to counter it? Do you think, is that a case of they weren't prepared for this?
I think they were prepared for Dragonborns, but not from these new Dragonborns that they like. I think in the moment they picked the last 2 picks, it was Nidalee and Soraka. We saw Creeper face, and he was like, what the hell is going on now? I mean, they misclick or what?
I couldn't tell when he was laughing. I couldn't tell he was thinking, oh, this is going to be easy. Or whether he thought,
what is this?
Is this? Yeah. So
actually, I don't know. It was some kind of interesting comp, and it really worked out for them. It was perfectly played by Dragonborns. They were pushing all the time. It was like in the bottom, a team fight from EG and Dragonborns say like, okay, you take a team fight, we take 2 towers in top.
Yeah, and that's how it worked. So, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the game we thought was Hosan, of course, and for that, really innovation, pulling out the Nidalee in the bottom lane, and AP Nidalee. Blowing the meta out the window, not even bothering taking an AD carry at all.
Yep, he's the MVP. Awesome.
Well, the thing is, you're playing Draven against him, and he knows how to counter that. And I'm actually curious, was it them running that to counter EG in general, or is that the combo they run to counter Draven?
It was
That's
probably,
what I was curious about.
Yeah, it was like in bottom lane, probably a counter to Draven, like that early healing. They will never die, only with TF ultimate, and they get 1 kill in bottom, but only 1. And that's like, Draven is probably like really good early game, and late game is still good, but it's really hard to play, because that means position from the axis you're gonna pick is really hard to play.
And yeah, you know, Joe and Quickshot are mentioning that you know the axis is going to land, so you can throw a spear right when they're going for it, and most likely hit it.
Is that the first Soraka we've had?
I believe
certainly
so.
in Europe, but
yeah, in Europe,
yes.
I'm not even sure with North America.
No, North America, complexity, they play always Soraka.
Yeah.
Pretty much always.
Oh, okay. It's good that we've got you here. This is why we have experts, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try and go over to the main stage. It is going to be a member of the Dragonborns, which I was not expecting to have. But as it is, we're going to see Shocks in just a moment, but not quite yet. Not quite. Not quite. We're not ready yet. No. Coming up, I mean, we've got 3 more games ahead of us. Evil Geniuses have another game. They are 2 for 2 right now.
They actually
in this super week, which is not what they were going to be expecting, I don't think, coming into this.
I think they were quite disappointing yesterday after they lost against AAA, and they came here. They were with the mindset like, we are prepared now. We're gonna beat Dragonborns, and we're gonna get like at least a 4-1 in this super weekend.
Yeah,
but they actually 2-2. So it's really interesting how they're gonna play the next game. EG.
Well, what do you think? I mean, we've got, let's have a look at the week ahead, or the last 3 games ahead. Wolves versus Giants. Any prediction on that one? Just fast predictions, quick fire.
It's really, really hard to predict now, because Wolves won yesterday, or this weekend they won already like 2 games. They look really weak before that, but now they look strong again. And Giants' performance is not quite good lately. At the start they were playing really strong, but now I don't know what happened, but it seems like they are don't training that much as the other teams.
See, I think that they've kind of fallen away from what they typically do. You know, we're used to them in the qualifiers and the early weeks of LCS run these heavy CC kind of compositions, and they kind of stopped doing that.
Yep. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, it was working for him. Kind of, why do that?
Well, we'll find out certainly soon. Dragon Balls versus SK. That's now a really interesting game. SK, of course, 3-1 this weekend. Dragon Balls are themselves... Just my theories. I'm not sure exactly their scores. 2-0? How many? They haven't played. No, they lost.
Yeah, they lost against Fnatic and against GG.
They're 1-2. 1-2. 2-2, of course.
They already won.
They just won today. So they're 2-2. Actually, the same as EG, the same record this weekend. So that's definitely an interesting one. And Giants EG at the end of the day. So Giants have got the work cut out this afternoon. Or this evening, I should say. I keep saying this morning and this afternoon. I'm all over the bloody shop. Because frankly, it's 8 p.m. And, my day doesn't seem to start until 5 p.m. these days. So that's my morning. So apologies for anyone yesterday that was tweeting me and saying, why do you keep saying this morning? Well, we're in esports and time's relevant because I'm saying good morning to everyone in Pacific.
It's got that shovel digging a hole.
Keep on digging. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP, as we did mention, it was Hosan from the Dragonborns. There he is on your screen, looking all cash, just leaning off to the side. And he's such a great personality, and actually he's been a bit of an innovator in the AD carry role, or AP carry role, as it seems to be now.
As what role is he playing? I don't know anymore. Like, I thought he was AD, now I don't know.
And the thing is, with their team, I mean, they have 3 solid rocks right now. Actually, even Maluno has been really stepping up to the plate. Spontex in the top lane you saw last time. He did extremely well. He was playing completely different from the week before. We have Shushe, who's always a solid player, always an innovator, always a strong player in general. And then, Hosan came out of nowhere with his Draven originally, but now he's like the mind behind the team, trying out these new strategies, coming up with new things for the meta, and playing AP in Italy bot with Soraka.
And I love the fact that you mentioned Spontex. We actually have some really strong top laners in Europe right now.
Yes, we have.
You got Wicked.
Indeed.
You've got Darian in there, who himself said, when he was asked about the top laners of Europe, and he's like, you might want to check my record, guys. I'm doing pretty good. I don't know whether you're sure about this one. Obviously, Soaz in there, who just plays anything. Spontex has definitely stepped up to the plate. Freddy122, he's been playing him majestically.
Kevin.
There's so many. Yeah, Kevin, of course. That's Kevin. Everyone has been playing really well in that top lane. It's such a strong role. And, we've always talked about how strong the mid laners are in Europe, but the top laners seem to be shining.
Actually, I was going to say that we are especially the best probably, or in the regions, we have the best mid laners. They are really famous and probably like winning a lot of games. These mid laners like Peke, like Alexis, those guys are just amazing for all around the world. But in the top lane, we didn't have anyone to say like, wow, this guy. Like in America, there are a lot of people talking about Boy, a lot of people talking about Darius, as we said on the Twitter. But in Europe, probably like it was a bit from Soath, who was like that special guy. Wicked with Irelia, Darian on the M5 playstyle, and probably like Kevin in some games. But they weren't that famous or that good to say like this is probably the best top lane in the world.
If I remember correctly, I think Stanley actually in an interview from TPA said Soaz is like one of the top three top laners in the world at this point.
Darian and Soaz are the two people he mentions, quite regularly. And it's something that obviously the Asian market looks at because I guess before Korea kind of took off, where they were some months behind the rest of North America and Europe, they were seeing Moscow 5 destroying everyone. So who else to look at? With Against All Authorities, the only team that ran Moscow 5 for their money every time they played. And actually, if AAA would have played Moscow 5 in the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships last year, could have been a different result. We could have had a very different champion, I think. And it's interesting the fact, obviously, we're going into the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships just next week, Wednesday to Saturday, and there's so many games to go ahead. And how are they preparing for it? Because they're playing here in the League Championship Series, and it's definitely a preparation change for them compared to last week. But
yes, it is.
We are, of course, hopefully going to go across to the main stage now. We're going to see Shocks, and he's going to have a member of the Dragonborns.
Yes, thank you. I'm here with Maluno, the juggler for Dragonborns. Now, Maluno, revolutionary picks again, the champion picks. How do you come up with that?
It's mostly Shushe or Hosan thinking about something and then deciding to try it. I just let them pick whatever they feel like, and they do good with it. I don't know.
And you always play the same champion, or?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I've been playing like 3 different champions this tournament so far.
So picks are really the key to this game, or one of the keys. What was your thoughts going into that? Poke comp or double heal or double AP?
But it's mostly like a really strong poke comp. We wasn't sure what we wanted for mid. We just pretty much knew what we wanted for bot lane. It's the Soraka Nidalee. We've been practicing it a little bit, but not that much. But they have been doing really well in lane with it, so we just went with it and tried.
In the interview, you guys said, well, their bot lane is so passive, we're gonna have to focus on that. But then they picked Draven, which is a very aggressive pick.
Yeah, they have been playing Draven one game before in the LCS, I think. But it doesn't really matter because they don't have any ignite, so it's really hard for them to kill against double heal. With Soraka gives so much armor and then Nidalee heal, and they just run away and poke back, so it's really hard to catch them.
We saw you focusing your attention with those ganks on top lane, but you just couldn't kill Wicked.
Yeah, well, like it's obviously better to kill him, but even if I don't, it's not that bad because as long as I keep him from snowballing, because at least from what I've seen, Zed beats Kha'Zix at least slightly. And then, like, if he can't get a bunch of kills and get snowballing, then he can't really assassinate Nidalee later, and then we can just keep running away and poking.
Okay. Did Spontex ask for a lot of ganks? He told me for the interview.
Yeah, he's always crying for help. Like, no matter what, even if I give him 5 kills, he keeps calling, like, come top.
All right. Then Froggen initiated at the end and allowed you to finish the game. Was that wrong on their part or just good on your part?
Well, I know Kha'Zix was kind of far away. He didn't join the fight until after Froggen died, but it's really risky for TF to port in, especially, like, I'm not exactly sure about the fight, but if he ports and Nidalee has a free, like, way to spear, then he pretty much dies when he pops out, but we can still focus him really hard. I got my combo on him just as he popped out and then ulted, so he was stuck. And then, I don't know, Kha'Zix just came in and cleaned up.
So the LCS Europe is wide open. Everyone is winning games here, and a lot of people are losing games, obviously. Is your revolutionary picks what's going to get you to the top of the leaderboard?
I think so. Like, we have really strong players. We just need to, like, start talking a bit more and have less random dives and stuff happen. But everyone is playing super crazy all the time, so I don't know. People just need to calm down a bit.
People need to calm down a bit, but thank you very much for the great games you give us. Thank you for the interview, Maluno. Now, before we go into the break, just to remind you of our Twitter question. If you could replace one member from your favorite team, who would it be and why? Tweet us your answer at LOL Esports, #LCS. Now, don't forget, any questions you may have for us here in the studio or Aranea at the analysis desk, just tweet that at LOL Esports. Now, the Copenhagen Wolves are up against the Spanish Armada of the Giants up next, both very hungry for a victory. Copenhagen Wolves versus Giants after the break.
I think Giants are a really strong team. If you look back a few months, they were not anywhere near as strong as they are now, but I think they practiced really hard. They really deserve to be where they are now, I think, and they're doing really well.
Welcome back to the European League Championship Series here in Cologne. We're just waiting for the teams to set up over on the main stage. While we wait, though, I'm joined by, of course, Quickshot and our very special guest from Spain, Aranea.
Nice to see you again here.
Well, of course, we are over here on the analysis desk after casting 3 games. There's still 3 matches to come today. And there was a talking point just as we were wrapping up the previous thing that, Joe and I were discussing. The fact that we were saying how well top laners are doing and how amazing they are and everything, but the meta really suits them, doesn't it? This tanky bruiser type of gameplay. What do you think about it? What do you think about running AP Needly and all these different champions that we're seeing in the current metas?
Well, it was like at the start from Season 3, it was the famous League of Warmogs. Like everyone was getting Warmogs, even like ADs, even like jungle, mid lane, top, everyone Warmogs. Was really boring. Now it's like, the metagame is probably evolving and we are looking for like new setups, new comps to play, and it's where it comes, the AP Natalie bottom with Soraka.
Now, what would you do? Okay, let's say you were in the shoes that you had to face off against that composition. How would you create a composition? Let's say you knew that this is Dragonborn's signature comp, they're going to run something similar. How do you counter that?
Full go-in.
So just complete aggression?
Yeah, completely like Malphite. Even like Maokai could be good, like just go into Nidalee, get someone, just destroy him. Zed was also a good pick in that. It didn't work quite well, but still. And probably for an AP, another like go-in AP, like with a lot of damage and with a lot of burst damage. Even something like Annie could work for that. Just like it appears in the middle of teamfight and you destroy them all in 1 second. It's probably like the only thing to work there. But it's really risky and really hard to play against that.
Do you think that Dragonborn's baited that out? Were they ready for EG to say, after we saw Yellow Pete already play Draven, by the way, when they saw that wasn't banned, did you think they were expecting EG to go for that Draven pick? And that's when Hosan said, haha, I'm ready for this one.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess they were waiting for that. They were waiting for that Draven.
It also helps a lot because, of course, when you think about Dragonborns, the first thing you start to think about is Draven in that bottom lane. And you go, well, do we ban it? Do we pick it? And, EG sort of showed their hand by playing it yesterday against Gambit, and they sort of went, well, Yellow's been practicing it, and we want to deny it because it is really, really strong in the laning phase.
Yep.
Now, with regards to some of the other meta changes, you touched on the League of Warmogs, and I'm trying to think back whether it was League of Warmogs first or whether it was League of Black Cleavers first.
Cleavers first.
Cleavers first,
Actually,
then Warmogs.
That's true.
And there's...
In my defense, I have to say it wasn't Season 3. It was pre-Season 3. League of Black Cleavers.
Fair point. Touche, Aranea. That's a good one. That's why the pros, yeah. Now there's a lot of talk about Blade of the Ruined King on 3.03 Live, some of the changes to attack speed and things like that. And, the meta's still in this evolving phase. Nobody really knows what's working, what's 100% the standard. Do you think it'll start to settle down, or do you think it's going to be this ever-changing pot for the time being?
For me, I would love that always you can do something new. It's not like a static meta game. That's really boring. And right now is that the dynamic meta game is changing every week. Like every week we see, it's not like changing the meta game. It's just like we're watching new compositions and they are working against top team. It's not like I test this in a ranked game and it works. No, they test it against EG and they stomp them. So it's something like it can work out to do this kind of new compositions.
Well, it's very exciting to watch from our point of view, but very difficult to predict as well. How much does the patch notes and whatnot actually affect the way you approach the game? The reason I bring this up is there's so much talk on Reddit now about 3.03. A number of players and an A side have been very vocal about it as well. And you've got to play like a patch behind. How hard is it to play and to manage the fact that live is like a different monster to what you're actually using in the league?
Well, that's actually something really funny because there are so many people that when we got the patch note, we read it and then you start reading like, oh my god, the champion is gonna be OP. Oh my god, the champion needs a nerf. Before releasing, he needs a nerf. Like, this is just stupid. And then other people is like, I'm not even reading the patch note. I'm just gonna wait. We wait till they release the champion and they release like the change. And after that, we'll see. let's see like how it works in game, and then we will talk about that. But yeah, there are many people like just spamming like, oh my god, this champion, oh my god, this item. So it's really funny.
So do you think at the moment all of this hubbub, all of this rah 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 on Reddit and Twitter, it's just overreacting too
it's
early?
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, for us as casters, since we cast on the tournament realm, I don't even read the patch notes until the tournament realm because my brain's pretty goldfish size, so I can't store all that information and switch between them when I need to.
I have to say that now I have free time and I'm probably like watching that patch note and watching the champion preview. But before that, when I was like training like hard time for tournament, people were telling me like, what do you think again from Zed? What do you think? Like, Zed, it seems to be really OP. And I was like,
who?
I didn't even read about the champion. I mean, I'm sorry, I have no time. Oh, but do you see this new item? Really, I'm sorry, but I didn't read the patch note. I have no time to read it. When it comes up, I will go to a custom game, I will test it, and I will say, okay, it's fine or it's not. But till that point, I don't really like test things or just read and overreact from that.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. The players actually are close to being ready to start here, so we're going to throw it over to our commentators for this one. It's going to be Demon and Jason.
Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on towards the caster desk, and I'm joined, of course, by Jason, who has been with me all morning on the analysis. So we do have a game coming up that, obviously, before this weekend happened, I would not be saying. The favorites coming into this game are the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, I have to agree. They've been playing so strong. I mean, they have entire LCS so far, but this last week, they've just been playing phenomenal. That's all you can really say. They've been just perfect.
They're 2-1 with a win over Fnatic, which you wouldn't expect. Let's check out the lineups, of course. It is going to be Copenhagen Wolves as the blue team. It is going to be Godbro or Nigodbro, whichever you'd prefer. Svenskeren, Bjergsen, the Tess, and Deficio as the support.
And over on the red side, we're going to have Samix, Morden, Exter, Jims, and Babetta.
Jim Bones, as I prefer to call him. Of course, the last time they met, it was a very slow game.
Yeah,
but Jim Bones had a quadra kill, and actually Copenhagen Wolves were leading in that game as well, if I recall.
It was kind of, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's kind of like a boring game to watch until that last moment where one fight breaks out and that decides it kind of thing. But that's how it happened last time. But the way the Wolves have been playing right now, we could expect something completely different. Unfortunately for Giants, they're 0-3 so far in the Super Week, and they need to fight back. They need to show something here to start getting some wins, because once you get that downward spiral, as you saw for the Wolves, 0-9, it's really hard to come back from that.
Well, to come back, they need to take down this man. It is the Copenhagen Wolves, Bjergsen. He has been instrumental in the wins this weekend, picking up a pentakill, of course, in his first win for the Copenhagen Wolves, and the whole team's first win, honestly. It was just very, very well played by him. And then again, against Fnatic, he was a masterful performance on Kassadin. The question is, the man who normally does play Kassadin for the Giants is the man to stop them. Extermin in that mid lane. He's been playing some fantastic Rise, some fantastic Kassadin. The question is, can he do it?
Yeah, he's actually been, I think, the most solid player in their team so far, him and Morden. I mean, he's really hard to take down. He's such an experienced mid laner, and you kind of... Actually, I think every single game we've seen against Giants, they've always targeted him with at least one ban.
Yeah.
And that's something to say.
And that's actually something that the AP mids generally do generate. Like, for example, Syndra, which is what he's been playing in mid, Bjergsen, and it's been playing it really well. The fact that he picked up a pentakill with Syndra suddenly is probably cued quite a few solo queue players to playing Syndra and failing really badly. I wouldn't want to be playing solo queue after when we have... It's normally like after a tournament, you don't want to play solo queue because everyone tries to mimic those champions, but the fact that we have it every single week means it's a torrid place to be right now, especially with 3.03 hitting and all the horror stories I'm currently hearing about that Blade of the Rune King. We are into the picks and bans, though, and it is Kennen being banned out, as well as Rise, expected against Giants. Syndra, as we just mentioned, taken out, and Vi.
And see, I'm going to be really curious if we're going to see a Thresh ban, because we've seen Deficio be extremely good at Thresh. We've seen Babetta play before as well, and he's still one of those champions where people don't fully realize how to play against him, at this point. We saw Edward, he was, 8-0 and 11 or something like that.
He is the Fresh Prince of Armenia. You can't compare the Fresh Prince with Deficio. That's a little cruel at the moment. KL is going to get banned out at one of the champions. I think he's almost 100% pick ban ratio currently. It's got to be up there. I mean, without checking stats completely just off the top of my head. Definitely up there. Elise being taken away as well. Interesting because it's Samox that's actually played Elise, but we have also seen some very strong Elise played throughout the weekend. Just the last game as well, we saw Shuje in the mid.
Yeah, even Morden can run her in the jungle. I mean, he's been kind of straying away from that lately. The Xin Zhao getting through, and that's kind of interesting. Sven Skaren, we saw him, but he was pretty much, well, him and Bjergsen were like the key factors in winning that game. His ultimate was really spot on. Shen has slipped through as well, so I'm really curious to see if Giants are going to pick that up. He's been played quite a bit today, not necessarily banned out so much, but over this entire Super Week, he's just been so annoying to deal with. It's either, you know, you play extremely well with him and you just can carry the game because you focus so much attention up there, or, well, in the end, you always just farm up. But we do have Zyra being sat on for Giants.
And we have actually seen Extermin play Zyra before. And if I remember back with my statistics alongside Jat, I believe they had 100% Zyra pick during their 4 wins in the live qualifiers. This is what you get when you get this information imparted on you by these geniuses when you sit next to them in the analysis.
I don't think I casted any of the Giants game. That's why.
Ahead of you. You know, you are J.A., but not quite Jat and Jason.
Gotta call me out.
Gotta call you out.
But, you know, we've also had Babette who plays Zyra as well. So, you know, not just sure where that's going to go, but she's one of those champions where, you know, you pick her up, it kind of confuses the other team. And
it's the bear!
Yeah.
They've got the bare necessities. Oh, yeah. I went there.
Oh, yeah, but we've seen Morden play a perfect volley bear before. He really likes to focus on the mid and top lane. I'm curious to see if he's going to do that yet again. But already with that Zyra, I mean, he has a guaranteed link he can gank because of that CC. The Wolves, they have Thresh open. We've seen Deficio play him quite a bit. I think he's, well, out of the performance we've seen of all the Threshes so far, I'd say he's actually solid number 2 at this point. Just with those hooks, because they're so crucial in pretty much every game he's played him. But Bjergsen, he complained about being banned out against Fnatic. He has a lot of champions he could pick up right now. I wouldn't be too surprised if he actually delays it a little bit. Maybe pick up the 80 carry right now.
It looks like Sona maybe being hovered over, despite the fact, like you mentioned, Thresh was available. Looks like Deficio has been talked into not taking it this time around, and Sven Skaren's like, no, I'm really not going to select it for you. Instead, you are going to have Sona, and you are going to like it. But the question is, Bjergsen, don't think he's going to pull out any ability power champions right now. Expecting an AD carry. Varus, I think it's something. Have we seen the test play?
Yeah, we have.
We did. Yes, of course. That was the 9-1-6. That was their first win.
Yeah, it was so perfectly well played. I mean, he was unkilled until that one spotted Baron, which he got really upset for. But that led up to Bjergsen pentakill.
So
I think well, Copenhagen Wolves, I think they're gonna go with Lux. I think Bjergsen was actually looking forward to playing her.
Wukong is a champion they have played already. And Extermin has managed to lock that win. Jim Bones looking like he's going to go with Vayne. That's an interesting one for me. I am not convinced with Vayne right now in the current meta, but I guess we'll see how it works out for them.
We were talking about this before, and on the live patch right now, Blade of the Rune King has attack speed on top of it.
Yeah.
And with Vayne, I tried it before. It's just ridiculous what you can do.
Let's just be fair. On the patch right now, Blade of the Rune King is broken.
Well, yeah. It really is. I mean, the stats you get for the price you have to pay is completely worth it. But we are going to see, looks like Godbro going to be on Singed again. And I bet you Joe's smiling with himself right now because we saw Godbro play him. He went the Warden's Mail, you know, the Rylai's, and he was just the ultimate troll Singed with that Ghost.
He's not smiling, by the way. He's not having any of it. He's trolling you.
I didn't want to look over.
You didn't want to look over at him.
In my head, he's smiling.
In your... I don't know what goes on in your head sometimes.
Probably don't want to know. I mean, we had Edward over the knee?
No, we're not going to go there with the whole belt situation. Okay. Kassadin going to get picked up by Bjergsen, of course. He did go big with it, managed to beat Fnatic playing that champion. Can he do it again? Alongside Singed in that top lane, of course. We've seen Godbro. He's had some pretty strong performances, but as yet, against Samox, I'm not too sure how it's going to go. Oh, Diana being picked very, very quickly there, so they're getting smacked straight on that one. Interesting choice. We've seen Skara playing this heavily. We've seen Peke picking it up as well, but now we're seeing Extermin taking it.
Yeah, she's coming back into the whole mix because she got tweaked, she got buffed a little bit, and she still is an extremely strong champion. Her versus Kassadin, you know, pre-level 6 is going to be really interesting to see. It's kind of like a little bit of a skill matchup, but when Diana hits 6 or 7, she's really strong. When Kassadin hits 6 or 7, he's really strong. And we're going to see how that's going to end up working out. Bjergsen's sitting on teleports, so to me, that's kind of like he wants to roam around and create some opportunities for his team. And looking at, you know, compositions overall, I'm trying to decide who really has the better early game, the better late game. I mean, obviously with the Vayne, you're gonna give the late game to Giants if they can protect her. And the early game, it's kind of iffy because I mean Varus, he's a really good counter to your current health stacking, but the Cassidin really doesn't pick up until like late mid-game where you finally get that Rod of Ages or you build the tier up a little bit. And then the Singe as well. I mean, if you get that farm in, he's going to be an unstoppable force.
Well, we do see teleports on, like you mentioned. Bjergsen has actually just switched it out last second. He did have teleport against Fnatic on Cassidin. This time he's not going to take it. And actually that teleport kind of won him the game.
Oh, completely.
So it's interesting he has changed it out. Samux did keep teleport though. So he's managed to keep that on. So we're going to see the monkey coming down and doing some magic along with the bear necessities. There could be a whole song going on.
I think there is one.
I know there is.
Jungle Book?
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that, mate. I was around when it was released. Unlike some young pups in this room. But as it stands, we do see a lip-smacking Jim Bones on your screen there, licking his lips. An extreme close-up of a hand as well. So as it stands, those hands are the things that have been winning games. It is Deficio, and how will they predict and charge through the Giants? Can they do it again? Can they cause another upset? They started off so depressingly, I think it was, for everyone involved. And actually, you know, they kind of picked themselves up a lot of fans because of the situation they're in, and now everyone's kind of cheering on the Wolves. Everyone kind of wants the Wolves to win games.
Yeah, I mean, well, they've deserved it. We've talked about it before. They really have, and they're starting to finally come around with Bjergsen being on the team for more than a week. They've finally been able to sit down and practice. And Demon, looking at level 1 so far, we have a lot of wards coming out of Giants, so we might see them going for an invade, which honestly they don't have a bad team for, depending on what they necessarily want to scale up, but they also want to protect their own jungle quite a bit, as we're seeing.
So let's see how they do go about this. We've seen a couple of crazy level 1 strategies coming out. Against All Authorities running some interesting teleports earlier on in the day, but as it is, we have the Giants gonna peek in towards the Wraiths, and there it is immediately. Svenskeren dispersing away from that bush. We did see the ward getting placed by Deficio as well as he exited, and a pink ward used to clear out that bush. I'm not sure how much that's worth it. Are they gonna make use of that though? Are they going to go for the red invade later on? You know, to place that pink ward just purely to take away the vision there? I'm not sure.
The mind game though is huge behind that because it creates really a huge amount of uncertainty. As you're seeing, we're seeing Xin and Cassidin both go towards the top side of the jungle now because they don't feel like they can really safely go through their own jungle, pick up the red. We obviously do have a ward on their own red side. They will spot any kind of invade right there, but we do have a lane swap. We do have Vayne and Zyra going to be going up towards this top side for Singe, which, you know, with Vayne, with her movement speed, when she's facing a champion, that passive, it's a really good counter to Singe, especially if you can lock him down with the Zyra, the Grasping Roots, and the Condemn into the wall. And it's really all up to the Wolves to kind of counter this in the bot lane, being able to take out Samux.
Well, we see Samux helping out more on that blue buff. Of course, as you mentioned, the golems have been taken by both top and bottom duo pair in. Svenskeren picking up the blue buff of his own, using his smite on the blue buff there as well. So he's going to come around and maybe look to some invade. Hasn't gone obviously towards that red just yet, which is where to head to. So we'll keep our eye on whether anyone actually tries to disrupt on that red, whether it's simply they wanted the vision to protect that mid laner.
At the bottom, I love what we're seeing right now at the Giants. We saw Samux have a ward down towards his own blue, so he's going to see any kind of 3-man gank coming down there. On the top side, we finally just do, we see Singe put one down himself just to spot any sort of invade because, because they know, like, around that 3.5-minute mark, you should expect that kind of gank, especially with the Volley Bear, who's so tanky. That passive, being able to tank the turrets for quite a while and then get that extra healing off of it. It's a great play by both teams. They're really trying to prevent any sort of first blood.
Some very good zoning there from Deficio, actually keeping Samux away there, putting the power cord down along with a couple of Qs onto him. Samux is forced away, but you can see he's going aggressive and maybe trying to give as best he can. As it is, the bear is going up towards the top lane, walking straight past the ward though, and you can immediately see Xin Zhao is ready and waiting. Svenskeren just off to the side, and immediately Morden backs away because he's smarter than the average bear.
How long have you been waiting to get that one out,
a long time, trust me.
But it was good, it was worth it, the wait. But Svenskeren playing perfect right now. I mean, that knowledge to go up there and wait for it, because they obviously had the ward to spot it, but he knew since Morgenstern had his blue, he was going to head up towards that top side for a gank, and he could have easily turned that around onto him. But taking a look at early CS so far, the solo laners, the Singe and the Wukong, keeping up pretty much head-to-head, as well as the AD carries. Not a big deficit in any lane. I guess mid is the biggest one with that 3 CS difference, but you know, with both being melee champions, it's kind of going to be like that for a little bit longer.
Well, as it is, Deficio and the Test doing a grand job at keeping Samux away from the CS. Both top laners, or so-called top laners, I guess, since Samux is down the bottom. I don't know what to call them these days because we've had to mix the bot lane up to duo laners. What do we call them? Bruisers, I guess. The bruiser lane, I'm not too sure. They are both struggling out for that CS, the creep score. Oh, Morden coming around towards Bjergsen now. He did actually catch him with the Crescent Slash. Crescent Slash? No, it's not Crescent Slash. Something tells me I had that name wrong. Damn you.
Close.
Crescent Strike.
Very close.
Son of a gun.
You're halfway a quick shot at right now.
I'm gonna have to do my homework tonight. Quickshot's gonna have me writing lines on the board. I just got it wrong. I've got it all wrong. But never mind, because the first tower of the game did go at the bottom lane. So it is Copenhagen Wolves with first tower blood. I mean, when a concrete structure goes down, first stone. I don't know. How would you call it? Maybe come up with
they
a
threw the
for
first
me.
stone.
No, that's bad.
Two stones with one bird, whatever. Anyway, so the Giants, I was going to say, before we saw that turret go down, is that they were actually...
moment there with Jason.
I'm trying to get by it and go back into the game just to avoid the attention, but Giants, they were waiting that lane switch in that top lane until they lost that bottom turret. They had Singe with pretty much no health pots.
And look at this, they held the tower. Just about. Only just. It's down to about 100 hit points, and there it is, 165 hit points. The Tess did manage to get back up here with Deficio and immediately come up and save the tower. It's like a episode of Back to the Future. Save the clock tower!
Oh, man.
I don't even know where I was going with that one.
We're both failing these punts today, I'm going to have to say that, but... Right now, so we have a lane swap. We still have the AD carry support in the top lane for Copenhagen Wolves. Actually, sorry, they came back up there. And then still on the Giants side, they are sending their AD carry support up there as well to kind of battle this out. But this is the real key point in the game, Demon. Because Singe, Godbro, he's able to get farm in because at the bottom, he can push the lane up. He can really punish Samik since he is ahead of him in terms of levels. He also has the Ghost Flash, so you're not really going to be able to catch him. And if Godbro is allowed to get a lot of this farm, he's really going to become such a nuisance later on that he'll be stronger than Vayne will at like a 30-minute mark, and Vayne obviously will take over past that.
Well, the Copenhagen Wolves currently not really bothering with the boots as it is. We can see 4 sets of level 1 boots by Giants. So, Tess has been caught out with the root there. He might get a lot of damage down on him. You can see Jim Bones getting the toss straight in there. Can Samux come around? He is going to go Monkey Magic, and First Blood will come out. Spins to win all over Deficio. He's going to go deep on that tower. Remember, the turret's only got 165 hit points, and it's a double kill. And that is how the Giants do it.
That was a great use of that teleport right there, coming in towards that top set. He did ditch that bottom lane, but picking up 2 kills is completely worth it.
Oh, flushed out of the moonfall there. Nicely done there. We do see actually these Copenhagen Wolves trying to pick up the dragon here, immediately having to evacuate and avoid that. You can see them straight away. Godbro backing the hell out of there along with Svenskeren, and everybody evacuating it.
I really love how you said spin to win for Samix, because he played Garen the other day as well.
It wasn't so successful, despite the fact he was happy with it. Exterminate's in all sorts of trouble. That's going to be Ignite. Surely going to go down here. Bjergsen does manage to flash away, but Svenskeren comes in. I reckon that Ignite was going to finish it off. That was a kill secure by Svenskeren.
Yeah, Bjergsen, he had the Rift Walk to get in there, but either way, just get his hands a little bit dirty, getting some gold into his own pocket. But, with that extra kill, I mean, he has his razors already. We could have them going for a very early dragon if they want to get that pink ward down.
Just fail. Oh, yes, it did. That just failed. The blue buff. I can't see under the rings. Let's have a look at Bjergsen.
Svenskeren has it.
Yeah, that failed.
But still, their own blue buff is up, and if Giants can kind of make a play on it and stop him from getting that, they're really going to shut him down for quite a bit. Doesn't have the callus yet for any sort of sustain, and the tier has just started being stacked.
So as it is, Svenskeren is in around that mid lane. Honestly, we could have potentially had Svenskeren as the MVP in a couple of games so far. He has been really well.
Yeah.
Stepping up, I think, is the phrase I would use since his days of SK Gaming.
He's playing just so perfect, like the mind games he's doing, because he's always in the position where Morden's ganking. He always seems to follow him around the map and, was able to counter it if need be. And then obviously in the mid lane, he was there to go for that kill. And Jimbone's being very aggressive here. We do have 3 members of Giants heading up towards that top side, though.
They are trying to collapse on towards Copenhagen Wolves. They're not going to be able to escape this one. A great ultimate shot there, straight away from the Tess on towards Babetta. And that just coins Strack on towards Extermin. Very good escape. And that's a skill shot.
Yeah, we've seen the Tess fail. Actually, we've seen a lot of Varuses pretty much fail most of their ultimates for some reason. I even saw EG Yellow Pete missed one.
That's because all they do is click on a minion. They don't have to use the skill shots. That's why half the time you see dodgy arrows as well when the Ashe comes out. And unlike the mid laners.
Good point. That's a very good point.
I feel like I'm being harsh on all AD carries of the world right now.
Nah, it's understandable. I mean, those AD champions seem to be the ones that are coming through right now. I mean, Caitlyn, you've seen Vayne right now. Morten trying to go for a gank on this top side, and he's not going to get the knockup.
Oh, the ultimate's just enough. No, the knockup comes in now. Oh, and that's the flash with the flip. That just pulls him back even further, but still with that ultimate running, he should be able to escape the danger, and he does.
Now, Demon, see, I have to ask you this. It's going to be a terrible question, but we have Sins or we have the Bear. Who has the better flippity-floppity?
Well, as it was there, the Bear, clearly, because he managed to get the flippity-floppity during the flash.
Yeah, flash? What's that? I never heard of that.
Flippity-floppity flash? I don't know. Oh, God. Don't make me go down this route.
Okay, I'll stop.
As it stands, the Test is still being pressured in this bottom lane. The duo lane of Copenhagen Wolves, you can see they've been pushed back. That's only due to the pressure that Fulham has pushed. Their top lane is actually really low, that top turret. The bottom turret, meanwhile, for Copenhagen Wolves is pretty strong. It's really been touched. So Copenhagen Wolves currently have the potential to pick up many kills. Meanwhile, Extermin as well. They get an audacious charge, comes in. The move fall's not going to be enough. He gets the 3-talent strike, knock up, and Bjergsen picks up the kill with the force pulse.
And versus Fnatic, we saw Bjergsen how deadly he can get when he starts getting fed. 1-0-1 at this point. Doesn't have a lot of CS, but it doesn't matter. You're a Castan. He has a lot of money in his pocket, sitting on 1,000 gold, so he can finish up that catalyst. But the big thing you have to look at is, look at Jimbones right now. 79 CS, or 80 CS, he's 1-0-1, and you don't want to get a fed Vayne. I mean, Bjergsen's going to have to be the one to get into that backline and just blow him up instantly, which at this rate he will be able to do.
And Svenska wiping out the Wraiths there. Another flash, a flip coming out there on towards Samux. Godbro flinging him in towards his own minions. And actually, it's going to be interesting to see how these two top laners do. Godbro all dodging around Babetta there. I don't know if he realizes that Babetta's there. Don't realize the situation of the stun that he just managed to avoid. That plant in the bush. Doesn't seem to be too worried about it. Meanwhile, Svenska and Jim Bones' ultimate pop there. The top turret has gone down, but Jim Bones in this mid lane starting to try and put the pressure down. Wanted to get very aggressive. I'm not too sure who engaged first, but it is going to be another flash and force pulse on towards Jim Bones.
You mentioned, about
it
these
wasn't a flash, sorry. It was his ultimate, his Rift Walk.
Yep. You mentioned about these top laners and how they're really going to do late game. I have to give it over to... Oh, Jimbo's actually getting caught with the cleanse, though.
Back on towards him, does cleanse out of it, avoids the ultimate. Oh, and he's pinned him on the wall. Is it going to be enough? The Zyra ultimate comes out. No, Jimbo's... Oh, my God. Bjergsen goes back in. A Rift Walk and Force Pulse. And down goes Jim Bones.
Amazing plays by both of them right there. But Bjergsen coming out on top. That kill, that Rift Walk back in. I don't think Jim Bones expected it, but that condemn. That was such a hard one to pull off, but he nailed him down and just couldn't finish it off. The Zyra ultimate, unfortunately, missing, not getting the damage.
Nailed him. I like it. I like it. You're picking up. Nailed him.
What did I do?
Oh, my God. Wow. Wow, you just you lost all the brownie points you just earned right there. Godbro, meanwhile, poisoning it on that top lane, but the mid lane is where the pressure is going. Samux is going to go aggressive there on that top lane, but it's not going to happen. As it stands, we keep flickety-floppity all around the screen, but we do see the mid lane is where the pressure actually is, and they are trying to press on towards that turret. They have, though, forced them away.
And okay, so I'll go back to the original point of what we were trying to say about the top laners, is that we have Wukong, we have Singe, so you have to look at it towards the late game. Wukong can give the protection to Jim Bones that he's going to need to really stay alive, to get the kills. He can also dive into the backside and get the test cut out. Godbro, if he doesn't build a Warden's Mail, he's not going to be as useful as Wukong, because Vayne can take him on 1v1. You need to slow that attack speed. You need to slow her down as well. Or she'll just become just so deadly. He's sitting on, well, not that much gold at this point, but he is just only 200 CS behind, or sorry, not CS, gold behind his counterpart in general. But Vayne will obviously outscale Varus as it does progress on.
So there's the blue buff being picked up. The Test trying to pressure on towards this mid turret. Can they make it 3 turrets? They are sat ready and waiting with that dragon spawn. They want to try and create some advantage, and you see Svenska and almost baiting the Bear into flipping him in towards that turret.
And he's been the one that's actually been the playmaker this entire game so far, Sven. I mean, he came into the mid lane, got the kill secure, but he's been always falling Warden, like I was mentioning before, but he's been creating opportunities to get his carries fed. He has Bjergsen with 2 kills at this point and that 1 assist. It's helping him snowball. And the Wolves, I mean, they're going to need that if this game does progress, to a very long game, because that Vayne, I keep mentioning it, but it's been proven before. She's so deadly later on. She is that really strong hyper carry that the Wolves don't really have.
The Tess, he's impressing me with Varus. Obviously, we've been talking about his Ezreal that he used to play almost all the time, but Varus seems to be the one he's chosen to go with lately, and working well. And Varus has obviously been a champion of choice by many players. We did see, of course, Yellow Pete playing Varus almost exclusively until he just switched to Draven, and that didn't work.
I'm actually curious, has anyone in North America played Varus? Off the top of my head, I cannot think of anyone.
I'm not sure, actually. I don't think we've seen too much of Varus, but we do see the Copenhagen Wolves passing over the wall and going in towards that dragon. We see Babetta coming straight down there. Perfect opportunity. If the rest of his team were ready and waiting, he can flash ultimate. We've talked about this with Crepo before. They are all in prime position, but you can see there's the teleport coming in. Is it going to be enough? Well, the ultimate will go down, but it's only going to catch one. No, Svenskeren jumps out of it, but he's going to get caught out there. The Wukong ultimate spinning crescendo hits everyone. Deficio, that was brilliant. And now the test, he's going to lay down the damage, but still not one person dies. I do not believe it. Extermin sat ready and waiting. Can he turn it? He's trying to get in there. He flashes away. Will they follow through? No, they won't.
Oh, Morden gets caught.
Evacuation. Morden finally gets caught. Oh, he nearly got away with it, but Bjergsen finally goes down. Good God, how did only one person die in that entire exchange? Excellent play from all teams.
Very excellent play. Even Bjergsen at the end, that was a blind E out of him just to try to guess where Morden was, picked him up as he was backing away. Wolves get the dragon, and they can put a lot of pressure onto this turret if they want to go for it, but instead going to back out just to heal up. And look at the test, 1,800 gold to spend right now. We have Bjergsen sitting on 1,300. A lot of major items are going to be coming out here very shortly, and this is a sign for the Wolves that, hey, if we have these major items completed, let's go for the push. Let's start putting some aggression and denying Giants the farm that they're going to need to stay in the game later on.
More experienced play coming out from the Copenhagen Wolves. The fact that they take away a turret from a fight that they effectively, they did win. They went 1-0, but they picked up that turret from it. So they're now 3-1 in turrets. Advantages are with the Copenhagen Wolves. 3k gold advantage. The mid lane is being pressured, and the Giants have to be careful because Copenhagen Wolves are responding very quickly to this, and they immediately see Babetta and Samux backing off.
That damage that Bjergsen's currently pulling off right now. We know how squishy Zyra is, but if she can't get that ultimate off or that grasping roots to protect Vayne, she's going to be completely useless in the entire fight.
Well, as it is, we do see the Black Cleaver coming out from the Monkey, so he wants to go full damage. No hit points built up really there. We're going to maybe see something coming out. Will that be the problem for them? Will he be too squishy when he goes in spinning? As it is, Svenskeren has been working away down on that mid lane and slowly building up. I don't know whether I could say building up an advantage over the bear because they're just completely different builds. One's going to go tank, one's kind of going towards the damage.
Yeah, I have to agree. And, you know, touching on what you said about Wukong going damage, not really going any sort of tankiness, if you look at their combo that they're trying to pull off, it's to get Diana to pull them all together to go in there, and then you have the Wukong to knock them up. You have the Zyra ultimate to follow up with that as well. And that's ideally what they're trying to do. And if they land that combo perfectly, they can just destroy the Wolves. But the Wolves have Kassadin.
Oh, they've caught Bjergsen there. We're going to see Samux coming in. He's going to spin to win. He could caught out to his Deficio. Gets melted by it, but they're going to try and turn this one around. The turret is yet to go down. Now it drops. Svenskeren looking at maybe trying to make a play here. Bjergsen looking towards it, but the rest of the team simply not in a position to create anything from this one. The test now coming up the side there. They're still pinging on towards, they're going towards Babetta, but they've walked in towards the minions. Bjergsen does take down Babetta. Svenskeren taking very low. Svenskeren gets dropped down there, but now here comes Godbro. He gets the flip on towards Morden. Double kill picked up by Bjergsen. Bjergsen's going to chase. He's going to have his Rift Wall back up in a moment. Can the Godbro get close enough towards Jim Bones or Samux? He split. Wasn't sure what to go for. Samux turns back towards Bjergsen. The flip comes in, and that's going to be another. That's a triple for Bjergsen. Now they're going towards Samux. Can he get the Quadra? He's going to try and finish this one off. The flip's not ready. He turns back around towards Bjergsen. Bjergsen on the turret. No, he Rift walks away, and it's a Quadra kill delayed for Bjergsen.
And look at how damn tanky Godbro was right there. He was taking the turrets, running into them the entire time. A perfect ultimate coming out of the test to lock down the Giants. The Condemn came in, but it didn't matter. They picked up that kill. And the Wolves, that was a perfect play. They turned around that losing turret and that one death into 3 kills.
7-0-1 on Bjergsen right now. What's he going to go back? He's going to go back and invest in some sort of bank or something. I'm not too sure. He could well be putting a down payment on a house. Rod of Ages coming out for Godbro. Rod of Ages, of course, has been on Bjergsen for a long, long time. Has got that blasting one. Let's see if he's going to go towards anything. What's he sitting on right now? What did he buy? My eyes may be deceiving me.
I believe he completed his Rod of Ages.
I thought he had that already. Doesn't matter because they're on Jim Bones, and wow, Crescendo used, cleansed it off. Bjergsen picks up another 8-0-1.
Yeah, even though you just
committed. We know who MVP might be.
I mean, even though you committed that Crescendo, it doesn't matter. Picking up that kill is completely worth it for them.
Well, Bjergsen again, can he carry the Wolves to another victory? He's done it twice. Can he do it thrice?
There is one downside, though, to him having all the kills, because Joe and I always talk about this whenever we cast together.
If he gets killed,
exactly,
they're in trouble.
There goes all their damage. So he has to play passive. He has to stay alive in these fights, and he probably needs to complete that Archangel staff as his next item just to make sure that he has that shield to go with if he needs.
You mentioned that, but the Tess had that average blade really early on. He's ahead in CS as well over Jim Bones. And overall, 118 gold earned from that average blade already. You can see the gold, and you can see he's actually 1,000 gold ahead of his AD carry, Jim Bones. So he's got a big advantage there. Look at the difference in the mid lane now. 7,300 to 5,400 currently. 2K all on just the AP mids. And that's off a 4K advantage. So 50% of that on one player.
I think 7 kills will do that for him. For him to even, I mean, he's just looking so solid right now. You saw him play Counts against Fnatic, played as outstanding, doing it yet again here. And I wonder if this kind of makes people want to ban out that casting against him. He's always been really one of those champions that can screw you over if you don't ban him out. Like, we've seen him picked up by Expected, Intel Extremist Katowice, completely won him that game. We saw Bjergsen playing against Fnatic, and it pretty much completely won him that game as well. But in the meantime, the Wolves pushing up this bottom second-tier turret, and they shouldn't really be scared at all. They have the damage, they have the tankiness they need. Godbro has that Rod of Ages done, and it's working up to getting full stacks.
Well, we did talk about Bjergsen. We talked him up so much, you know, with the fact that he couldn't join the Wolves for those first few weekends, and seems to be that a changing of fortunes for the Wolves. You gotta wonder what situation they would have been in had he been here from the start. Not to disrespect Coutard, but since coming in, Bjergsen has been just unstoppable.
Well, without Coutard, they wouldn't have even got here in the first place, because he played extremely well in the qualifiers.
You got to give him credit for that. He did get them here in the first place. And
he was willing to be a sub, actually. Like, he told the team, yeah, when he turns 17, I'll step down and be a sub. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, fine with that, as it is. I'm sure he got a bit of money for it.
Probably a little bit. Probably a little bit.
I don't think it was all for the love, but you never know. We like to think it is. Pink ward being placed out. Oh, actually, Svenskerin's being caught out. I'm not sure he's the person they wanted, though. Turns around, puts his blade straight down. Morton taking a lot of damage. There's the Varus ultimate. He's dancing away in the bear there. And, well, actually, Deficio not too convinced by the crescendo he used there. The Zyra ultimate is going to get used. Knee Godbro completely separated, but here comes Bjergsen. There's the talent strike. Svenskarin zipping in. Jim Bones having to use his ultimate to escape. Samuk's getting caught out here. Bjergsen finds another one. He is legendary right now. And that is going to be the dragon for the Copenhagen Wolves.
And the Wolves are just so far ahead in gold right now. That fight was so close. We saw so many people get very low. We had a lot of ultimates committed onto Morden alone. But Bjergsen coming in with that fight, bringing the cavalry and picking up those kills and just pretty much locking down that dragon and an even bigger gold lead.
I was looking for Alistair for a moment because I thought you said bring in the cavalry. I was like, what? Wait, what? Did my ears just deceive me? But no, I thought you were going for a pun, but as it is 11-4 currently, and well, the 5k gold lead starting to slowly extend. Another turret possibly coming out here. Extermin goes in, puts the Moonfall down, managed to catch 3 members of the Copenhagen Wolves, and that was enough to give them a danger sign and back them away from the turret.
You know, I want to give Jim Bones a lot of credit right now because he's been playing pretty well so far, but he also switched up his skill leveling order and his build order just to help with his team. He knew they fell behind. He's leveling up those Silver Bolts first because Godbro is such a nuisance. We've seen in every fight. He condemns them into the wall, and he just gets away and just runs through them with that ultimate. But the damage he's doing off those procs is just so devastating to Godbro. He's got to build some sort of armor, as you see the ninja tabbies coming in and all that kind of sort. But he is their saving grace. I mean, as long as they can protect him, they will win that game once he gets, 1 or 2 major items completed.
And all that jazz. I think you were heading for that maybe. Yeah, indeed. As it is, how are they going to deal with Bjergsen? We see him once again closing down on Extermin, getting the slowdown. Svenskeren closes in. Audacious charge up. 3 talent strike. Bounces the bear in the air. And that's going to be another dead board. And he's not going to be able to escape this one. Riftwalk's going to be available. There's the Riftwalk. And he is still considering legendary. 10-0-2 now for Bjergsen in that mid lane. There's not a lot they can do to try and to prevent this charge from the Copenhagen Wolves. Will they go 3-1 this weekend?
And you just saw Morden is their tankiest champion, and yet he couldn't even survive against the 2 members of the Wolves. You can't run away from that because they have so many slows mixed in with the knockups, a lot of control. We just see the test go to the ulti.
On towards Extermin. He gets dropped. Svenskeren picks up another kill. Jim Bones turns on towards Svenskeren. They may be able to catch him. Yes, they do. Going straight in towards the Samux ultimate. No! Svenskeren gets away. Finally, Jim Bones picks him down. Bjergsen in all sorts of trouble. If he can get a kill on there, it would be a whole heap of gold. But it's not going to happen because Bjergsen is legendary once again. Turns it around and slam dunks him in the face with a null sphere.
I think he's Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother. Legendary at this point, but even with Svenskeren, I mean, he did die, but the whole... Don't give me that. You've seen the show. It's a good show.
No, it's an American show. I don't watch that.
Well, anyway, Svenskeren, he sacrificed himself, but still, with that, they picked up those 3 kills. We had Samix go into the backline against the Test, but Deficio playing the perfect support role, kept him alive with that crescendo. They get a turret or 2 turrets off of that and the inhibitor.
Well, as it is, the Copenhagen Wolves are working perfectly. Every time you see Bjergsen diving in, going insanely close, Svenskeren is there. He's the man assisting it, setting it up. He's getting the 3 talent strikes. He's bouncing them in the air, setting up the kills for Bjergsen. Bjergsen hit and runs on the blue buff, and he makes his way away. 15 to 5 kills, 5-2 in turrets, 25 minutes almost up in this game, but it's an 8,000 gold lead for the Wolves.
It's funny that you mentioned Bjergsen, like when he goes in, he has everyone else follow him behind. I was talking to Deficio a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying, you know, right now, we have no caller. We have no voice in the team to say, let's do this, to really keep everyone, you know, focused on the same objective. But with Bjergsen coming in, finally getting some practice, they seem like a completely different team in terms of strategy-wise.
And the thing is, it seems to have taken the focus away from everyone. So the Test has now got room to breathe. He was kind of the focus. And we, you know, we were talking about him. Everybody was obviously focusing him.
Right.
And now he's free to farm up, take the objectives, push in them towers, because it's all well and good having an AP mid doing all the damage, but you have to have an AD carry to follow it up and hit all those targets. Babetta getting caught down there. There's the glue. Godbro's going to get him, flips him in towards him. That's another kill. The Test picks it up this time. Why not share the load? Godbro going to continue through there, and everybody's just running for the life. I've never seen a bear run so scared in my life. But Godbro is going to get back in there, flips him back around, tanks up the turret. Here comes Bjergsen, says, thank you very much. I'll take another kill for the trophy cabinet.
And it looks like they're actually looking to finish this game right now with 30 seconds on Morden, 13 on Mabetta. Jimbo's and Exeter have to be the ones to kind of pick up a couple of kills here. They have to lock the, Godbro down, or even Bjergsen as he...
Oh my word, there's another kill. That's going to be a very, very dead Jim Bones. He gets bounced in the air. Actually, Bjergsen, oh, well, he's going to pick that one up as well. Of course he is. Who else would take that kill? There's the Zyra ultimate. It really doesn't matter. It's going to be the Nexus turret, and the Copenhagen Wolves take another victory here against the Giants. A fantastic performance by that man on your screen. Absolutely godlike. Just turned 17, and he's gone 15-0-4 in a competitive game.
He's not even smiling.
You believe it? Well, it's just another day in the office. Why else would you not smile? But ladies and gentlemen, what a great performance there. And the Copenhagen Wolves, they are 3-1 this weekend. Can they go 4-1? I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be playing them later on.
That was a fantastic game there. I mean, Bjergsen getting almost as many kills as years that he's been alive. That's how good he played.
Actually, I think if you add the kills and the assists together, it will equal 17. If my
19,
math...
but close
19,
enough.
Close enough.
He was in all the kills of his team.
It was insane. I mean, he was absolutely everywhere. His Kassadin was just on point. Every single rift walk landed. He was in the right position at the right time. I mean, what more can you say about the game?
Actually, I have to say it's something funny because yesterday I was with the physio talking with him, and he was kind of sad because yesterday against Fnatic, we gave the MVP to Jerson, and he said something like, he just killed the people. He wasn't like carrying the game. Then in the next game, the same, like he got a quadra kill or a triple kill, I think, and he said the same, like, he is just killing the people. He's not doing the job. I would like to see now if the physio agree with us about the MVP, because I think this game was probably the biggest carry by only one person.
Yeah, and you know what? We're just going to praise Bjergsen even more. We've got 2 replays about Bjergsen.
It's hard to see how we can't. Yesterday, there was the moment on the interview, he said, well, can you say thank you to Bjergsen for Deficio? And he went, no, I think he needs to eat those words. Let's jump into a replay. It was a 1v1 around about 12 minutes on the clock. Aranea, your eyes popped out of your head when you were watching this.
Yeah,
Talk us through the play. Jim Bones, he's a little bit low on life, but what happened?
I had to say that Giants lost this game, but Jim Bones played really good with Vayne, and this was a really nice 1v1 or 2v1 from Vayne against Kassadin. He was really low, Jim Bones, but he still wanted to go against Kassadin. And this, when Kassadin tried to jump on Vayne to try to kill her, and this is what happened. He cleans the ignite and the slow, and he starts hitting Kassadin now. And now we see the stun, the perfect stun to that wall, that imaginary wall a bit. And now, in this point, he was going to kill with a flash, but Jerson flash as well. I guess so, no, it was now the rift and the kill. it was so amazing to watch that 1v1 between Jim Bones and Kassadin. And that was probably like the first replay we had, really amazing 1v1, but then like all the game was a snowball from Kassadin. Was just like jumping, you were like just moving your arms like what the hell, right? It was like just killing everyone,
Good job.
jumping everywhere.
To be fair, watching that game and watching his performance on Kassadin, that is literally what you were doing. Hands in the air the entire time. Everywhere he went, there was one particular point where himself and Svenskeren dove onto Volleybear. It meant to be tanky, and he literally just got shredded within, 5 or 10 seconds. We got another highlight video here around about the 17-minute mark, and this was really the team fight that sealed the deal. Once this was completed, there was really no way back from coming. Talk us to the fight. There's a lot of rift walks.
At the moment, it was like Giants taking the advantage, killing Sona, getting mid tower, and they were like, okay, we did a good job. Let's back. But can someone run away from a Fed Kassadin? Because this is what happened. Kassadin just started like chasing them all, and we have Varus coming from the right side and Tinket coming as well, and it was a perfect team fight by Copenhagen Wolves, only dropping Svenskeren before Sona and the tower, but now is when Need Good Bro is gonna tank them all. This is the first 2 kills. They kill Syra, they kill Svenskeren, Sinzao, but now it's going to be the chase between Sinj and Kassadin against the all Giants team.
And also at this point, they managed to pick up that 1-forward trade in what was a 3 versus 5.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 3 members of the Wolves that had dove in there. And this is now where the terror that is Sinj that joins the party.
Since he was pretty much with a Cataclysm and nothing else of items. He was really like no items, but he started tanking the tower like for 5 minutes. He was like first tower and second tower to get. Now Vayne they're going to get, and then they will get Samus, the monkey. Now it's a bit unlucky for Jimbo. You see the moment you stun him, you push him, he still get it. And now Jerson get another kill to get a 3-for-1, right?
I think it ended up being a quadra kill at or 3 or 4 at the
quadra, yeah, it was
delayed quadra as it were. But I mean, yeah, textbook play and fantastic Kassadin.
Yeah, there's really not a lot more to say about that game, is there? I mean, 15 kills, 4 assists. They had 19 kills overall. He was involved in every single one of them. That's how big of a role he played. Now on, but that's it for us for now. We're going to go over to the main stage where Shox is waiting with the Tess.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, the Tess. You picked Varus. We don't see him that often in competitive play. Yellow P plays him too. What is strong about him?
Well, as you could see, this game, Bjergsen was sitting on 15 kills, I was sitting on 1. So other than bringing the 80 carry damage, he also brings slows and stuns. And basically, if you have a Varus, you can set up ganks and all that sort of stuff. He brings a lot of utility other than just being an 80 carry.
You're not against Vayne that much directly because there was a lane swap, but how did you experience the game?
Yeah, I was mostly 1v2 against Samix's Wukong, so pretty simple job for me. I pushed down the turret and I switched to relieve Godbro, so not really a lot of facing Vayne. Although I do believe Varus beats Vayne, so that's probably why they lane swapped as well.
Okay, now everybody keeps saying Bjergsen is so good. He's obviously a very good player, but what is it besides Bjergsen coming back to the team that makes you step up to the plate?
I mean, we're always working to fix our mistakes and to become better. So, I mean, we realize some of the things we've done wrong and we've tried really hard to fix them. And obviously some of it's working and some of it's due to Bjergsen being able to go 15-0 in a game. So
it's kind of a Cinderella story, and you don't have any excuses anymore to lose because you beat Fnatic, you're beating all those teams. So what will you show us in the future, or what will you work on for your team?
Well, what will we show you? Well, hopefully we'll show you a lot more wins. We got kind of tired of losing after doing it 9 times in a row. We'll be moving into a gaming house in like a week, hopefully. And so now we have 2 weeks to prepare for the next game. So hopefully we'll show you a lot of fun matches.
Thank you very much. A lot to come from the Copenhagen Wolves. Thanks, the Tess. Now, we're going into a short break, but when we come back, the Dragonborns are going to take on SK Gaming. SK Gaming, they really want a victory here, and so do the Dragonborns. We'll be right back. SK Gaming. I've got the support player for AAA here, Corellius. Corellius, tell us, how did you become a pro gamer?
Well, it's been a long journey. I started playing games about 10 years ago, like competitively. I played Counter-Strike a lot and other games, and League of Legends just caught my attention, and I went all in into this game. So that's how I come here.
And how did the AAA team come together now, the League of Legends squad for the LCS?
They needed a support player for a French tournament, Paris Games Week, and I was available. I was high in solo queue at that point, so they just invited me to play their qualifier. We took second place in the qualifier, so we went from there. I never left AA from that point.
If I recall correctly, you used to play a lot on the NA servers.
Yes.
How do you see the differences between the NA scene and the European scene right now?
Well, at the beginning NA was considered the best teams, and Europe didn't even have a server that was working properly. But as soon as Europe got its own server, teams started practicing a lot. So they just skyrocketed in skill and team strength. Right now, it's a lot closer, but I still feel Europe has an advantage over NA teams just because we have this competition level persisting through these years. But right now, we see NA teams participating in all the NA tournaments, like Solo Mid tournament, a lot of cups. So they're catching on.
They're catching on. Now, you're very famous for your Sona play, or to that point that teams even ban it out against you. That must stroke your ego. And where do you go when your Sona is banned out?
Well, I would like to play Thresh a lot more, but we're purple side, so we can't leave it open. And then we need Sona, so we pick Sona. But I hope I can play a bit different supports in the future. But Sona is still a very solid pick. She works well for us.
Can you talk a little bit about how the support role and the things you can build have changed under the Season 3 patch for you?
Well, it became more passive actually, because now a lot of supports buy Sidestone, so they can afford all the vision they want. Before that, you would have to manage your wards very carefully. So now it's a bit more passive, so the more aggressive people actually win lanes more often. But it didn't actually change that much, just the vision part of it.
Okay. About your team AA, doing good in the LCS, but then sometimes you win against EG and then you lose against teams that are considered a bit, not as good as EG. Where's the consistency here?
That's probably our biggest weakness. On a good day, we can beat anyone. On a bad day, we can lose to anyone. And this is the most important thing we're going to work on, the consistency. We have a lot of trouble ending games, so we drag them on for 50 minutes and lose late game. But yeah, it's just inexperience. We're a young team. We need a lot more practice to be consistent.
We see you when the player cams are on. We often see you screaming and shouting. Are you the main shot caller in your team or main strategist?
I wouldn't say I'm the main shot caller. I basically do the timers of dragons and barons and buffs. So I'm the easiest person to actually tell people blue buff in 1 minute. And there's objectives always about to come up. So I'm usually the one saying the team, you need to be ready in 1 minute. So it may seem like I'm talking a lot or making a lot of calls, but those are standard. Usually it's the strongest player in the team is making the calls when to fight, when to retreat. So I'm just making the objective timer calls.
You speak about talking a lot now. Communication, very important. You're in a team with 3 French-speaking players. How does that work out?
Usually it works fine, but when we argue about something, it gets difficult because it's hard for them to make their points in English. It's hard for us to explain what we think. So it is kind of difficult, but after an hour of talk, we work it out. So it's okay.
Okay. I haven't seen a manager around you guys. Do you work with a manager, or do you kind of do your own thing?
We have a manager usually, but he wasn't able to come on the first half of the season with us. He will join us later, I think. But yeah, we do have a manager. We have a lot of management behind the scenes working, so we would get everything we want, basically. So we don't really need anything right now, just practicing.
Last question. You don't need anything, but I guess you need a teaming house.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah. So far, we lived in a hotel and played in the ESL studio for practice. Right now, we already have a gaming house that we will move, I think, in a week. So it's going to be a lot better for us. But yeah, we have that taken care of.
Finally, what can we expect of AAA, the rest of LCS?
I hope we'll do a lot better than we are right now. And I hope we get new supporters to play.
Okay, thank you very much, Corellius. It's time to dive into our next matchup in just a second. SK Gaming, they really, really need a victory here. And the Dragonborns are just feeling amazing after their last win. Who's going to take this one? Dragonborns versus SK Gaming.
Definitely a difficult one to call this next up-and-coming game. But while the players are setting up, we have a little bit of time to pick your brain, Aranea. We've been picking it all day long, so it's obviously pretty big.
Maybe it's
although it may not seem it. Sorry.
That was really mean.
I'm only joking, you know that. So, obviously, earlier on we asked you on Twitter, if you could replace one member from your favourite team, who would it be and why? Who's your favourite team, Aranea?
Right now? I would probably say Copenhagen Wolves.
Who would you replace?
The
and
Physio.
why?
The Physio.
Why?
Any other support. It will be better for the team.
Yeah?
Nah, just trolling.
Hard words, hard words.
It was just trolling. I don't know, I want, like, for my favorite teams, I won't replace anyone because I just like them and I think they work together. So why will I replace someone?
Okay, let's put it a different way. If you could join any LCS team as a jungler, who would it be and why? Putting you on the spot today.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, I will say Fnatic, I think. Mainly because my relation with Peke is really nice. He's a really close friend of me. I've been talking with him like pretty much every day and we talk a lot and he's a really close friend for me. So I would really love to play with Peke, even that Tandy is like 10 times better than me and he's like even a great friend for them. So it's like no point to do that, but still, I would love any time to play with Peke in a team.
So let's have a look at some of the responses we got over on Twitter. Starting here with Petro Aitola, and he actually said, none. They win together, they lose together. Fnatic for life.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And it's a good philosophy. If you think about the Fnatic team, especially going from Season 1 to Season 2, and the tough times that they had at the beginning of last year, it took a long time for that team, for that roster to say, look, we need to make a change. And I think they were probably one of the teams that stuck together with a similar core, with that mindset, even struggling for a while.
I have to say, not trying to be like offensive to anyone, to my friend's friend, but still, like for me, Reckless, it's also a really good friend and really good player that I miss him a lot.
Yeah. Do you think Fnatic miss him as in game?
Right now, I don't think so. At the start, I thought so. I was like, maybe like Yellowstar is not going to be at the same level as Reckless, because Reckless at the IPL, he was carrying so hard, that team. But right now, I think Yellowstar is playing such good games. So I don't think they are missing that much.
Well, let's move on to the next one then. It's from Lamey with a load of E's on the end. I would never replace anyone in Gambit as I feel that team synergy is more important than individual skill. Another good point.
Yep, completely agree with that.
Yeah, there's not much more to say.
Not much more to say.
He's right.
You.
Exactly. Well done.
It's the team synergy, not the individual skill we were talking about before with Jason and Demon. We were talking about like teams replacing some guys, but it's not about replacing and getting like the best individual skill guys, getting the synergy from a team.
It's the same thing I think was Enraged was talking about yesterday towards the latter half of the day, saying that if the personalities clash and you don't get along with one another, that immediately creates risk because you're not going to listen to somebody who you dislike or you disagree with his opinion. And you need to have that trust and that actual like or affection towards your fellow teammates to really get along with them.
That's why many times I don't listen to Joe Miller. He's exactly the same.
Totally agree with you. He's a terrible person. So next one then. Tiberius Audley says, I will replace Heartbeat with Nientenzo on Mon. Not because Heartbeat isn't good, but because Nientenzo is awesome.
Well, why not? I mean, it's one of the
best answers here.
It's one of the things that, from the outset, everybody's got a different opinion. When I compare the two in my mind, I just keep thinking about Heartbeat's play. He didn't go for a pentakill with Tristana about 2 or 3 nights ago. And afterwards, there was so many people going, why didn't you do that? Why did you do it? And he said, I'm here to win the game, guys. I don't care about a penna. I don't care about KDA. I want points on the board. I want to get that win percentage. And suddenly you go, oh, what a nice guy. I would have gone for the Penta.
It's exactly the same as happened today with Gambit Gaming. They could win the game, But of course, the KDA is most important. So, hey, Candy Panda, go out of base. We want you.
Yeah, I liked that little addition there. The inside information there of what was going through the Gambit's guy's head there. So final one then, response here from Twitter from Pagan Lol. I would replace Froggen with Toys because Toys is the greatest player in the world.
I won't do that. I'm sorry, but I won't do that.
For what reasons?
I think Froggen, when he's focused and he's training, and he's for me the best player. One of the best players in Europe.
I think his mechanical skill is probably unmatched by many, many pros. I've watched him play solo queue and stream, and no matter what champion he's playing, no matter where, literally every single second something is up. The correct positioning, his placement, it is really, 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 impeccable. It's perfect.
I even remember now, Toys wrote in his Facebook about the mid laners he played against.
Yeah.
He was talking about it was a Superfrost Rapidser. And he said, like, this guy is amazing. His laning phase is really nice. And then he was talking about Froggen, and he said, this one is the hardest to lane against. If you miss position once, he destroyed you from this mistake. He has in mind every time that if you miss position once, he will he will just, like, destroy you from that. And that's probably one of the strongest points from Froggen. And he also, like, his skill set, it's, I don't know, it's worldwide known. From his all his skills, like Anivia with Nidalee, with Lux, even with the TF ultimate, run like around the map.
So finally, before we move into our next game, let's quickly talk about your favorites in this one. Dragonborns versus SK Gaming.
For me, my favorites, well, I will say like SK. I've been on SK so many times. I really love the players in that team. But it's like Dragonborns is such a crazy team. They always bring something crazy new, and that's something, at least casting, we love to see. Still, like, I would like SK to win because it's my ex-team and I like them a lot, but I don't know. I just expect to see some crazy Dragonborns strategies.
Yep, so true. We are going to jump into this matchup. Dragonborns with a very good victory 2 games ago. Can they repeat the success and topple another giant? To take you through all the action, it is, of course, going to be D-Man and Jason. Do you guys think they can do it?
Well, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, because can SK Gaming challenge the heavy metal meta of the Dragonborns? We do, of course, have the lineups for you. You can see them on your screens. But it is going to be the Dragonborns starting out as the blue team. And honestly, after the last match, they were looking so good.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams met, Dragonborns won. It was all because of Shushe's Lux. That double grab with was Nif and Ocelot. You blew them up, and they just were explosive after that. That's the way they play, though.
Explosive after the blue blew up. I see what you did there.
I see
what you went with that
that's how they play, though. They're very aggressive, and if they get those kills on you, they just... Like, the chaos they make happen, they thrive off of.
They do thrive off it, and that chaos is something that Dragonborns do work well with. Let's check out the lineups, of course. It is going to be Spontex on the top lane, Maluna in the jungle, Shushe in that mid lane, and the crazy aggressive Hosan in that bottom lane. Alongside him will be Movet.
And over on the red side, we got Kevin in the top lane, Hercubot in the jungle. Ocelot was ferocious lion kind of tiger roar. I don't even know what to call that. Candy Panda and Nif going to be in that bot lane.
And the question is, do they even lift?
We'll find out.
You know, they're a team that's very photogenic, I believe, the SK Gaming lot, and they were getting touched with the makeup when I was on the stage. I was like, you guys, you don't look like you're quite getting ready for the game. You're getting a bit of makeup.
I like it. I know Ocelot likes it. He enjoys having the makeup lady come up to him and just, powder him up.
I don't know where to go with that one.
There really is no way to go with that one.
Last time they met, ladies and gentlemen, was 2 weeks ago, and Shushe opened up that game, of course. It was all about the double kill, and there he is on your screen, the man of the hour he was. It was that simple catch. He caught Nif and Ocelot with that light binding and just deleted them from the map, I believe is the phrase that Trevor would use.
And you saw him last game, his Elise. You catch them with that cocoon and completely open up the entire fight for them. Like it was up to him or Maluna to land that, and then they would all pile in and win the fight.
Well, of course, the all-star for SK Gaming, he is Ocelot in that mid lane. Seems to be roaring his way at the moment, but the question is, can he match the likes of Bjergsen, which he just created that just majestic performance? As they highlighted on the analysis desk, he was involved in every single kill. He either got the kill or the assist. How can he match that? Obviously, his Kassadin against Alexic did not work out too well.
Yeah, it's happened before. I mean, he's played amazing Kassadin games, some subpar Kassadin games. I like to use the word majestic because if you watch Kassadin play, it is kind of a little bit majestic coming from one side of the map to the next. But we've always talked about SK. Ocelot's usually the rock of their team, and I keep saying that Kevin. I mean, he's been coming up with these big plays every single week right now, and it's up to Ocelot to finally rise to that now because he's been kind of lackluster the past couple of weeks, unfortunately.
Well, he has his playbook out, and you can see it there with the scribbled notes on it. Is he checking out how to play Kassadin, how to play the backdoor tactic that Peke's used once again today? Or is he checking out the picks and bans? Because they are on your screen. It's going to be Volibear and Shen taken away by Dragonborns and Draven banned out from Hosan. But he doesn't seem to be too fazed by that lately.
I mean, he's come to expect it now. I mean, he showed how amazing he is at Draven. He showed how amazing he is at AP in Italy. I believe even Season 1 and 2, he was playing AP mid. That's why he knows how to play champions like that. And you should expect that. I mean, it's kind of a sign of respect as well. They don't want to see you play your favorite champion, just like banning Nivea versus Froggen.
And just like Hosan with Draven, Maluno has been playing a brilliant Jarvan lately.
He has really stepped up to the table. I mean, the first couple of weeks, it was really kind of disappointing. I mean, I hate to say it, but we saw it. Like a Shen, he wasn't really able to create any plays. But now, this whole week, he's been playing perfect, very spot on, and really rising to what his team needs.
And there is Vi being banned out. I'm just noticing how the look at this height difference right now. I feel like I've been done with my chair. There you go. Love it. Thank you very much.
The story of my life being too tall.
Picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still going through here. Kale, of course, was the final ban out there. And Xin Zhao being selected. Maluno has been using that one quite heavily. Nasus Jungle possibly coming out. Hercubot got that one selected. We did see it earlier. Obviously, Diamond Prox ran it before. We saw someone attempt to run it. It was Virtual from Against All Authority.
But he leveled up
and there is Tarek being, incorrectly. It's a matter of opinion, but there should be, really, if you're a jungler, you should be leveling Spiritfire.
Yeah.
Tarek, though, nevertheless, has been selected as well. Interesting that we have suddenly started seeing Tarek as that first pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's usually not one of those champions you want to... He's not really heavily contested as a pick lately. I mean, in North America, he mostly is, but in Europe, not really that much. I mean, there's a lot of champions open. As I was just going to say, you have Elise open, you have Shen open, you have Kha'Zix open, where Spontex played an amazing Kha'Zix.
Well, Elise, it was Shushei before. Will it be Shushei again? That's the question. Because, Elise is one of the champions who you could switch position. Could be top lane help. When we see Hosan play it.
Yeah, and we've seen Morden off the Giants play in the jungle, so she's really versatile, able to play anywhere.
What? Okay. Well, it could. Yes, of course. It's Spontex. Spontex played top lane Xin Zhao, but they've just switched it regardless, and just to screw me over, they're going to go with Kha'Zix.
It looks like that talk they have with Spontex saying, you know what, you could never play Kha'Zix anymore because you never dove in with me, Shushei. That talk seemed to have fixed him up, though, because that last game, he was in the backside of the team every time, picking them off one by one. Perfect play out of him, and they're running a pretty strong combo at this point.
Some would say he was a pain in the backside.
You might say that.
You might say that. We're waiting for the next two bans. What are we thinking here? AD carry and support. The support's already been picked, so it's not going to be that one unless they go maybe with the 3.03 Tarek OP strat.
I was thinking about past games. I think we might see Kenny Panda pick up Varus. He's been playing that lately. We saw him on Twitch, obviously, in the first couple of weeks, but hasn't been playing it too much lately. And the Varus, it's not a bad champion because you have the Wither from Nasus, you have the protection. Oh, as I said, I'm going to stop there. So Graves, let's talk about Graves now.
Well, let's talk about Candy Panda because he's 2 deaths away from his KDA being taken out. I was just saw Gambit with them saying, we needed to kill you 2 more times. So we'll see whether he does die a couple of times this time around. Ocelot, though, with Diana. Dirty Diana has been selected quite a few times lately. Didn't work out last game, of course. For the Giants, it was Extermin that was running him. Skara, though, has been running a very, very good Diana lately.
Yeah, she's a very good champion. It was just unfortunate for the Giants. They couldn't really get off the ground. They didn't get the income they needed to really contest in those fights, to have a really strong 5-on-5 fight where it works out in their own favor. But Dragonborns, now 2 picks to go. They have a very squishy lineup. Well, not very squishy, but they have a squishy lineup so far. But they have so much damage on top of that, and they have Xin. If the displacement, if Maluno keeps playing the way he's been playing him for this entire Super Week, they have like a very easy team fight for them at this point. I'm just really curious to see if they're going to go for an attack speed AD carry or maybe
Or maybe Nidalee.
Or maybe we're going to see this again.
Nidalee Soraka. I mean, it's funny because how do you deal with it? But EG, they've had time to work it out. You know, they've seen Evil Geniuses go down to this same strategy, the exact same build, in fact. What was no, it was a slight difference, Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan
That's the only difference. But honestly, Shinzao can pretty much do the same type of thing as Jarvan.
The thing is, they kind of shut Nasus out. I was trying to think, you know, are they going to play an attack speed 80 champion or maybe someone else? And by going with Nidalee and Soraka, you know, who's he going to wither? It's most likely just that Kazi, just to keep him away from your team, or maybe even Zen if he really becomes that big of a threat.
Yeah, Shinzao, I probably would have thought they'd go with the wither. As it is, we're waiting for the final pick to come out here. Who is it going to be? It is going to be the top laner. And what would you pick as a top laner? Bearing in mind, probably Kha'Zix in the top lane. That's what it was before Spontex, because they could switch it around. You know, it's entirely possible that Meluna does play Kha'Zix jungle.
It is very true.
I'm expecting Spontex to be on it.
Especially with the way you played last game. I wouldn't be too surprised maybe with Aurelia. Yeah, Kevin's been playing very solid with Aurelia the past 2 times. It's kind of a...
Aurelia is very strong against Kha'Zix, if I recall, in that top lane.
You actually play quite a bit of Kha'Zix, I think. You know,
I have.
You know a little bit more than I do.
I know which
about
ones I do badly on, and which champions I can do badly at Lee Sin on God. So thank God they nerfed that. Thank you very much, Riot. Thank you very much. Uncle Riot is good to me.
Well, you do work for them. That might be like feeding them some ideas. Guys, we should learn Lee Sin.
Guys. I did actually give Jat a few messages last night as well.
Well, looking at SK, with the Aurelia locked in, they have a very tanky team right now. They have 4 members who can take a lot of punishment at this point. Candy Panda has so much burst out of him. The Nasus is really going to be a bit of a problem because the armor shred off of his Spirit Fire and the armor shred off of Tarek's Shatter can just open up Candy Panda for even more damage. Like the armor, you really kind of forget about it at some point, just how much extra damage it gives you with the way they change it from percent and flat. But Dragonborns, look what they're sitting at right now. I mean, they're known for last-minute switches, and we'll keep you updated as it finally does tick down, but they are currently sitting on Kha'Zix in the jungle.
Well, I'm expecting it to change, though. Dum.
Oh!
Whoa! Hold on.
Did not expect that.
A minute. So, there has been a change, but it's not the one we're expecting. It's Shushay on Kha'Zix in the mid lane. It's going to be Elise in the jungle, and it's going to be Shinzao on the top lane for Spontex. LastSecondChange.com for Dragonborns. It seems to be working out very well. Like it or loathe it, that is perfectly against, in the rules, not against the rules, in the rules to have those last-minute changes. We do not see any teleports on the board, though, so it is going to be Hosan and Mover playing as that Nidalee and Soraka. Dragonborns, again, they're coming out with nice, new, interesting strategies. I am loving it.
Yeah, everyone has to love that because you don't want to see the meta gets kind of boring if you see it played over and over and over again. But with all these new ideas, you know, running the Nidalee bot lane, we have to point out, I mean, he's running 14 flat spell pen, so...
He's got the door on his ring again.
Yeah, I mean, because he gets the extra mana per minion kill. He's running 14 flat spell pen, so when he hits you, it's gonna hurt. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are at this point. And it's really exciting to see because, you know, I always enjoy a game with Nidalee. You always do get the oohs in there.
Well, good luck. Have fun exchange between the teams. It is going to be the Dragonborns as the blue team, and the red team is SK Gaming. You see it right there. Shushay in that mid lane against Diana as Kha'Zix. That definitely is a different one. And I think, you know, I actually think that change, you know, the fact that the way they picked it, obviously SK were expecting it. They picked Aurelia to say, okay, that works against Kha'Zix top lane. So Dragonborns just reacted to that last pick and said, okay, we're going to change our tactics completely. Who wants to play what?
And that's what's nice about the Dragonborns. They have that ability to play, or actually their champion pool is huge. They can play anything, and that throws you off. And it's really hard to deal with that kind of thing. And Demon, look at the bot lane right now, you know, for both teams. If there is no lane switch, you have a Soraka Nidalee with double heals, and you have versus Tarek and Graves. And the Tarek's the only one with that ignite. Graves won't be able to put out the damage to really burst any of them down until he gets a couple of items under his belt. And you're going to have to see someone come down and kind of gank that. But, you know, when Nidalee's 6, you wither her, it's not really going to matter too much because you have that W and Cougar farm to just jump away.
We see a bit of maneuvering around the map. The wards have gone down on the top area of the map. We do see Move Out prone it down in that bush, so 3 wards apiece across the map as it stands, and it looks like Spontex is going to help out Meluna. And this actually tells me there is going to be a lane switch. I think we're going to see the duo lane of Hosan and Movet going towards that top lane.
Very interesting. I was actually kind of surprised they did that because, I mean, yeah, you do have healing out of Tarek, and that's kind of one thing that makes you not want to do it, but it uses a lot of his mana. And Candy Pen, I mean, he is pretty tanky with that passive. Like, if he stays in combat, that extra magic resistant armor he gets is really hard to penetrate through. But against Aurelia, that's going to be really tough.
Well, we'll see how it works out. immediately tosses out that spear. That landed, but it didn't look like it landed to me. I've got to be honest, we do see it being flung out there, and you can see Shushay taking some damage from Ocelot. Got to be very careful in these early stages. Ocelot, as it stands on this Diana, see how he performs. Obviously had a bad time against the Kazakhs last time. Alex Ich ran that out in the last game they played. So may well be getting some pretty horrific flashbacks.
Yeah, that's actually something I completely forgot about. That's got to be really worrisome for him. He has to perform like this game. He really has to, or else his team is just really going to hurt, because he's pretty much their damage. Him and Candy Panda. Kevin, he does a decent amount, yeah, but they're relying on those two champions to really pull through for their team. And looking at the wards we have so far, we have the lane switch which we talk about, but it's on the blue side this time. We have a lot of wards down to prevent any three-man or any ganks from the jungler coming in for three-man dives. So both teams playing very cautious right now.
Well, we'll see whether we do see any of these 3.5-minute dives. Bananas getting tossed out towards Kevin there from Movet. See if we see any flash banana action that could happen. It's not quite the same with the graphic change though for me. It's just not the same.
Yeah, it loses a little bit of its luster, but still, it's always awesome to see that. As they're doing a great job of zoning Kevin right now. He's sitting at 1 CS at this point. I would say really has a really easy time under the turret to get that farm. But Shushay not faring so well against Ocelot as Alex Ich did.
Yeah, I have no idea how this matchup works out between the two, because Shushay obviously on Kazakhs can leap in there. Really, I think it's going to be down to how Maluna does in this jungle. Jungle Elite is something that really started off very, very strong. Meanwhile, actually, the damage on that top lane is... You're going to hear a lot of these pings. We said it before. It's when those spears land. It definitely makes a bit of a problem. Nasus, though, coming out of the jungle Hercubot to try and help out his top lane.
And the thing is, it's all about the rune page that Hosan's using. It's that flat pen that he has. That was it 13, I said it, said 14 at this point. It just completely demolishes you in your top, and you don't expect a spear to hit that hard without some AP behind it. And we saw him, he went for the Rabadon's Death Cap as his first big buy, I believe before he even got boots.
Well, he's keeping the pressure on towards that turret. That's going to be the Wither going down. Can they get the damage down on towards Hosan? Has to flash out there, immediately gets healed up, has to use the cleanse. The Ignite going down was cleansed off. Is it going to be enough, though? Hosan is going to go down. It's first blood for Hercubot.
And that is not good. They're continuing. Whoa, actually, Hercubot getting trapped by minions right there.
Oh, he took a second tower hit that top lane. Meanwhile, down the bottom here, you can see Maluna coming in to try and get on towards Niv. Hercubot got away with next to no health. Maluna didn't quite work out down this bottom lane, and Spontex, they wanted to get the revenge kill of their own in the bottom lane, but as it is, SK Gaming with the advantage.
And so far, this lane switch not working out well for Dragonborns at all. They're the ones that initiated it, and they're the ones that are currently losing right now. We have Kevin able to get some farm, able to get that assist, as he picks up a Ruby Crystal, a couple of wards as well. So he's trying to create an opportunity with that pink ward for another gank to happen. And Spontex, as you're seeing in the bot lane, is behind in CS. He's being zoned quite well and was forced to pop that red pod just to stay alive.
So we do see the bottom lane, Nif and Candy Panda, and Spontex actually will have a very hard time of it here. Against a Taric, surely you just get dazzled, the burst comes down, and we see Candy Panda, he's got double the CS of Hosan currently, so this lane swap not really working out as you would expect, and there is the dazzle again goes out, and a burst combo from Candy Panda onto Spontex.
And we're going to have to see Maluna come down or something. He needs some help, because at this rate, if he keeps getting hit with a stun, then comboed, he's going to die, and they actually look like they're preparing to dive it.
They're going to dive him, you can see them pressuring him around there, has to get caught out, there's the dazzle, and he is going to get dropped. It's Candy Panda that picks up and tanks the turret, and that is 2-0 for SK Gaming.
And they're playing this entire game so perfectly well. The last time they met, SK just kind of got destroyed after that Lux double kill on Shushay, but they're playing so perfect at this point. That dive was, you knew it was coming, and it seemed like maybe a potential misplay to Maluna, but still SK taking that little bit of a mistake into their own advantage.
Oh, hello, Maluna's now going to be focused surely on the turret. We see the Hercubot coming around the side. He's getting ready to go on this one. Maluna with that potion running. He's going to have to get the hell out of here. He has got Repel, nice. Remember. Repels the moment the dazzle comes down. Tries to get around. Candy Panda tanking up turret. Uses the barrier and flashes away, but it's another kill picked up. It's the Hercubot that gets it again. He's 2-0.
Great job by SK with that little transition. Hercubot making huge plays with this Nasus. I believe this is the first time he's actually played him, and he's been showing that he has actually been practicing him as also like going head-to-head against Shushay in the mid lane, forcing him to play very passive still at this point.
Sure, forcing him to jump away there, and you can't back away in the lane. He's not going to let you that Crescent Strike should poke you from range, and we do see Ocelot actually heading up towards the top lane. Thought about it. I think the ward was immediately spotting him out there, but Kevin now actually, like you mentioned, is doing a good job in his top lane. He's protecting the turret down to about half hit points. Meanwhile, that bottom lane was shoved completely. 52 to 37 CS between the two AD carries on your screen.
And I'm trying to see, yeah, okay, we are going to see
Kevin.
we are going to see SK poise over towards a dragon at this point. We do have a pink ward, 2 of them currently on Nif, and they have 4 members down there to really go for it. Not a lot of poke since Nidalee is in the top lane with Soraka. So they should have a very easy dragon right here, especially since there's no wards out of Dragonborn's side. And Dragonborns, they can't really let this happen, but then again, they can't really do anything about it without, having Nidalee and Soraka there.
Oh dear, Maluna, you might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's on the red buff. They're going to come around. They set up. There's the Dazzle coming out, and they just blast him through the wall. And Hercubot picks up another.
3-0 Naz. He's looking like Diamond Prox a little bit with the way he plays them, getting all those kills and no deaths. But Dragon, I mean, surely they should be going for it at this point. There's no reason kind of not to, as we are going to have Hercubot started off with Nif. And that should be a very easy Dragon with the aura buff, with the healing, and the lifesteal, which, we never really talk about on Nasus too much. That passive lifesteal he has, it was buffed quite a bit while ago, but it is really underrated at some points.
Well, he has leveled up the Spirit Fire, so we are going with the standard build for the jungle Nasus, which actually we're starting to get used to, honestly, here.
I never thought I would hear that, getting used to a jungle Nasus.
I know, it's not something I thought we'd see come back, but sure enough, there it is, and that's another Dragon picked up, another gold extension, and as it is, the gold is a pretty big gap right now. 4,000 gold, 8 minutes in, that's a big, big difference.
Yeah, it really is, but we have to take a look at where the kills are for SK at this point. We were mentioning Hercubot with 3. We have 2 assists, 1 kill over to Candy Panda. It's not ideal to have them on your jungle. You obviously want to feed it to your solo laners, but he's going to be able to afford to get that Aegis a lot earlier. He's going to be able to get really tanky and provide, any sort of ores for his team that they're, to deal with the burst. I mean, that early Aegis is really going to destroy Dragonborns.
Well, the difference is, while we all are seeing that Dragonborns are falling a long way behind here, how is this going to develop late game? Obviously, we've already seen how the Dragonborn strategy works. You land that cocoon, somebody is going to die. It's a fact. How will SK deal with that one? Obviously, with Kevin on here, they have a burst ability, and you can see Hosan, he took a tower down. Exhaust goes on towards Hercubot, he pounces away. Mover now realizes he's going to be the focus. The spear's still coming out. Mover's going to get taken low. Wish is used out. It may well be enough to keep them alive. It will be. Shushay coming in, but Ocelot is following up behind as well. Shushay's going to go leaping across. Instead, just uses the Void Spikes, and now we see Ocelot closing in the bottom of the screen. He will do a Crescent Strike. Will it land? Hosan's in perfect position. Catches all 3 of them. Moonfall pulls them all in. On the turret, they dive in. Mover's going to get dropped down. It's Hercubot that picks up yet another kill. Now we see Hercubot taken low, but he walks away once again like a boss. Shushay with the ultimate. Oh, the flash comes out, but Hosan flashed aggressively. Ocelot makes him pay, and they go in towards Shushay. The ultimate coming out there, forcing him. Shushay low, and now it's backfiring. Maluna comes in. The cocoon just missing by on towards Ocelot. You're going to see the spider coming out. It's not going to be enough, and that's a 2-4-1 for the SK Gaming.
In the meantime, we see the AD carry
0, in fact. Yeah, 1 for 0. I'm losing it.
No, they killed Soraka's too.
Good lord.
Well, either way right now, I mean, SK, they're making huge plays. Like, that top lane, I was just about to say, the first time Hosan and Mover got ganked, it was very one-sided. But since they were both level 6, they had the healing, they had the ultimate at Soraka, they stayed alive for a long time. But with Ocelot coming in, picking up that kill and that assist, it's really creating a lot of problems. Now, taking that mid turret, SK is just, they're stomping them at this point. It's 0-6, 17.5 thousand gold to 12.2, and they're up 2-0 in turrets.
Well, 6-0, like you mentioned, is a big, big difference. 5k gold. In fact, nearly 6k gold since that turret went down. It's a huge gap.
The thing is, though, it's not over in any way.
It's not. Let's not get carried away. Yeah. Hercubot on 4-0-1 is the jungler, so he's not going to be that burst damage that you get later on. Well, actually, he will be if his Qs get strong enough, but he's not compared to... They are walking across a ward here. Dragonborn's ready and waiting for this fight. Hosan expects to pull a spear straight in that bush, instead uses the trap to lead it out there.
And the thing I'm saying is why it's not, over in any way is that, earlier on, the CS difference between every lane was way different than we're currently seeing right now. We're seeing Dragonborns catch up and keep even. I think it was Hosan was 20-30 CS behind Candy Panda, but at this point, he's still keeping up. He'll have that death cap fairly shortly, and when he gets that, and he gets a Sorc Boots, they have that potential to siege. They don't need the blue buff, but if they have it, it's obviously going to help out quite a bit. But Offside, he's getting very dangerous at this point.
Yeah, he's getting very aggressive, and that's what I think SK Gaming need to do. They need to take full use of this advantage they've managed to create. You see the Giants belt being picked up by SK Kevin in that top lane. Spears continuing to come out from Hosan, not really finding their home. I think SK Gaming were actually ready and prepared for this, the eventuality that this may come out from them.
Yeah, and looking at, you mentioned Kevin. One thing that's really worrying me is what's Dragonborn's response to him?
Oh, they're going to dive in out towards Hosan. That's how the response will be. They managed to use the moonfall, but the cocoon comes out. They're going to turn it back around. Kelsolot taken very low. Maluna gets the Q, but the rest of his team managed to react. They come straight back in. Spiritfire put down, forces them away.
I know, I was mentioning Kevin, like, he's going to be so tanky. He's going to have that Warmogs and Sunfire cape eventually, but they don't really have someone to do the damage.
They're going to collapse on towards Nif. Nif is taken very low. You can see he's just off the side. No, not quite catching him. Repelling in there. Actually going in towards Hercubot. Craziness. Candy Panda ready and waiting. The KD8 champion of the world.
For who knows how long, though. It depends.
Not for long, probably.
We have Edward closing in on him.
I think Patoy's probably up there. He's really high.
Yeah. And then, I mean, Edward, he's making his way up there as well with his Thresh play.
He is, definitely. In Europe, at least. Let's not get carried away. So, 5,000 gold difference, 6k, 6 kills to 0, 2 to 1 in turrets. Bottom turret yet to be untouched, really. Maluna finally getting his own red buff. And how is this working out here? We've been talking about Hercubot, obviously helping out, assisting, getting those kills on the dog. But as it is, 53 CS, 0-2-0 for the Spider.
Well, you can tell SK has done their research on the Dragonborns. And one thing I've always noticed about Maluna when he was back in Curse is that he's very predictable in the jungle. He seems to do the same path every single time. And with that, I mean, you saw Hercubot invade, took the red from him, took the kill onto him as well. They've definitely done their homework on him, and they're pretty much outplaying them on every front at this point.
Shusei is picking up the blue buff. Let's see how it's going to work out for him. As it is, he hasn't been able to get too aggressive. We do see Kevin getting poked on there. 3-ton strike was about to come up, but he didn't land it. Shusei was ready and waiting to try and help out Spontex in his top lane, and that's kind of what he needs. I wondered when they did the duo lane switch, and you mentioned it briefly at the start, you know, against the Taric is a dangerous thing.
And I think Dragonborns was it was expecting SK to do a lane switch as well, because they did not match up well versus Kevin. I mean, he has a way to get in there on you, and then you have Hercubot follow up with his Wither. You're just not going to escape that. We do have Dragon coming up, and SK have that time down, and are going to be able to pick this one up. And the second of the game for them, extend their goal lead even further.
Except when they reset it, that's not really going to work out too well. The spears coming through, poking in. They can try and get the steal away here. Hasn't really got any vision of it, though, so he's just going to throw it when he gets the reset up. It does land through, but it's just assists SK Gaming and taking it down quicker.
And Kevin just sitting in the top lane, pushing it through, picking up as much farm as possible. Eventually get that turret, but at least it's giving Spontex the ability to catch up as well, to get back in the game, because they're going to need him. That ultimate is going to be very crucial to how these fights really develop.
Shared gold given across there between Hosan and Shusei. What are they trying to push out? I think they might be trying to get that Rabadon's death cap done as quick as possible for Hosan on Nidalee. As it is, you can see he's trying to keep up and pick up as much as they can. They're going to... Oh, failed jump. We didn't see that. Nobody saw that. It's okay.
Pulled a Reginald.
There was only a couple of 100,000 watching you pull a Reginald.
But yeah, looking at items as a developer a little bit, we should talk about them. We do have Maluna going for a little bit of an interesting build in the jungle. He has that Spirit Stun done, and he has Sword Boots as well. I was kind of expecting more of a tanky kind of jungler, maybe Merc Treads, pick up like a Warmogs, maybe a Rylai's Crystal Scepter eventually. You do have the Brutalizer and the tier done for Shusei in the mid lane. And the top, Spontex, he's building up that Warmogs eventually. He also has a couple of damage items. It looks like he noticed that, you know, we're going to need his damage to win these fights, and he's starting to, you know, cater to what they need exactly. We do actually have a grouping of Dragonborns. Looks like they were trying to push that mid lane, but to continue on, like you're saying, the Death Cap almost done for Hosan. He has the Sword Boots, so he has that crazy amount of penetration to really just devastate anyone he hits with that spear. As you see right there, that was a close range spear on a Candy Panda, but it took quite a huge chunk off of him.
It did do quite a lot of damage. Like you mentioned, the spear to the face, up close and personal from Hosan on Candy Panda. But Candy Panda, oh dear, Spontex, you are in all manner of danger, and that's going to be a very, very dead Spontex. There's no way he's going to get out of this one. It's going to be a 5-man collapse for him. Has to use that ultimate, tries to use the Audacious Charge, but the dazzle from Nif is just close enough. But while this is all happening, it is going to be the Dragonborns pushing the mid lane, though. So SK Gaming may have taken one advantage. They may have got the kill, but they are going to lose their minute turret. The question is, will they keep going through? They've realized it. SK Gaming have spotted spotted the danger, but they're going to get back. Is it going to be too late? Dragon Ball's continuing on towards the inner turret. They're going to pile on through here. They're going to get a great big chunk of damage down on this turret. Meanwhile, they can see Candy Pandas remain in that top lane. They're going to get it. It's going to be a 2-for-1 tower trade and just one kill. Got to be happy with that.
And SK just getting outplayed right there. Yeah, Spontex is up there at the top. He delayed them as long as possible, but Dragonborn's responding perfectly, going for that two turret mid push. You get them a lot of gold and a lot of map control that they're going to need. If they can kind of fight in the jungle and get a couple of spear hits, which we saw Hosan do last game, he kept going up towards the right side of the map and hitting them from the jungle where it's really hard to see him. He created so many opportunities for his team to engage. And SK, they have to make some sort of response here as they are pushing that, well, they were pushing the mid wave in, but decided to back off instead.
Well, we see that mid wave being cleared out now. 7-0 in kills, but the gold advantage still at 5,000, 3-3 in turrets. Fairly close game though still. Despite the massive advantages that SK seem to gain early on, we do see Dragonborn's clinging on here with tactical maneuvering. There's the gold splits across. You can see the two top laners. It's 1,200 gold advantage for Kevin currently. Just 1,400 gold in the jungle. Mid lane, 800 gold advantage. Bottom lane, though, is a big disparity. It's 1,500 gold advantage for Candy Panda currently over Hosan. But it doesn't matter, because once he gets that Rabadon's death cap, those spears are going to hurt regardless of that gold if they land.
And Dragonborns knows that. I love what Mover is doing. This is a perfect decision on his part. He picked up a Sightstone. He picked up, unfortunately, just one Vision Ward, but he realizes his team needs his vision. They need to stop getting picked off one by one. They need to, to pick them off. Eventually, they probably will invest in Oracle very soon, but they are going for this red buff here, and they actually are spotted by Maluno, and I don't think Dragonborns can really do anything about this.
I don't think they can. They're going to try and throw something out there. They're not quite going to get it, though. Jushe just making a spot attempt to see if he can pick anything off. Maluna's going to throw out that cocoon. It actually lands on Candy Panda as well as the spider, but that's all it's going to be. While this is all happening, Hosan is getting the free farm on that bottom. Spontex is free farming on the top there.
That's
and
the
SK Gaming, 5-man, trying to drive in towards this middle and pick up an inner of their own.
Yeah, that's the downside. If you have two of your, well, not carries, but two people pushing those side lanes. Well, if you get a good spear, it doesn't matter in the end. You can stop that push right in its tracks, but they are chasing him down. And a little bit interesting thing on the items, Maluno, he's going basically straight AP. I mean, he's not building, he's going to Rylai's Crystal Scepter, it looks like, next, but that's pretty much like damage. And they're relying on Spontex to be the one to build the tankiness now.
Well, it's the strategy that seemed to work against Evil Geniuses, and why not stick to it? Different positions played, and that's just showing the versatility of Dragonborns. The question is, will it pay off? We see again, Dragonborn's going to push up that middle. Kevin realizing the danger, and he's not going to leave the mid lane open this time.
Well, last time when we were in this situation, obviously Dragonborns wasn't so far behind, but when that death clap was completed, it's for me to say we started to see a little bit of a push and a siege happening. Let me check if he actually has a blue buff on him currently. No, he does not, and it won't be up for a little bit longer, but Dragonborns, they have the ability to do that. They have a pretty good disengage with the ultimate out of Xin Zhao, with the cocoon out of Maluno, and not to mention the void spikes out of Shushe to slow them down. So they have the ability to do it, but it doesn't seem like they're yet confident in their ability to.
Well, they're going to try and set something up here. Spontex staying down the bottom, trying to bait them out. Going aggressive on Kevin. Has got the 3-talent strike. There's going to be the leap from Shushe. Not going to have the damage, though. Kevin is too strong already with that Warmogs down. Managed to get away, no problem.
And there's no way you're going to kill Kevin at this point. That's what I was mentioning earlier, is what's the response to that? Because he's going to be so tanky, he can just sit in the backside of your team attacking you. They don't really have an AD carry, which is the major downside of this composition, to chunk the tanky targets down.
Well, Dragon is going to be up in 4 seconds' time. SK Gaming ready and waiting for this one. Dragonborn's not anywhere near it, so it's going to be SK picking this one up for free.
And SK doing a great job on control of this Dragon. The third one of the game, third one for them. And they are just playing so smart right now. I mean, they're realizing that as long as they keep this gold lead, as long as they keep taking dragons, keep taking buffs, keep going for turrets eventually, and not give up a 2-turret push like we saw last time, then they have this game in their pockets.
Well, the simple item advantage is going to pay off in the end there. How can they get slowed down their charge? As it is, they've yet to group up and really make a dent on towards Dragonborns. They haven't been able to siege them down. And we do see Dragonborns continuing to try and poke them, try and keep them at bay. And that's to me, is the problem. Those spears are going to keep coming out. If they find a home, just needs to be one, maybe two that come out, along with the rocket, along with the spider that goes out there. The poke is quite strong, and it's going to be enough to just break that siege every time.
And not to mention the wave clearing we're seeing. I mean, we do see an engage actually coming out. Spontex just knocks him away.
Talent Strike does manage to pile away, and it's Kevin again the focus. Moonfall comes out from Ocelot, not going to really be enough. And this is what I'm talking about, the siege. It can't prolong because the poke damage, the burst damage that comes out from Dragonborn seems to prevent them so far. And again, those spears just constantly being thrown out.
Yeah, with the AoE that they have, the Shushe with those Void Spikes, the Spiderling out of Maluno, not to mention just the straight up damage that Spontex with that Audacious Charge, they can stop these waves from pushing up against them. And then with having Soraka there to give the mana to Hosan, they can siege. It's kind of weird. It's like they can still siege when they're defending and when they're attacking at this point.
Well, we see them slowly but surely clearing out their own jungle, and that's what they're going to do. Now they're going to have to just push out, pick any advantages up. So no advantage gained again from SK Gaming. That gold gap is actually starting to just dissipate a little bit. Dragonborn's slowly but surely closing in by 100 gold here and there. Not stretched since that very early game from SK Gaming.
You know, we've talked to Ocelot before, and he's always mentioned that they have a hard time closing games out. I think this was back in week 2, and in week 3 we saw a change in them completely, but I wonder if they're going to have that same problem this game, because they have the item advantage, they have the tankiness to go for this, but they're still being really hesitant at this point. They're still controlling the game very well with the dragons, but they're not trying to really go for any objectives besides that. They're not going for any turrets.
Well, as it stands, top lane Spontex once again, and SK Gaming positioning themselves to come back down that mid lane. Blue buff, actually, Kevin going in there will be spotted, walking straight over a ward. He's going to go up towards the top towards Spontex. As it is, we see him trotting up there, and he's going to clear out that wave. What are they going to do against him? Looking like he's building a wit's end here, Kevin, again. And before, I think, yesterday, I'm trying to think when it was in the LCS in North America, I remember Skara saying it's the first wit's end I've seen in 3 months or something like that.
Hotshot?
I think it was Hotshot.
Yeah.
I think it was Hotshot on Cho'Gath. And now suddenly we're seeing the Wits End making a revenge.
It's not a bad item to pick up. You're against a double AP composition. If you get an Aegis of the Bulwark of the Runic Bulwark, there we go. I thought it was Bulwark of the Legion. Yeah. So if you get that on top of that, he gives him so much magic resist that Maluna won't really be able to do too much to him. The spears won't hurt that much, and he can soak them up because he has that Warmugs, he has that regen, and not to mention off his heat and style hitting the minions, he can take that poke for his team and allow them to finally get that engage they want, because you see the Shurelya's on Nif. You see that they want to go for these engages, and with that speed increase, they're going to have the ability to do it.
Well, we see a massive advantage from Candy Panda slowly developing. 197 CS, you can see he clears a big wave down that bottom. As it is, Hosan is doing everything he can to try and pick out this.
He steals it away.
As Shushe steals it away with the rockets. Yes. It's nice and fair. I think it's fight for your own buffs and fight for your own survivability in Dragonborns. Do or die.
And I'm trying to...
we do have they're going to go straight in. Nif actually walking on. He's going to get caught out. And that was the cocoon. But he's strong enough to walk away and heal himself up. Blue buff, though, he's going to get picked up. There is a ward on this one. So they're going to be aware of the fact that Shushe has just picked up that blue buff. Kevin going in. He's going to be the front man. Can he get on towards Move? He will get the slowdown. Has to force the flash away. Maluna runs away as well. Shushe from the backside throwing the rocket. Spear's still coming as well. But SK Gaming didn't quite catch anyone out. That may well open an advantage for them in the mid lane.
Well, that's still a great job by Dragonborns to get that blue, keep it off of SK's hands, and then still escape without dying. I mean, we had Spontex in the bottom side of the map pushing himself, but if they did get caught, that would have been a disastrous fight.
Shushe is... I thought he was about to wait in that top lane. He was sat in the bush, ready and waiting to try and pounce and see how much he could do to Kevin. See how close he is to damaging him right now. Still yet to get that Black Cleaver built out there. Instead, picked up that BF sword along with the Brutalizer. So we're interested to see which way this is going to go. Possibly a Bloodthirster may come out from Shushe here. We've seen a couple of builds on Kha'Zix. Obviously, Alex is running him earlier on today. But as it stands, Move with that Oracle is clearing out the jungle. He realizes... like you mentioned earlier on, for his team to have a chance, they need to see what the hell they're doing in their own jungle.
Yeah, and he's doing a perfect job of that. And Demon, I'm kind of surprised. We haven't really touched on Ocelot's items in particular, the Zhonya's. We haven't really mentioned that because that is as a perfect item. That's like his core item on Diana because he wants to be the one. He is the one that has that initiate with his ultimate to really get in there. So all he's going to do is get in there, pull them all together, pop the Zhonya's if he needs to, and allow his team to finally pile in behind him with the Shurelya's.
Well, the problem is, how are they going to stop Candy Panda once he gets to that level, that, when the AD carry becomes the god of the map, as the farming session progresses? what are they going to do to him? I mean, they need to obviously jump on him and take him down, but clearly there's quite a tanky line there that's going to just protect him.
Yeah, without Jarvan, they don't really have someone else to get into the backline with Shusha. Yeah, you have Xin, but he's not one of those champions you can have a guaranteed thing to get him into the backside, but it's really up to Shusha. I mean, he has to be the one to burst. Now we have Triz actually popped out of SK. They're trying to chase them away, but we have Maluno on the bottom side of the map, and this might be the key for SK to start taking this Baron.
Well, Maluno wasn't close. He's coming from the bottom of the map there, and SK Gaming are going to start this one off. We see a lot of wards placed down, so SK Gaming have got full vision. They're well aware that Dragonborns are going to close in. They're going to turn and burn. They're going to go towards Spontex, but Nif takes an arrow. You're going to see the Wither on towards Spontex. He turns around, puts his ultimate down. Have they got enough damage coming through the bushes? I'm not too sure. Flashes out of there. Still continuing the damage. Movehead's going to get taken low. He's going to get dropped. So it's one already for SK Gaming. You can see the void spikes coming out. They leap away. The spear comes through. Catches on Kevin. Shusha taken low. Maluna caught out. Maluna goes down. Ocelot picks up the kill. It's a 2 for 0. And SK Gaming can choose any option they want now. It looks like it's going to be Baron.
Great job by SK to actually bait them in. Once they caught anyone on Dragonborns, they just went from that target to the next, and Dragonborns just could not disengage quick enough. We had Hosen, he was throwing spears every single cooldown, landing them every time, but it just wasn't enough. SK is just so tanky. We have a Hercubot with that lifesteal, with the Sunfire Cape, even two Null Magic Mantles. They can't really hurt anyone on SK at this point, and he has to land that spear on Candy Panic, because if they can kill him, that really opens up the fight for Dragonborns to engage head-on.
Shusha shoving the wave up, trying to take any advantage he can, but nothing coming from it, so he's going to steal away. The blue buff is not there, and it's a Baron buff for SK Gaming, so Dragonborns unable to capitalize on anything off the back, and SK Gaming fully in control now. They have a 9,000 gold advantage, and like you mentioned, it's kind of an issue of, I would say poke comp, but it's not really a poke comp from Dragonborns. It kind of is, but it isn't. But if they get caught on, if they are falling behind, it's very hard for a poke comp to catch up.
Yeah, we've mentioned that before. It's just you can't really afford to be in that position. And as long as SK keeps winning these fights, they're not really going to give Dragonborns a chance to get back in. But I say that, but Dragonborns still has a chance. They really do. If they can wait up this Baron, if they can just... It's just all about that one spear. We've seen it happen before with Kenny Penn getting caught with a Lux Lightbind and then just blown up. If they can hit him, they open up that fight completely. They can force SK to back. They can do that hard engage with Shusha and then have Spontex come in from the side or even in the front and really just take them out one by one. Because once Kenny Penn is dead, all you really have is Ocelot for the damage. Well, okay, looking at it again, he has quite a bit of damage on him with that death cap, but worrying about just getting Candy Panda killed and then just having Ocelot to deal with, it isn't that bad of a thing to do because you have a lot of CC to lock him down.
Well, the spears keep coming out. The Dragon has spawned, and if SK get this one, it'll be their 4th one of the game, unanswered by Dragonborns. They are losing their siblings every single time, and there it is. Another one picked up by Hercubot.
Never going to live that one down.
Never.
Oh, well, I thought it was a pretty good one. Freak baited me into it. But still, we have SK, like you just said, 4th Dragon. That gives them just an insane amount of gold. It really does.
They're waiting. Oh, I thought they were looking to maybe try and come off the side. They do throw the spears out. They throw the rockets out. They throw out the cocoon, and everything misses. But there was a lot of burst down on Candy Panda there.
Yeah, if they can just hit their entire combo, the spear, they can have Kha'Zix go in with his combo, and Maluno hits his combo onto someone, they can kill him as you saw
They're going straight in. Oh, I thought they were all going to pile in towards that bush. Maluno is there. He could get caught. He does, but it's not going to go follow it up. And SK Gaming actually poking their own strategy right now. Nif again takes another spear to the chops.
And Dragonborns are doing a great job right now because they know they can't defend this turret, but they're just faking like they can. They're really hitting SK with everything they possibly can, doing as much damage just to keep them away. And once SK finally dodges, 1 or 2 spears, they can take this turret pretty damn easily. I mean, having a 5-0 and 3 Nasus, he's just such a tanky force. I don't think I've actually seen his ultimate once this game used, if I think about it.
And look how quick, though, they are wave clearing. This is SK Gaming with a Baron. Ocelot just off the side right now. He wants to get in. He wants to get around the backside. Hercubot is with him. The spears keep going out. They're waiting for someone to just make that mistake. But these void spikes, everything is getting cleared out before he gets even close. Maluna may well be the man that takes the shot, and no, instead he sends out the spear. So they've got everything in their favor to throw it out. Oh, the spear actually catching on Ocelot there, realizing the situation, and they do try and poke him around. They're going to try and go around the maneuver towards that bottom. Can they catch anything down there? The ward goes down. That's going to get spotted out. May get cleared. No, it will not. And it's going to be Dragonborns continuing to defend the siege from SK Gaming.
I think this is even a worse position for them to be in.
Oh, they're caught on towards Candy Panda. Have they got the damage there to follow it through? Spontex is taken incredibly low. He's going to get dropped eventually. here. And that's going to be Hosan going down as well. SK finally breaking the siege, cutting him out. Shushae's going to run away from this one. I'm not worried about it. Nif with that ultimate running is putting all the defenses down. Hercubot tanking out the turret, and they're going to take down the inner turrets. Can they take anything more?
Yeah, I mean, with that Baron, they have full health right now. Oh, they actually have
Spontex, why are you backing away? Full vision right in front of the turret. That's going to be the inhibitor turret taken down. It's a 2-for-0. That's a massive advantage for SK Gaming now. Dragon Balls were trying to hold out the siege, but it can't withstand the power of SK Gaming when there's a 9,000 gold difference. Oh! Shushae removed from the map. This is going to be the game for SK Gaming. They're just going to run on through. The damage coming out from Ocelot using that Zhonya's hourglass. He's going to get away, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus turret goes down, and SK Gaming go 4-1. Ladies and gentlemen, I expect to see red hair from that man on your screen at the World Championships for Intel Extreme Masters.
That was a well-played win for SK. They deserve that one in every way, shape, and form. And I really hope that also, if he's going to dye his hair red, I hope it's permanent red, not like, oh, you spray it on, then he can wash off the next day kind of thing. But still, well played by SK overall. They countered the Nidalee and the Soraka comp. And then again, it wasn't necessarily played like we thought it would be.
Well, the analyst desk are wrong there, telling me that he expected a 5-0. He said he was happy with a 4-1. That's all he asked of his team. Don't ask the guy that had a full conversation with him, man. But we're going to go over to the analysis desk and see exactly what they think. 12-0, the end score for SK Gaming. Immaculate match.
Yeah, a really strong performance again by SK, not skipping a beat there. I mean, Aranea, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I think pretty much Hercubot did a amazing game this game. He ganked top lane with Irelia low HP. They could stun, I think it was Nidalee, and get the first blood there, and it was like a bit a snowball from that. I mean, in the 1v2 lane, they won that 1v2, and then in bottom lane, they got 2 kills, because they were killing, first of all, Xin Zhao, and then Elise coming there, and they kill with the jungle as well.
Talk about that for a minute, because we watched that, and, Dragon Balls, they got ganked. It was the 3v1, and then, Maluna came in again and picked it up. And it just seemed as though the Dragon Balls kept throwing one after another at the tower to defend it. Would you not just back away? What should they have done?
Well, actually, the first thing I was surprised was the last second swap. I really expected to see a Xin Zhao jungle, and at least meet again, and a Spontex playing Kha'Zix. But they try to confuse the enemies.
They try to play the same comp, but a different way.
Exactly, and I think it didn't work out that good. I think Spontex with Kha'Zix was really good, and we saw Shushae playing at least really, really amazingly good as well.
The question is, why would you fix something that's not broken?
Yeah, that's exactly the question. That's what I said from EG. I said from EG, they have their own style, and they want everything with it. Why are you going to change it?
Well, they did change it, but obviously it didn't quite work out as they'd planned through that one. We've got a replay here to show you. Why don't you run us through that quick shot?
Well, setting up the game, I mean, there were 0 deaths here from SK, and to be honest, it was a fairly low-kill game from what we've been seeing this weekend. They just didn't make any mistakes. This team fight is going to show it. It is around 26, 27 minutes into the game. It's just before the Baron actually gets secured. So let's jump into the replay. You can see that SK have started the Baron off. They are grouped as 5. Dragon Balls are going to move in here to contest it. It took a long time to kill Spontex, but Aranea, talk us through the fight.
Well, what SK was trying to do is get a team fight, because every time SK was pushing, Dragon Ball was just seeing the tower and just poking them, and they could not get a single team fight. But going to Naso, they make all Dragon Balls to come there and try to stop the Baron. And now we see Spontex is some kind of miscommunication, because Spontex was going to flash there, and you have Maluno and Mover completely mispositioned there. They're going to get killed by all the SK team. It's a 2 against 5, because all the other Dragon Ball teams is at the other side. And now they're just getting stoned by that Irelia, and I think it was Diana who is going to get someone now.
Now, in terms of the positioning there, Spontex was trying to get away to safety, trying to flash over the wall, and the rest of the players hanging around there. Is that just the in-game calling being a little bit mixed? I mean, they were so far behind, it was pretty obvious they couldn't win a team fight.
I think it's some kind of miscommunication. I mean, every time it happens something like that you're in a safe spot, you can flash away and just be safe from not the gank, from the 5v1. It was in that time. You have to call it. You have to say, hey guys, I'm safe. Just go back up. It's fine. I will be safe. But they didn't say anything. Then we saw Spontex flashing, and it was Mover completely out of position in front of the 5 SK guys there.
And he just got shut down. We looked at the game and, it was a very one-sided affair. We had to crown ourselves an MVP, and you cannot take anything away from Hercubot. His jungle Nasus was really, really good. He was maxing that Spirit Fire, the E of Nasus, and farming up well, successfully pulling every single gank throughout the match, and well played to SK Gaming.
Yeah, I think that's a really big win for them, as a team here, just to say, after the last loss that they had, okay, let's just chalk that down to a bad game, come back into this one. They've played perfectly, not even dropped a kill, which, in the grand scheme of things, it's a win that really counts, but that one doesn't do too bad for their KDAs in the long run either. So, thanks, guys, for your input. We're going to be moving over to the main stage once again, where we have Shox waiting with a member of SK Gaming.
Yes, I'm here with Ocelot. Ocelot up against that Kha'Zix again in mid lane, which will really bad versus Alex Ish. So what did you do better this time around?
Well, some games, you got bad games, I counter-pick myself. I didn't really expect Kha'Zix plus Diamond diving me that early. I really lost the lane in the game by that. I'm so sorry. I told my team I'm so sorry, and I blame myself only. But well, that game, we lost it. Now against a team that is basically beating every single good team, we demonstrated that we are one of the best teams of Europe, and I demonstrated that I'm one of the best meets of the world. So all the blame I can get for a bad game, I can eat it, because then I will get props when I do good, It's how it works.
Yeah, the game went very well. You built up a solid lead, and then you didn't seem to finish again. Was that old fear creeping in from, we can't close out games?
Nah, not really. I was 100% sure that we will win the game, and we're just making sure that we win it. Like, we didn't want to throw it, because I like throwing games, I like being greedy, and I like getting caught here and there. So I want to make sure nobody of us dies. I want to make sure nobody of us throws the game. All good. And it's pretty funny, because I know that in our loss against M5, some pro teams and staff were laughing about us, were laughing about me. Ocelot gets owned. The community laughing about me. Some analyst desk laughing about me. All the SK member as well. Now we win Dragonborns. I'm very happy. We are 4-1 this weekend, and we are aiming to win Season 3.
Ocelot fighting right here. Now, Ocelot, you can tell me, did you lose the game versus Gambit because you didn't want to dye your hair red?
No. We just got on. I got on mid lane against Alexit. He's an extremely good player. Happens, Catherine has these double-edged sword points. He on me. We lost against them only because of me, and I say it clear. Next time won't be the same.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Okay. Very strong words here from Ocelot, but we still have one match coming here in our super weekend. It's going to be the last one. It's the Spanish team that surprised the non-believers in the past few matches, Giants, but they are in dire need for a win here, and they're going up against no one less than the Evil Geniuses. It's going to be a true test. EG versus Giants up next.
Welcome back here to the European LCS. Joining me, of course, is Quickshot and Aranea. First of all, that last game, not really going as planned for Dragonborns.
No, I didn't really expect to see Kathix mid lane and Xin going alone against two. I expected the least mid lane as they did against TG and Kathix top lane by Spontex.
So let's have a little look at what we've seen so far today. Trevor, run us a little bit through the results.
Well, we're coming to the very last game of the Super Week here in the European League of Legends Championship Series. We have seen a bajillion games. It's just been non-stop. And the last week has just been literally wall-to-wall with matches. The table as it stands right now, Gambit Gaming, 9 wins, 2 losses. Fnatic are in second, 8 wins, 3 losses. And of course, SK Gaming and EG bringing up the next 2 places, 6-4, 6-5. What have you thought about the game so far? A lot of things have gone, different. And Gambit, for example, they started 1-2, I think, from week 1. And they pulled it back down, an 8-game winning streak.
I didn't expect to be like Gambit in the first spot, after this week. But I said, after their 1-2, they started, I predict, I really feel like Gambit gonna end at least top 2. With a Fnatic, as long Fnatic and Gambit top 1 and top 2, then I really expected to see SK and EG, but I didn't expect that Giants' performance not really good lately. I thought they were going to end 5, 6.
Yeah, let's talk about the Giants, because weeks 1 and 2, they sort of came out of nowhere and really surprised many, many players and teams. And they just fell off the pace a little bit last weekend and this weekend. They're currently 3 wins and 8 losses, second to last on the table. What do they need to do to pull themselves back into this?
First of all, I will say something. I hope no one hates me now. But first of all, they need to train. I mean, if you don't train in a league like this, you're not going to be the best.
What makes you say that? Justified.
I heard they didn't train that much lately, these last weeks. I don't know if it was a problem with the gaming house thingy. I don't know if it's a problem that they could not train here that much.
I think they're living in the hotel at the moment as well. Yes. And speaking from experience, the Wi-Fi is terrible. It is impossible to play. So if they don't have a connection, you can't play.
I don't know if this last week they been staying on the hotel, but I know last weeks they been going to Spain and coming back for the weekend. So that's something really, really hard to do, traveling so much, and they don't end up training that much as they have to do.
Yeah, so true. Now, let's talk about some of the other teams. Dragonborns, 4 wins and 4 losses. We've seen explosive success and explosive failure as well, if we can be honest. What do they need to do to become consistent?
I guess they just need to get more strategies, more crazy things, because we saw that Nidalee and Soraka in the bottom lane was quite interesting to see, but then they wanted to repeat it. And I guess SK were okay, do the same picks, because we're going to do these picks. And even if the game is equal, they will just dive in because they were a really tanky team, SK, and they could just go in and destroy the Dragonborn setup. That's something that, it's good. The first time you do it, it surprised the enemy, but then the second time and the next times that the enemy teams just know how you're going to play.
What did you think about that lane switch in that game, by the way? We didn't really talk to that one. I mean, was there a need to switch lanes there for Dragonborns?
I don't think so. I think it was fine. The Taric Graves against Nidalee Soraka. I'm not an expert in the bottom lane, but I didn't expect it was going to be that bad, to be honest. And then it ended up really bad, the shop lane, so I don't know.
Yeah, bad call from the beginning.
Yeah, probably. Sadly enough for Dragonborns. But obviously we're going to be moving on to our final game here of the Super Week. It's going to be Giants versus Evil Geniuses. We saw a little bit earlier on that EG lost out. They were not happy, I think we can say, to say the least, after they lost their game earlier on. Giants, we know that they can beat the big teams. We've already seen them beat Gambit. That's one of their 2 losses up until now. So is there the possibility there with EG having this, I don't want to say bad run, because, you know, there's words being used like the word slump, which is totally too early to say something like that, in my opinion. But is this a perfect time for Giants to beat EG?
It is a perfect time, but we have to remind that Giants this weekend, they are actually 0-4.
Yeah.
They played 4 games and they lost 4 games. Their last chance to don't go out from this weekend with a really, really bad score. So I really expect, I really hope the Giants beat EG, but EG is going to be really upset as well because they lost against, it was
Dragon Balls,
and yesterday it was against AAA. So they're losing so much game they didn't expect.
Well, here's a question about that. Now, you've got evil geniuses that would have probably felt, and many would have thought that they should have won those games against Dragonborns and against Authority. So they're going to be in this sort of negative mindset. That was a game we should have won. Now you've got Giants who are sitting at 0-4 going, well, this is our last chance to win. What motivates you more as a player to actually fight harder? Having nothing to lose, the 0-4, or going, we may have made mistakes and losing games?
I think that we made many mistakes and losing games, and we have to come back now. As EG are in position, I think it's better motivation. I think Giants going 0-4, and with that many training they did this weekend, it's gonna be hard for them to beat now EG.
But I mean, if we talk about the losses that EG have had this weekend against Authority and Dragonborns, now as a team that they as EG as a team expect that they're right up there fighting for a first spot even. You can almost forgive yourself for losing to teams like Fnatic, like Gambit, like SK, the real top challengers. These games that they've lost here, though, against Dragonborns and against Authority, are games which, on paper they were looking for. They were like, okay, that's a win, that's a win. Gambit, hard. I mean, these were games that they had calculated in their brain for the season that they were going to win. How does that affect them?
Well, I think EG has to know that if they want to fight to that first place, they have to beat Gambit and Fnatic. But losing these kind of games makes them to be, I think, in a really second position. I think it's going to be really hard for EG now to fight for that first slot you were talking about. It's really hard because you can probably beat Gambit, but it's going to be probably 50% win against them. Maybe someday you win them, someday you lose against them. But now losing against this, I don't want to call them underdog teams, but probably not the top teams.
No, but they are. They are underdog teams in these matchups.
These underdog teams against them, losing against them is really, really not the correct way to lead the top one or to get the top one in the Europe LCS.
Let's be honest as well, that mindset that, we can't say for certain, of course, that that's what it is saying, well, we'll win that game. But that may have actually had a hand to play in it. Maybe not preparing as much for the likes of against Authority, or sort of going, we know Dragonborns are just going to play all in aggressive and dive, and we know how to counter that. Unless you actually specifically practice it and you get a composition together for your opponents, it could lead to you losing the game.
Yeah, so there's the thing about Super Week. You've got a ton of games to play in one weekend, and a week's almost not enough time to prepare for that amount of games specifically for each team and for each matchup that you might face. And naturally, you're going to put more time into those top of the table clashes than as we said, against the underdogs.
Yeah, well, one thing I wanted to say about this is EG lost against AAA yesterday, and then AAA played against Gambit and against Fnatic. And in both games, AAA had no chances to beat them. Same exactly with Dragonborns. They played against them, they lost it, and Dragonborns pulled the same exactly strategy against SK, and they had no chance to beat them. So that's something is going to be in the mind of AG. I mean, playing the same thing, they are getting stunned by other teams, and we're losing against them. What's happened?
What's part of the reason for that? Because we've seen Evil Geniuses playing champions outside of their customary pool, so to speak. They're playing slightly different compositions and they're trying different things out. And you can't fault them for that. In the league, in the season, there's so many games and so many weeks. You can play around with a few games. Do you think this is them trying things that they're maybe not 100% comfortable with, or is it just being outplayed?
I said already that they are trying to evolve, or I don't know how to say, to play a different style that they are not used to play. All of us know the EG style. We were making jokes about the 2-hour game style. Just really passive, farming in lanes, and just
winning everyone in late game. But now they are really trying to beat them all in early game, or try to do like different things, making like really strange picks for them, like picks in jungles they are not comfortable with, or picks for the AD or for the top lane they are not comfortable with. I don't know why exactly. I think like we all know the EG style. They were like one of the best teams in the world, and now they are trying to change their style. I am not really happy with that, to be honest.
What's more important? Playing your style that you're comfortable with, focusing on your game, or researching your opponent and trying to adjust to theirs?
You can reserve from your opponent, but you should never leave your style. I think you can reserve from your opponent and try to counter them, but stick with your style. You need to stick with your style. It's what makes you who you are.
Yeah, I mean, to take it from football, you have teams who play a short passing game, high tempo. You have other teams that are known for, the long ball strategies and things like that. And that's what I don't really understand here is they almost seem to be changing just for the sake of changing something.
Yeah, just to counter the enemy. I mean, they're going to play this. Okay, let's gonna counter and play this other stuff. Why? I mean, let them play that style. You got your own style, and you already beat them all with that style. Just stick with it.
Well, let's talk about styles. We are going into the very, very last game of the weekend. It will be Evil Geniuses versus the Giants. Right now, Evil Geniuses 6 wins, 5 losses out of the 11 games played. Giants 3 wins, 8 losses out of their 11 games played. So this is going to be game number 12 of 28 in the season. We're getting to that halfway mark where now every game is going to start meaning more and more and more. We've seen a lot out of both teams. We've seen Evil Geniuses trying all sorts of different compositions, different types of, poke comp, push comp, etc. Giants have been playing a lot of the heavy CC type of compositions. Exter's been running Diana earlier today. What do you expect to see in terms of the hotly contested picks and bans?
I expect to see like Exter on Giants playing something to help the team, something with a teleport or something like TF, something to try to help the team out. And we're gonna see again like that Kennen ban. I really think so. It's not gonna play Kennen anymore as AD. And I don't know if he's going to play Vayne this time. I don't think like Vayne is working out so far for them. I think he played twice and he lost twice. Well, they actually losing a lot of games this weekend. But still, I think they should play that heavy CC comp you're talking about. A lot of CC and just try to pull the victory from that. And from ET, I don't know what they're going to play. Like they maybe do a research from Giants and try to do another kind of a style, another kind of pick to counter them. But I hope they use stick in the old style, like that passive farming game and just waiting for the late game.
What are the key things to look out for in this one? We already mentioned like the bans are, when it's an EG game, seem almost easy to predict. There's an Anivia in there, for example. Lux is probably in there. A Renekton,
probably
maybe a Shen.
Yeah. I think like the key of this match is gonna be the one-on-one in mid lane, the Extra against Frogen, with the help of both junglers. Because we're going to see like a Snoopy and Morden going to fight there. I want to really watch that mid lane.
I want to talk about the mid lane actually because yesterday or earlier today when we've seen Against All Authority actually pick up that win, there was 2 ganks on Freddy122 in that mid lane. He was playing Elise. The very first gank he managed to get away by very good use of Repel and then Flash. The second one he survived with like 20 or 30 hit points. Now, I hate to say, luck for getting away because, when it's that close, it balances on a knife edge. How much of a difference could things have been, gone in that entire game if that first blood had gone to somebody like Frogen instead of, Freddy?
Well, it's something really unlucky for you. Like when someone is running 20 HP, it's nothing you can do. But I think it's some kind of misplaying when you try to gank in a 1v2 and you die. That 1v2 you're dying as jungler, that's something really a mistake or something you should never do. It's really like a big point to Freddy, a big advantage to Freddy to 1v1, the enemy jungler come and dies to you. It's something you're gonna take a lot of advantage to.
Yeah, and he did manage to continue that advantage throughout the rest of the game.
Yep. Yeah, played really well. So let's kind of put it all down on the line. After what we've seen this weekend so far, who's gonna win this game?
I would like to win Giants. They are close friends of me, but I don't know why I think EG is going to take this victory.
just in terms of, team cohesion, these are two teams that have been around for a very, very long time. And for the most part, I mean, Evil Geniuses, obviously, their roster's unchanged. Giants, I think they've had one change in the last year. Two changes, maybe?
No, the 80 changed.
Yeah,
only one.
Exactly,
yeah,
one change.
Blitz came in to replace Jimbo.
Yeah, actually it was Jimbo before. Then they swapped him for Motoko. Then they swapped him from Blitz. And then they swapped him back again to Jimbo.
so it's half a change because it's back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
You say you want Giants to win. Your head tells you it's Evil Geniuses. Both of these teams have the ability to dig deep and say, well, they've both got their backs against the wall here right now. If you were had to absolutely say this is definitely why they're going to win it, what's the reason for Evil Geniuses in your mind?
I think if they play their own game, like their passive game, and just wait for the late game, there is no chances for Giants to win.
But if they're out their comfort zone,
if Giants start playing like really aggressive, like more than trying to dominate as Snoopy at the jungle and trying to get that advantage to extra, then they're probably gonna get that win, Giants. I really hope so to see Giants to win this game.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, for your predictions and everything else. We're going to throw it over to our commentators one last time here today. It's Giants versus Evil Geniuses with Demon and Jason.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. There it is, Evil Geniuses. They're on a tilt, Snoopy has been saying on his Twitter, and that is really what you explain it as. 6 wins, 5 losses. Who would have thought? They used to be top of the league, and now they're 4th in the league after the Super Week that has passed us by. It has been an entertaining week, though, I think. It's safe to say that.
There's been a lot of really good matches, a lot of shifting in the standings.
What were you going to say then? I was
shifting in the standings. That's what I was going with. But I mean, we have Giants, they're 7th in the league right now in the standings. We have the Copenhagen Wolves, who are, looks like, maybe next time they play, they actually might get out of 8th place, might get out of last place. And I do have to point this out. Arne has said it yesterday. Every team he's had winning the game, like that he said wins, loses. So on that port.
Let's check out the lineups for these teams. Of course, it is going to be Giants. They are playing as the blue team. It will be on your screen in just a moment. But what do we think? I mean, the main man for them. He has been the man in the middle, and actually he's been kind of locked down. Samux, Morden, Extermin, Jimbones, and Babetta, but it's Extermin that I'm talking about. They've kind of been, sitting on it. They figured him out, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look at EG's lineup real quick, because they're as well a really strong lineup. We have Wicked, Snoopy, Frog, and Yellow Pea Crepo. We've seen them start expanding their rosters, or not rosters, but the types of champions they play, and that's kind of the interesting thing. So we have Giants. They're really used to playing that heavy CC composition we saw in the qualifiers, we saw in week 1. And then we have EG, who's used to these really long games, really drawn-out games, late game kind of heroes, who's now playing really kind of more aggressive early on. They want to end the game quicker. So we have both these teams switching up their styles, and it hasn't really worked out for them.
Well, let's check out the teams, of course. Like I mentioned, the fact that we were focusing on Extermin, but Morden is actually the man for the Giants that has been creating opportunities. Whenever they do win the games, he's kind of been the man that's coming out of that jungle and throwing the chopper with Mundo, as we saw. Maybe he was the man that was, in the iMac launch.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool video. I mean, he's always been solid for him, and we heard, was it Crepo, or was it? I think it was Crepo that said he's, one of the top junglers in Europe at this point. He's proved it, to be honest, but it just seems like, he's playing at this high level, but his team just hasn't really caught up yet in terms of, it's not saying that they can't.
Do you think it's simply because everybody figured out they've, like you say, they banned out AD Cannon, and suddenly there's not really been that much problem. Caitlyn was a bit of an issue maybe for Jimbones when he managed to play. It did really well. But they've kind of just said, okay, take out AD Cannon, take out Ryze. What do you got? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Jimbones on Vayne last game and just didn't really work out for him too well. It's a slight problem, but I know Jimbones, he can play other champions. It's like something hasn't clicked yet in the team. Like the spark they had in the qualifiers hasn't really come back to them, and I don't understand why. Maybe it's a training issue. Maybe it's just playing so often. We're playing every weekend and having to prepare every week. Maybe the train schedule's not really set up properly. I'm not too sure, but I really hope, and I really do think, over the next couple of weeks, they'll finally get back in that groove.
Well, we can only hope. And then, of course, the Evil Geniuses member we've been highlighting is Crepo. We've had him on the desk, little Mitch there. And he's actually, he's a man that plays the game on with his heart on his sleeve, I think it's safe to say. He's happy with the wins. He's absolutely devastated by the losses. Obviously, we had Enrated on here yesterday. It shows, how much these wins and losses mean to these players. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and considering how much they put into it. I mean, Crepo, he talked about, he was on the analysis desk that, you know, he's always timing stuff. He's always looking at the next 5 steps. He's always preparing and putting all this energy and effort into it. And then just to get a loss like that, it really hits you hard. And as you see, like you're saying, it really hits him really tough.
Well, when you've been on a tilt of 3 losses, it's going to get even harder. They got to make sure they do pick up a win. But as, of course, we've mentioned many times, last time these teams met was a very one-sided affair. Evil Geniuses had a huge victory. So let's hear how they've approached the game this time around.
EG es un equipo muy fuerte, tienen un teamfight que es de los mejores en Europa y para ganarle necesitamos ir sin miedo, empezar a ganar desde el principio, intentar presionarlos y que no consigan nada.
El juego más fuerte de Virginius es Frogen, siempre se acaba ventaja de alguna forma y tenemos que tener especialmente cuidado con no dejar ningún campeón con el que se pueda considerar fácilmente una partida.
It's an interesting point they bring up there. You know, we've heard Aaron Ayer talking about Froggen, how highly rated he is in basically the world circuit. And Extermin straight away saying, we cannot let him have one of his main champions. We have to lock him down early. And that's actually how teams have been beating Evil Geniuses of late.
Yeah, and you have to take his champions out as, you know, we're starting to finally get into picks and bans. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 3 bans targeted at him specifically. But something Morten said in that video just really caught me. It was just saying EG is probably the best team fight team in Europe. And we've seen it before. I mean, in earlier games, EG was down 5,000-7,000 gold, and yet they'd still win these team fights because of that coordination, because of just them playing so long together. They know what everyone's going to do at every kind of moment, and it really pays off for them. But as you see on your screen, the bans, Lux, Kale, and Shen coming out of Giants, and Kennen, Elise, and Vi out of EG.
Very, very quick bans there. We did mention the fact that Kennen would be taken out, and Xin Zhao being locked straight in for the Giants, and immediately Brickett picked up Renekton. So we're going to see how that gets counted. What will be the other pick? Will they go for a support? Bearing in mind Thresh available, as is basically every support that they kind of would want.
Yeah, I mean, Cripple, he's been playing, well, pretty much everything at this point. He's playing a lot of Sona, a lot of Lulu.
Ooh, Nivea's available.
That is true. There's a lot of champions available. I mean, they talked about banning Froggen out, and yet they only took away like one of his champions.
Do you think this is Evil Genius has got to look that you can see them, they're discussing this, they're thinking, is this bait? But how do you bait Froggen's and Nivea? Honestly, I've seen so many teams baited out, and it's just backfires.
We did see it once. It was Fnatic versus EG. They baited him into that Anivia, and they had to counter to it with the Leona and the Blitzcrank pick.
The only team I've ever seen successfully bait out Anivia is Azubu Frost. That's the only team that I've seen who actually countered it. Rapid Star in that mid lane with the skill champion. As it is, Varus has been selected. Yellow Pete's been playing that pretty much excessively, really. I mean, that's really been his only champion. The only change he had around was the 2 games that he lost, actually. So every game he's won, he's played Varus. I'm not sure about Rammus. Do we think it could come out in the jungle? I remember seeing the Giants earlier, and I do remember, I think it was against Dragonborns, and they were talking about, are we going to see Rammus? So this may be something that Morden's actually practiced.
Well, we've seen actually SK play it. Or sorry, what's SK? No, it's Fnatic, Cyanide, and Intelligence Katowice played it and was probably one of the key features, that mobility to really win in that game. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Morden's been...
But surely Xin Zhao's going to be the jungler. I mean, we've just seen it not working out there in the top lane, and they are going to switch across to Sona.
I wouldn't be surprised, though. I mean, he's been playing a lot of really unique champions. He's been, playing Volibear, obviously, but he's also pulled out Elise, pulled out Mundo again when no one was playing him. Aurelia.
Well, I did actually ask Wicked about the quote. Obviously, he was talking yesterday. We had the disparity on who he thinks is top, but actually he said Aurelia can challenge Renekton in that top lane. So
it's just every time I've seen him...
If Captain Aurelia says that, then maybe we should believe him.
Well, it's funny, because every time I've seen him actually play against Aurelia and Renekton, he just stomps that lane.
Because he knows how to counter it. Yeah, he knows how it's going to work. Next 2 picks for Evil Geniuses. As we mentioned, Anivia is available. This bears repeating, and Anivia is available, but Xerath is being poked around.
Well, the thing I'm really curious about is EG going to go back to their roots? Are they going to play a jungler where Snoopy's more comfortable on, maybe a Maokai or something like that? The Zyra, I mean, it's kind of an interesting pick. I'm not 100% sure where that's going to go, but I'm going to assume it's going to be going over towards Crip. I don't think Froggen actually plays her too much. Oh, and then there's a Maokai.
Well, Maokai, Zyra has been locked in. I think that's Crepo, I think that might be Crepo. Yeah. Maokai, of course, getting in there. So Snoopy returning to his roots, as it were.
We have so many champions open for Extra to play right now. I mean, we have Ryze, we have Kassadin available. He's phenomenal on both of those. I know you love when he plays Ryze with the double or triple rod Aegis stacking. Wouldn't be too surprised. It's a nice tanky AP mid champion. You have Aurelia, you have Sin as well. Ashe being locked in for Jumbones. We've seen him play that quite a bit.
Well, they maybe selected it so Aranea can analyze it later. Who knows? But Ashe has been selected. Kassadin coming out. So now they can decide, will they use Zyra in the mid or will they switch it? Will they pick up something else? Is that kind of saying we want you to take Anivia? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Kassadin's a hard counter to Anivia because that mobility, being able to get there, silence him so he can't even hit you or stun you. So I don't think he's going to go for that unless he's got some giant wings under him.
Giant something, that's for sure. I mean, Kassadin has been a champion that we have noticed being banned against Extermin a number of times. He has played it before as well. So final pick from Evo Geniuses. What do we think? Twisted Fate has been what Froggen's played lately, but not worked the few times he's played it.
One time it worked out all right. I mean, he didn't do anything amazing in the early game, but he kept farming so much that he just was dominating in every single team fight. But with 10 seconds left, we are going to find out what they want to lock in here, and they kind of seem to be going back towards their roots when they're winning the games. I mean, Wicked back on Renekton. We're going to see Stubby back on Maokai. Even, Yellow Pete on Varus. Oh, okay.
What?
I was about to say, that would have been really interesting. So he is going for the Nivea, which is this is going to be really interesting.
Well, it made the crowd happy, and I think everyone at home collectively cheered.
From here.
I think everyone at home collectively cheered for that one. It is going to be picked up. So, you say it's a hard counter. Let's see how Froggen deals with it. That's the question. What are we seeing here? This is EG, as you mentioned, or as I said, going back to their roots without the pun of Maokai obviously being in there. Renekton from Wicked. We're seeing Crepo on Zyra, a champion he's played heavily. Could we see another Zhonya's Hourglass coming out from Crepo if the game goes long enough? Yellow Pete's been so happy with Varus lately.
Varus actually made quite a really good showing. Look at the compositions. I'm kind of happy to see EG do this. Giants haven't really gone for that full-on CC kind of composition that they really were working well with. But still, they're trying new things. They're not that tanky. I mean, the Kassadin is a really good assassin. They're really good initiate out of Ashe to follow it up with the Xin and also the crescendo out of Babetta on Sona. But, just look at the compositions. I really think EG has this because you gave Froggen and Anivia. You gave Snoopy Maokai. You gave Wicked Renekton. You just gave them all champions they're very comfortable with and back to their roots on.
So many times we've had analysis, pro players, interviews of people saying, yeah, we thought we could handle Anivia.
But we couldn't.
But we couldn't. So, I mean, this is balls of steel moments for Giants here to actually, purposely, they've done this on purpose. They've left it open. There's no doubt about it. The fact they just talked about it in the video saying you have to ban out Froggen. They've obviously worked it, so they wanted him playing Anivia. Have they proverbially poked the hornet nest?
I've never heard that saying. I think they just screwed themselves over, to be honest. I mean,
mess with the bull, you get the horns. Do you want that one?
Well, yeah,
there's no Alistair, so that's why I didn't want to go with it.
Well, I mean, you cannot give them that Anivia. You even mentioned everyone that comes to analysis to us, or everyone we talk to is like, oh yeah, we could totally take his Anivia on. They let him have it, and they just get screwed over by him. It's just, you just can't do that. You really cannot.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final game of Super Week here. It is the Giants as the blue team and the red team of Evil Geniuses. Both teams on a hell of a tilt. It is Giants. They have not picked up a victory here in Super Week. Evil Geniuses have only got themselves one victory in Super Week. Who will be going away happy at the end of the day? Crepo on Zyra, returning again. I mean, you say back to your roots, got it. It stands for both of them, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's two of them. I didn't even think about that one. I mean, I totally meant that. But anyways.
I said it first.
Yeah, you did.
Screw you.
You can feel the love here at the caster's desk.
It's a 5-man bundle down the bottom here, and Yellow Pete is ready and waiting. He could, of course, just select that. He has already selected the hail of arrows, so he's just going to lay the slowdown. He could catch all 5 of them if he just pokes into that bush.
Yeah, he could. And the thing is about EG, when they're on the blue side, they're more likely to invade than being on the red.
He's doing a little dance.
Making a little love. Getting down tonight. Yep.
I'm not going to follow that one, really.
Well, because you got the no-no. Come on. the singing of that song?
We're trying, yeah, okay. You know, I gave you a little bit of a get-out wriggle room, but you just keep hanging yourself, man. You keep hanging yourself. As it is, both wards getting placed out there. The teams knew exactly what they were going to do. We do see Anivia as Froggen taking the Wraiths there, actually helping out with the Wraiths, I should say, for Snoopy. Wraiths being picked up as well by Morden. Snoopy comes around, going to be starting off on that red. We do see the Wolves also being taken away by Yellow Pete, Crepo combined. So multiple things going on the map, and as it is, I think it's fairly standard starts.
They gave Crepo the big wolf, actually.
Did they?
Yeah, like it was purposely left for him to take.
Okay, so we've talked about this before with Crepo, you know, how sometimes he will purposely get more farm on some champions. And actually, I do recall Zyra being one of them, the one that he had like 50 plus CS on. It was for, you know, purposely done.
This is going to be very dangerous in the top lane. Stupid usually never ganks this early anymore, and Samix is going to have a really bad time
Coming straight in, Twisted in advance, gets the knock-up, has got my level 2, of course, and he's going to be first blood taken down. It's Snoopy that picks it up just 2 minutes into the game.
And that was completely unexpected. Junglers stopped ganking that early because if you fail that, you fall so far behind. He doesn't have his blue buff. But wow, Froggen in the mid lane!
Going aggressive on towards Extermin, the Ignite comes in! You do not give the bird to Froggen!
He killed him basically at level 1 right there. He got him so low just from the stun and the auto attacks. I'm honestly amazed that Exter went down right there. He's been known for his casting, and yet he kind of just outplayed. Just straight up outplayed right there.
I've heard a number of people say and talk about what Froggen chains as the summoner spells. They say if he takes Ignites, it means he knows he's going to win the lane. If there's a barrier or something else, it means he expects to lose. We do see Wicked getting dived on here by Morden, and he just walks away with a slice and dice.
And EG, I mean, they're looking honestly completely different from what we've seen for the past couple of games, and then it looks like they were tired of losing, and they just want to go for this win. I'm kind of surprised at the bot lane. EG's actually getting zoned out pretty bad here.
Well, Pete messed up the Siege Minion shot there, so that's going to lose him 40 plus gold. I don't think he's going to be... Well, he will be upset about that. I don't think he'll be too happy with that. Put the hail of arrows. I didn't manage to land the damage. Didn't quite poke it enough. We see a little look towards Morden. He's thinking of going towards the red buff. He's just wiggling around, but it doesn't matter because Snoopy's already there at the blue buff. So blue buff being picked up quite late, actually, for Evil Geniuses there. So that blue buff not going to be available until the 10th minute.
Yeah, I mean, it caught them off guard, though, because you don't typically see junglers ganking that early. I mean, he got red and went right in for that gank. And with that, I mean, you can get kills like that. You can create a huge advantage. Wicked, he knows how to counter Aurelia since he is like the most well-known player on him. Froggen getting caught in the mid lane, has no flash available.
Well, a 3-talent strike comes through. He's taken pretty low. Nullstrike comes out, and he doesn't get egged, though. Of course, Rebirth will be there, so he's quite happily just backs away. And I think he'll just chug through the potions for this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, he wants to stay in lane as long as possible. He has that tier already. That is such an early tier for him. And that's going to make it so you can just harass even more. I mean, once Extra gets 6, the mid lane will be a little bit different. But if Froggen keeps pushing this advantage that he built up, Extra's not really going to get there too swiftly.
Let's see whether Crepo goes aggressive on Jim Bones here as Sona leaves the lane to put that ward up by the Dragon. Doesn't look like he's going to. He is stood on top of a ward, of course, which is why Jim Bones is staying a little bit more defensive than usual.
And Froggen actually backed again after picking up that tier, after coming back to the lane for a little bit, picks up boots, because once it be even that much for Jimbo's getting caught right. They're taking quite a bit of chip, but he has a Sona. It's a sustained lane versus an aggressive lane, and if you fall behind an aggressive lane, then it's really hard for you to get back into, well, to actually pick up any kills overall, in the laning phase at least.
Froggen in that lane with the boots and a ward, so returning after picking up that first kill for him. Jimbo's taking aggressive here, does put the volley across on towards Yellow Pete, has to flash away there from the root, so Jimbo's summoner spells burnt already. Let's see if whether we're going to get Snoopy making a visit in this bottom lane after that.
Oh, he definitely should. I mean, we have the Kleds available on Ashe, but that's really not going to be enough to stop them from, you know, picking up a kill. And as you say that, look at him. He's already heading down towards this bottom side. Crepo, he always counts wards. He knows there's not a ward in there anymore, and there's none available for Babetta to pick up. So this could be very dangerous for Giants.
He's aware that it's cleared out, aware that the time is up. Snoopy is down here. Babetta comes around. Jimbo's forcing them low there. Babetta could well be dived on. Yellow Pete taking low, very low. Another flash burnt out there. 2 summoners gone down in by Giants in this bottom lane. You would expect to see Snoopy maybe sticking around. The root coming down again, and they realize the danger. They are backing completely away from this one.
Yeah, this is something junglers are typically been doing. Even if they fail the gank, they want to Wicked.
Samux going aggressive on Wicked in the top lane. Slice and dices away, but Samux does not pursue it. He would have known where the jungler was. He could have maybe gone for that one.
Yeah, I just don't think he had any kind of gap closer. I mean, he didn't have flash up anymore.
I don't think he wanted, more importantly, I don't think he wanted to lose the gold from that siege minion.
Exactly. I mean, he doesn't want to fall behind levels. Chase him away, he would have lost a lot of CS, a lot of experience, and he really can't afford to do that after he already was first blooded.
No, Samux still continues to farm out. Got a giant wave towards Wicked this time around. Maybe he will go a little bit more aggressive, and you can see he's bullying him away from the CS. It's that siege minion. If he can prevent Wicked getting it, it will be mission successful for Samux. That's exactly what he's going to try and do. You can see Wicked trying to position himself for it. He wants it, and he gets it.
And I mean, it's a Renekton. Oh, actually pops the ultimate just to farm, I guess. Oh, we do have Stupid coming in. He's not spotted just yet, but we do have Samux backing away. With no flash, they actually could get this gank, and Wicked, oh, it looked like he wanted to go for it right there.
No, and he's just making sure he doesn't back away, picks up the entire wave. Now he forces Samux away there, and you can see he's just baiting him out. Samux, not too sure, has got the Fortitude Potion running, and he's going to back away on turret. Clever use.
And he's been, well, Wicked's been doing a great job on that top lane. The CS difference is already huge. He actually interrupts his backing, and taking a look at this bottom side, Jimbone's, he's actually not doing too bad so far. I mean, with the sustain, it's helped keeping him in it, but he's not really losing that bad, obviously. And in mid lane, we actually had Exeter. He was well killed early on, but he has a nice CS lead over Froggen.
He does have a rather nice CS lead over Froggen right now, but of course, as soon as that blue buff gets picked up, we'll be 10 minutes in, but better getting rooted by Crepo. Plants placed, but they're cleared out, and gold obviously being given back across. Every time those plants go down, it's effectively giving gold to your enemy, so he needs to use them sparingly.
Actually, it would be a nice pickup for Babetta. I mean, he already has a GP10 built up, so does Crepo. And Crepo's always been talking about how he loves that Doran shield as like a kind of second item just to be that much more tanky. And Wicked trying to bait Samux in, but it looks like Samux knows a little bit better right there, as we do have Exeter getting blue. We have more to come up as well. No wards are going to spot them, and this could be very dangerous for Wicked.
This could be dangerous for Evil Genius. You see Samux going in. We're going to get a twisted advance come through there from Snoopy. Here comes Extermin, though. Samux taken low, and immediately Wicked is going to get dropped, and now Snoopy's in all sorts of trouble. Mortar's going to be taken down. 3 talent strike, bounce him in the air. Null Sphere, one by false pulse and a rift walk, and strolls away.
And Exeter was already ahead in lane because of that CS, but now with those 2 kills under his belt, he's going to have that catalyst done very shortly, and Giants shoving this top lane very hard just to deny even more experience and even more gold over to Wicked. And that's just, it seems a little bit careless right there. Why was there no ward?
Well, there never is when it's Wicked's involved, and actually from trying to turn a gank, it's just backfired horribly for them. And you know, the call would have come out saying, hey, the mid is missing, but the maneuverability that Extermin has to be able to rift walk across is definitely going to cause problems. Samux taken very low by that top turret, tanking it up to try and get the turret down there. That's why we heard the pings go down. As it is, they are still putting damage on towards that turret more than at the top lane. But meanwhile, in the mid here, it's Froggen going to get caught out by Extermin. He's going aggressive, catches the stun down, though. Will continue the damage on towards Extermin, puts the ultimate down, but will not follow it up.
Froggen can pretty much flash and get one more stun.
He's got a Null Sphere. Can he get Rebirth down? No, they're both incredibly low, and they're backing off.
And Froggen had Ignite. He actually would have finished him off right there if he could have popped it on right as he got in range, but he will be able to pick up his own blue here. Will be able to get that tier stacked up just a little bit, and that is going to cause, well, a little bit of problems for Exeter, but he's going to go back by and get that catalyst. So it's going to be a battle of the mids right here, and this is what I was saying about, you know, Kassadin kind of hard countering Anivia, is that ability again there. You saw it. He got in with the Rift Walk, he silenced him, used the Force Pulse. Fortunately, he didn't back out early enough. You're trying to hit him with that red buff, obviously, and with Netherblade, but that's what does so much damage to Froggen, and he doesn't really have that much health at this point. He looks like he's going for a chalice to get that magic resist built up.
And the root's going out, and once again trying to catch Babetta, but both junglers ready and waiting for this one. We do see Babetta clearing out the ward, clearing out the plant, sorry. Yellow Pete getting a little arrow poked in the back. Jimbones, maybe they're going to bait this one out. As it is, Morden is off at the golem, so he's not quite within shouting reach to try and get in and help out. Snoopy, though, is sat ready and waiting to try and get a twisted advance onto a nice, juicy AD carry. Jimbones, will he be able to squeeze in there?
He has flash, he has hawk shot up in 5 seconds, and hopefully he will notice that with that pink ward being there, you kind of have to pay attention to that bush. If they face check it here, they're going to lose a member or two.
But better thinking about it, he's going to try and go into face check instead. The ultimate comes out towards Jimbo's, cleansing it off, twisted advance on towards Babetta. He flashed out, but he's still got caught out. Crescendo comes down now, but here comes Extermin once again. Yellow Pete going to get dropped very low, does try and get away, but a Rift Walk comes through. Force Pulse, Crepo taken low, he gets dropped down. It's a double kill for Extermin, and now Snoopy's going to get sniped off. Babetta's the target, but Jimbo picks it up. It's a 3-for-0 exchange in the bot lane, EG trying to pick up the turret, but really that was a devastating loss for them.
All that could have been prevented with a ward. I mean, I'm really confused at the way...
One single ward.
Yes, I'm confused why EG is playing like this. There's no ward in the top. Wicked got... Or they got counter ganked to the top lane. There's no ward at bottom. They got a 3-kill spree right there, and now they're going to get dragged on top of that. I really don't know what's up with EG right now in Exeter. He's getting ballsy right there as he even trying to go after Wicked.
Well, the stun came out, but that's a dragon pickup, and now the gold advantage swinging to Giants by 2.5k just from 2 solid exchanges. They were 2-0 down, but they are 5-2 up, and they are looking good.
I want to check out these cameras because I think Bjergsen might have switched places with Exeter right there with the way he's playing him. He's 4-1 at this point. We saw Bjergsen with an amazing cast in him. Player. I mean, I don't even know how to call it, game earlier. And in the meantime, we did have a 2-man push out of EG to try to punish Giants for that gank and for that dragon, but it didn't even matter. The turret's still alive, and oh no, Samix is not a good position to be in. You do see him with the ward, though.
He's a little too deep, and Snoopy is caught out already. Managed to get Twisted Advance on him. Wicked not following it through and actually allowing Samix to back away from this.
It doesn't seem like he has the damage at this point to really hurt him. All he has is that Doran's Blade to really do damage with, and Samix doesn't have Flash available, but has that Giant Spell going for that Warmog. It's just so hard to kill and so hard to lock down.
Like Sturmin's maneuverability normally actually takes teleport. Obviously I can't even remember the name now. Kassadin. Of course it is Kassadin, who's been one of the instrumental champions this weekend. Has managed to roam himself around. This time, does manage to ping it out, but look at the damage on towards Crepo. Is going to get dropped. Jimbones takes him down. Arrow fired.
And Jimbo's doing a great job of taking advantage of knowing Crepo had no summoners available. We do have Soupy coming down from the lane, but I don't really think it'll be enough. We do have the first turret of the game going down in the middle, but it just allows Exeter to roam around even more unless they keep a ward down in that lane to spot him.
Well, we'll see how it does transfer. Of course, the massive burst of damage, I'm not too sure whether they're ready for that. The fact that Jimbo's has been back, he got himself that BF sword, got himself the pickaxe. He's going to have that Infinity Edge very close. Picks up the Vampiric Scepter instead. Now, meanwhile, Samix putting a bit of damage down on towards Wicked. Of course, this skill champion, skill matchup that everybody claims between the two. Wicked did say that actually Aurelia should win this one out. So it's interesting to see the chose Renekton into it.
It just seems like he's outplaying Samix at this point. He goes with the Slice and Dice, lands it. He gets stunned by her, yeah, but it doesn't matter. He still has that other Slice and Dice charge up to keep up with Samix, and he just keeps harassing him as much as possible. Doesn't really rely on the stun too much. I mean, he's a caster AED champion, so as long as he can keep hitting her, he doesn't really have to worry too much about her retaliating at all. But we do have Exeter. He's heading up towards his top lane yet again, and he wants more blood.
He wants more blood, and he may well scent it. It's the Crocodile in the top lane. He's pretty heavily armored, though. He's, of course, got the Sunfire Cape almost ready, but here comes Extermin. Samux up there. We do have Snoopy off to the side, but immediately goes in. Has to use his ultimate. Ignite goes down. Force Pulse. Riftwalk's going to come back in. Samux dives on. It's going to be a very dead Wicked. Here comes Snoopy to try and prevent the damage. Can he get away from it? Samux, one more hit. Will it be enough? Managed to stun him on the turret. Can they turn it back around? Snoopy now taking low. Extermin tanking up the turret. It's going to be a double kill. It's Samux that picks it up. And would you believe it? They've got them both again.
And looking at this, you would not have guessed that Giants were 0-4 throughout this entire Super League bot lane.
The arrow down the bottom, the crescendo, and oh, Crepo's been caught on the turret. He's going to get his passive, but he's going to try and snipe it out there. Jim Bones, wow, he's turning things around. Top turret goes down. Giants clawing out every advantage they get. 9-2 in kills.
I am scratching my head right now, Demon. I don't even know what EG's doing. I mean, they're playing champions they're used to, but they're not playing smart at all. I mean, what else is there to really say? They're just not playing like we usually expect them to. And Giants, who are 0-4, are taking this game and opening it wide open, or making it wide open.
Busting it wide open.
Yeah, let's go that one.
Steals away the blue buff from Anivia. That is a huge deal right there. The fact that Froggen can't have that blue.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get that chalice as an item, and that's what you have to do against Anivia. If you keep denying that blue over and over, he's not going to get the... Well, he's not going to be able to wave clear like he needs to, so you can really siege the towers easily, and he's not going to have the damage overall. But we do have a 3-man push on the spot lane of Giants, but we do have Snoopy coming down to defend it.
Snoopy comes down, defends it. That volley shot just prevents any chase, though, on towards Mordant, and Giants back away. Extermin was heading down the south here, so maybe they're going to stick around. Nope. It's just that they've called out the back, so Jimbo's just going to go pick up the Golems. Extermin in the mid, though, has been the instrument of death so far for Evil Geniuses. 5-1-1 has fell behind in CS because while this has all been happening, Froggen stayed in that mid lane. He took the turret. That's a big advantage to take that mid turret down, but Giants don't seem to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, Extra, he's still up 1,200 gold to Froggen at this point. Yeah, you're going to lose on CS, but if you keep getting his kills, you're getting more gold, first of all, and you're denying the people you're killing the chance to get, farmed up to get the levels they need, and you're giving your lane an advantage. And Giants, they haven't really grouped up yet. Oh, Extra might get caught here, but Rift walks away, just like a Kassadin does.
Just as a Kassadin does. All you want to do is place a ward, and he does that successfully. Froggen coming around, maybe trying to get a little poke on towards him, comes around, puts the wall down, usually manages to divert him, but this time Extermin dodges it out, and it will be doing not a great deal of damage with that Ice Blast.
And Froggen, without that blue, as you see right now, he doesn't have the mana he needs to keep staying in lane and keep getting this farm up. His item's a little bit interesting, as he's trying to load up that wall just to create some opportunities in the jungle if they do want to fight. That wall can completely cut you off, and we heard Crepo talk about how his walls are always perfect. He's always in the right position, but now Giants grooved up in the mid lane. I was just about to say, they haven't really made a push with their advantage, but they are going to get that mid turn. Even top right now, we have Samix just tanking Wicked under the tower.
They're all backing. Look, they're all backing. They've realized the danger. And actually, they've talked about how they've left the mid lane open. But now we're going to see going in towards the top. Morden on the turret. Here comes Extermin. It's going to be Wicked going down again. Samux with another kill on towards his inner turret now. They may be able to take it down. The middle turret's going to go down. Giants are just creating opportunities across the map. And Evil Geniuses are left wondering what the hell is going on around here.
The only thing that's going through my head right now is what I was saying earlier about RNA, saying which team's going to win. It always seems to backfire since he had EG as his pick. But anyways, we do get a turret for EG on the bot lane, so it is 2-4 in turrets. And this gold lead, 6,000 at this point, dragging back up. A great transition from Giants, getting those 2 middle turrets, going for this. Samix going to die in the top lane, but you know what? It doesn't matter. The damage is done. 2 turrets and a dragon will be completely worth it.
2 inner turrets and a dragon for an ultimate. And actually, Giants, well, Samux is running away from this one. Can he get away? No, the wall just says no. Oh, they just stepped around it, the side. He's still walking away. You know what? The rest of his team are starting to close in here, and he's going to dash. Would you believe it? Talon strikes away, and here comes Morden. They might turn this one on towards Snoopy. Snoopy goes down to Morden. Oh my God! I do not believe it. The arrow comes out. Samux, you have balls of steel, man.
It's a woman, though. But great play out of him. I mean, he was 1v3 right there and still escaped somehow. How does that happen? Yeah, like how, as EG, as being a top team in Europe, how did...
Well, there's words that explain what just happened, and I can't say them on air. WTF, I believe, is the phrase I'm thinking of, but Giants here are absolutely dominating Evil Geniuses, and this is just been just a huge tilt by Evil Geniuses. What on earth is going on? And all credit to Giants for creating this chaos. We talked about this against Gambit, the chaos they created across the map. They do the same against Dragon Balls. They cause problems for teams, and Evil Genius is one of those teams that need the time to farm out, to take it to that late game. Can they do it? They have Anivia, so the king of stall is there.
Well, if they can't keep their blue buff, it's not going to matter in the end. I mean, Giants, they thrive off this chaos, and EG...
9,000 gold difference!
It is. You can count, Demon.
No, I can't actually, because I think it's 8.
I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt there. But yeah, I mean, Giants, they thrive off chaos, and EG thrives on that control. I mean, Anivia is a perfect example of it. Froggen likes to lock you down and position himself perfectly, but it just seems like they're just full countering them. And I'm really curious, because the Super Week has not been kind to EG. They've lost to AAA. It must have been a huge hit on their overall team morale.
Well, they'd go 1-4, which they absolutely would not want coming into this. Nobody wants that. It would be the same score that Giants
will have if they win.
If they win, and that is not a good position for Evil Geniuses, the team that some would say was one of the best in Europe. They were top in the league just 2 weeks ago. Top in the league. They were 6-1 or 6-2 maybe, I think, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And now they are...
I think it was 5-2.
No, they're 5-2. 5-2. Now they are 6-5. Staring at a 6-6, a 50% win ratio.
I don't think anyone here watching could have guessed that this would have happened throughout the Super Week. I don't think the standings were supposed to change that crazy, but that's what can really happen. The blue, it was a great job by him trying to take that away, but EG is going to defend it, so it looks like they are going to fight this game till the very last breath.
Oh my God, they managed to fight for the blue buff, but they are losing out out across the map. And, well, Giants are just taking an absolute arm, a leg, the whole body, the head, everything. The whole damn thing is going down. The whole family line has just dropped because Giants have picked up Baron Nashor.
And look at the item difference we have right now, Demon. I mean, we had first blood on Samix in the top lane, has a Warmogs now, even has Berserker Greaves, working towards a Triforce. You have Exter, look at him. Archangel Staff, Sork Boots, Rod of Ages. You have an Infinity's Edge done on Jim Bones. And you have the support. I mean, he almost has an Aegis built up, has 2 GP10, even has a Sight Stone on him.
Samux is playing with a smile on his face right now. He is actually loving this. 150 CS, 137. He's been able to control Wicked in that top lane. They didn't lose that top turret at all, and he's just been devastating in the top there, completely dominating.
That's the thing, though. He got destroyed early on. He
got killed. He was the first blood.
But even after that and before that, he was just getting destroyed by Wicked. But because of that counter gank we saw out of Giants in the top lane killing Snoopy and him, he was able to gain that control back.
Well, Extermin, again, is looking to just keep on pushing. Fell behind in farm now to Froggen, but honestly, the opportunities created have been huge. Jim Bones poking on towards that turret. Extermin is already waiting to Rift Wolf in, and immediately Yellow Pete realizes the danger and backs away. That's another turret gain, but Better may well get caught out here. They've managed to get a volley of arrows. They managed to root him down a lot, but he is going to walk away. He has that Oracle's on, does not want to lose out. But it doesn't matter. Samux is pressuring the top lane. Extermin's pressuring the bottom lane. Mordant is pressuring the mid lane. 5 members of Giants across the map with Baron are causing chaos.
And they're countering the whole thing of Froggen trying to, stall the game out. Because if you're split pushing, you obviously can't defend that Samix in the top lane.
Top lane has gone aggressive, as
He's
it
just
is.
attacking the turret while Wicked attacks him the entire time. Like, he just
Slice and dices around. Oh, the damage comes out. Wicked taken very low. The Ignite comes out. They have to back away from this one, but he has to use his ultimate to get out. Meanwhile, they're pressuring the mid lane. You can see Morden. He's poking in towards there. Riftwalk comes out. Extermin may well get caught out. The damage comes out. The Varus Ultimate whiffs out there. Jim Bones comes back in. Crescendo on towards Crepo. They're going to dive in. Crepo goes down. You can see Morden dives in towards Snoopy. Snoopy's going to get bounced. He gets dropped by Samix. It's a double kill. They're going to take the inhibitor turret. Wicked comes back in lane, but he can't do a great deal to prevent it. They're going to turn in. Yellow Pete taken low. His Ignite's down. He gets dropped by the Null Sphere, but Better picks up Wicked. It's a 4-for-0. Pushing on the inhibitor. They could win the game right now.
And they're going to do it. I mean, they've just controlled EG this entire game. Look at the goal lead that they have. Extra's played phenomenal. And it's going to happen.
It's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The Giants are coming straight in, and they are going to take down the Nexus turret. The Nexus is going to fall, and would you believe it? It's 1-4 for Evo Geniuses, and the Giants pick up their first win, the big win of the weekend. Super Week has given us hit after hit after hit, and another fantastic turnaround victory for the Giants. That's got to hurt.
And you saw Samix's face right there as it went to his screen. Like, he was confused. He was like, that was kind of too easy. I don't understand. I mean, they played phenomenal. You can't disagree with that in any way, but that was a little bit awkward, I have to say. That was a little bit weird and unlike EG.
When a team is on a tilt, they are on a tilt. And Evo Geniuses now going into the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships have to sit down and have a good hard talk and find out what the hell has gone wrong to them this weekend. We're going to go over to our analysis to figure out that ourselves, because that was a magnificent performance by the Giants.
And magnificent, I think, is a totally perfect word for this one. I mean, EG got off to a great start. First blood, Anivia, Froggen in the middle lane got that kill, but Giants, my God, did they turn it on after that.
Yeah, it was really a snowball from that Kassadin. He was out-farming Anivia so hard. It wasn't like, I was watching it with Becken, and he was like, dude, just watch the farm. I mean, Kassadin is out-farming Anivia so much. I mean, if this keeps like this, Kassadin will be stronger than Anivia. And that's pretty much what happened. I mean, he got his farm, and he started roaming to bottom, top, and he got, like, pretty much free kills everywhere.
So I think we have to say, I mean, we have to talk about the... after those 2 kills, the double for Kassadin in that top lane, because that helped so much in this game.
Yeah, and it was like that double in top lane, he went mid lane, he went bottom, and another double kill for him, and 1 kill for Jimbon was in that case.
I want to talk about 2 things quickly before we get into some specifics. Number 1, that reminded me so much of the Giants versus Gambit game, where they were everywhere the entire time. It was just chaos, 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 and we keep saying how they thrive on the chaos. But that double kill up in the top lane, did you think that it was almost baited by Samux? Because, Snoopy was hiding in the grass, and you were watching. I just definitely got the vibe that Giants were saying, well, delay him a little bit because we'll pull the rest of the team up there.
Yeah, it was pretty much that. I mean, I've been talking with Giant before these matches, and I was like, guys, what happened? I mean, especially with Samus. I mean, I remember Samus, like, some months ago, I was always telling him, dude, you're one of the best top laners in the world. I mean, you're destroying everyone. And then he came here to the LCS and he started like doing some kind of a strange picks. Like we saw Garen, we saw so many Akalis, and it didn't work out for him. And I told him, like, I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago, like, why don't you keep on your all-champion pool? You were playing Irelia, he was playing Olaf, and he was playing Wukong. And he was winning every single top lane alone. He was just destroying every game alone in the top lane. And you see, like, he was playing Irelia and he just destroyed everyone with the help of Kassadin. And yeah, I think he completely bait that top lane, that double kill. They were waiting for a Snoopy to get there and then get another kill and more snowball for Kassadin.
Well, let's jump into a replay of this. You know, it's just time and time again, Giants simply seem to have the answer to what Evil Geniuses were doing. This is, you know, it started snowballing in their favor, but here at about 14 minutes on the clock is really where things just completely exploded. We jump into the game. Wicked gets dived on from Exter and Samix. And now talk us through this play.
Well, they just wanted to get the more snowball, the keep going on the game, that Kassadin just roaming everyone, and we have that place. They were getting Wicked, and Snoopy came. I don't know exactly why he was trying to defend when Wicked was completely dead against a Kassadin. We know Kassadin can just like jump and get kills, and this is what happened. And now it's Exter gonna tank all the tower hits, and him with Samus gonna get the second kill, and it was a double kill for Samus.
Yeah, correct. Now, at the exact same time, down on the bottom half of the map, 3 members of Evil Geniuses decide, like, we need to make a play. We're falling further and further behind. So they tried to dive Jim Bones and Babetta. Talk us through this play as it happened, because Joe and I lost our minds.
Well, it pretty much like a dive that it didn't work out that good. I mean, Ash had a perfect arrow there, and they got Creepo. I don't know what was Creepo doing there. He was completely low HP, and he got the ultimate by Sona, the focus by Sona, and then Ash flashing that wall and just getting that kill, that free kill. It was pretty much a free kill. I even saw like when he died, Creepo was laughing at the cameras. I don't know like what happened there on EG, but he was like just laughing.
Yeah, I think it was more of a, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening laugh than it actually being funny for them. Yeah. I mean, you can't take, I don't want to focus too much on the way that EG played here, but more on the way that Giants played, because at the start, it did look like it could be a fairly easy game for EG. I mean, they started with that first blood. Froggen 1v1 Extermin, no problem in that middle lane, but you have to give Giants total credit for this. They're now known as the Giant Killers, which doesn't make sense since the name's Giants, but they've created 2 big upsets now, taking down both Gambit and Evil Geniuses. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, so true. If they get those advantages, you know, we're talking about the bait in the top lane. They did something very similar in the bottom lane, and even more so because Xin and Kassadin were even moving down the river as Snoopy was trying to set up the gank. It was just literally perfect play from the team and a well-deserved victory for them. So they go 1 for 4 for the weekend, the same as the Evil Geniuses.
So we have to crown an MVP here in this one. We didn't actually discuss it before the game, but I think this is actually an interesting topic. Who deserves the MVP in this case? I mean, you had obviously Kassadin, who really got the ball rolling with that double kill in the top. Then the fact that they got that kill again onto Wicked, and then again afterwards, I might say, when Wicked, he was just hitting Samux underneath the turret for ages and ages, and Samux was just ignoring him. Surely at that point you realize that someone's coming to help him if he's not moving at all.
Yeah, pretty much. And we're going to call that MVP, as you said. It's going to be Kassadin.
It has to be. AP mid, again, Exter just played phenomenally. Out of his skin, kill after kill after kill, saving them. And the escape from Samux around 17 minutes, you know, as he gets to the middle lane, there was Exter to apply the silence and the slow. Congratulations.
Yeah, really strong win by Giants. Very impressive how they played here against Evil Geniuses. We're going to go over to the main stage here. That's it from us. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to Aranea, and of course, to Quickshot for joining us here all day long. And thanks for you guys at home for watching. But we're going to throw it over to Shox. She's waiting with one man from Giants.
Thank you. I'm here with the mid Exter, and Expected is going to translate for us now. Exter, fantastic win here, and I can't use that word, but what a showing of confidence picking Anivia against Froggen and letting an Irelia play versus Wicked.
Sí, sobre picar Irelia.
Sobre
picar y que mucha confianza picando Irelia de Wicked y dejándoles a Anivia abierta.
Sí, sabemos que queremos a partida mucho split push y sabemos que con Anivia no es bueno haciendo eso. Y Irelia hace mucho que Wicked no ha jugado, por lo cual pensamos que no tenemos miedo sobre eso Irelia.
Yeah, Irelia is like they didn't care that much about Irelia. It's a long time he didn't play it and he doesn't play it that good. And Anivia, ¿qué ha dicho Anivia otra vez?
Que Anivia en split push es mala y que íbamos a jugar a split push.
Yeah, and Anivia is bad for a split push, and their main plan was like to use a split push them.
You said in the interview before, we think that EG is the best team fighting team in the league, but you didn't even have to do a lot of team fighting.
Sí, en la entrevista de antes habéis dicho que EG son muy buenos en teamfight, pero no habéis tenido que hacer teamfight.
Claro, somos buenos en teamfight, pero hemos evitado teamfight. Tenemos muy claro que tenemos que hacer muchos movimientos con Kassadin. De hecho, la primera partida que cojo Kassadin en la LCS, estaba claro que o estamos en teamfight o tiramos difícil.
Yeah, so that was their plan, like to avoid teamfighting, get Kassadin. This is his first match with Kassadin in the LCS, and he just wanted to roam around, not teamfight at all, try to get fed, and that's it. That's what he did.
Well executed plan. Now you lost a lot of games this weekend, but how come that you managed to win against EG of all teams?
Una semana dura, muchas partidas y habéis perdido bastante, pero ¿cómo es que habéis conseguido ganar contra EG al final?
Pues la semana ha sido muy difícil, llevamos 2 semanas entrenando muy poco, de viajes y historias, y al final nos vamos con un sabor de boca después de ganar EG, pero tenemos que remontar las derrotas que tenemos.
It has been a hard weekend, and it's really cool to be DG, really relaxing, but they still need to make up for all the losses they have made in the past.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you. That was our last match of the day, but there was so much action today and the past weekend. So let's go over to D-Man and Jason for today's results and the standings.
Thank you very much, Sox, Piqué, and Extermin. So, what a weekend we've had, Jason. It has been magnificent. Super week, we all were worried about it, honestly, because there were so many games. 20 games in North America, 20 games here in Europe. And we have seen some magnificent matches.
And look what it did in both places. In North America, I mean, it didn't completely shake up the standings, but we saw Marn rise, we saw Vulcan rise over here.
We saw Dignitas rise as well over there, and Curse lose their win streak. We've seen Gambit go on, I think they're 8 wins without loss now.
Like that, yeah.
So their streak is now, I think, the biggest in the League of Legends Championship Series, I believe. I'm not too sure. I think Curse were at 8-0, so maybe they could go 9 and get that big streak. But of course, let's check out the results, because frankly, it has been an action-packed weekend. On your screens, you can see today, it was Fnatic. They managed to take down against All Authority the first match of the day. Gambit, of course, managed to take a really dominating win over SK Gaming's. And there, the Dragonborns, they pulled out that crazy strategy, meta-changing stuff against Evil Geniuses. It seemed to work wonders.
Yeah, well, it did in that game, but later on, as we saw, fortunately didn't work out from that well, but there was so many great games. Dragonborns, like you're saying, it was so explosive, it's so meta-changing. We knew that about Dragonborns, but it's always great to see it time and time again every time they play.
Of course, the second half of the day, we did have the next 3 matches. The Copenhagen Wolves, they've done it again, and they beat the Wolves, and honestly, beat Giants, and it was just Bjergsen. 15-0-4 in that game. Crazy statistics. SK Gaming, of course, like you just mentioned, they did manage to overcome. Dragonborns showed their hand. They tried it again. It didn't work. SK Gaming were ready for this one. But there is the final match. And Ozone Giants picking up a win over the Evil Geniuses. And really dominating fashion. That was a stomp.
And living up to the name, the Giant Killers. I mean, they took out Gambit before in week 1. They're taking out EG now. And that has to be a huge confident boost for them. We talked about it with the Wolves, but that right there, that has to really get them pumped. And they, not to mention, they have, I think, 2 weeks to actually start preparing again for the next games.
Yeah, I mean, the teams that attend, I wonder who really has the better advantage. There's the teams going to the Intel Extreme Masters, or the teams that get to sit at home and practice. But what's better practice than playing Korean teams as well as the European counterparts? Of course, let's check out the standings. I believe we have them for you, and you can see Gambit now topping the league. 9 wins, 2 losses. Fnatic, well, 8 wins, 3 losses for them. SK Gaming now in 3rd place with with 7 wins, 4 losses. There's the Evil Geniuses. Used to be top of the league. Now they are 4th with 6-6. Dragonborns picking up a win and a couple of losses this weekend. 4 and 5 for them. Ozone Giants with that shock win towards the end there. They're 1 and 4 this weekend, but 4 and 8 overall. They've managed to take down top place 2 times they've played them. Crazy stuff. They've beaten Gambit earlier on in the very first weekend, I believe it was. Against all authorities, they are 3 and 6, and the Copenhagen Wolves no longer without a win as they started the weekend. They are now 3 and 10. So, thank you everyone for watching and sticking with us throughout this entire huge Super Weekend. It has indeed been emotional. Next weekend, of course, there is going to be the League of Legends Championship Series at the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships at CeBIT Hanover. Everyone here will be going to it, so we literally have to pack everything up and get the hell out of here. Of course, it does mean there's going to be a break from the League of Legends Championship Series. There's going to be teams from all across Europe and Asia attending that. Not a single North American team managed to qualify. Of course, that will be starting all on Wednesday morning, so be sure to tune in for what promises to be an awesome tournament. That is it from us here at the caster desk. I'd like to thank everybody for watching because it has really been a testing, stamina-filled weekend for, I think, everyone involved, but it has been so much fun. We love our jobs. We're going to see you Wednesday, so let's get over to Shox for the final word of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I can't repeat it enough. The European LCS has exploded over the weekend. It's unbelievable what we've seen here. Gambit topping the rankings, Fnatic taking a loss, EG dropping a lot of games here, Giants beating them, the Copenhagen Wolves. There's just too much to talk about. Check it all out on lolesports.com if you want to see some of that stuff again. Now, as D-Man mentioned, both the EU and NA LCS have a break next week as some of our teams compete in the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. You can watch all of your favorite teams like EG, Fnatic, MYM, SK Telecom from Wednesday to Saturday at the Intel Extreme Masters. And mark your calendars because after CeBIT week, the NA LCS returns from MLG Dallas and we'll be back with more EU LCS action on Saturday, March 16th at a special earlier time of 3 p.m. Central European time. There we'll be seeing the EG going up against the Dragonborns, followed by SK Gaming versus Against All Authority, Fnatic versus the Evil Geniuses, what a match, and SK Gaming versus Dragonborns. Now, that was it from us here in Cologne, concluding the LCS Super Week. We're exhausted, but very happy to have had you tuning in over the past week. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we'll see all of you next week.
Days of